It reminds us of nature, even in the middle of urban life.
Schools are no longer bound by classrooms, walls, and ideas are shared across disciplines.
With boundaries knocked down, it has become a balcony, corridor, and garden, all at the same time.
So everyone can meet and interact casually. On the land built above the sea is the central business district. There lies a garden of the future. Here, super trees collect sunlight and rainwater to create energy.
Is this the dream of the city? Where artificial trees grow among tropical plants?
The dream where flora and fauna flourish among the skyscrapers and artificial trees glow.
That dream is made up of long-lasting memories.
Immigrants once lived in kampongs, which means villages. When the city's blueprint was drawn up, it reflected the history of different peoples. Hawkers who traveled from one kampong to another established the hawker centers of today.
Here, it's like a microcosm of Singapore, where all different people come together.
And it is part of another microcosm known as the first public housing complex designed in the last century.
The plan must have included the hawker center and the garden as well.
You're right. Its unique structure is a convergence of British design and local shop houses.
A new town has turned into a heritage.
And it's still part of ordinary life. Buildings grow and change.
Just like trees.
It started as a small hotel over 100 years ago. Then it expanded little by little, extending the corridors and cultivating the garden.
Till it became a legacy. I almost forgot. I'm in the middle of the city.
Once it was the center of the Kingdom of Singapore. Then it became a fortress before becoming a garden again.
The city that dreamt the garden has now become a garden itself. And the garden continues to grow, just as the city continues to dream.
싱가포르는 테라스의 도시라고 생각합니다. 테라스라고 표현했지만 여기엔 앞마당, 발코니, 베란다, 그리고 옥상 정원도 포함되는데요. 건물 내부와 외부를 연결해주는 건축적 장치예요. 도시는 공원을 필요로 합니다. 하지만 인구가 늘고 고밀도화된 도시에서는 충분한 공원을 확보하기 어렵기도 하죠. 이때 건축적 장치로 테라스를 마련할 수 있습니다. 작은 방에 들여놓은 화분 같은 건데요. 밀집된 공간에서 테라스는 그런 화분 같은 중요한 역할을 합니다. 도시에서 건축을 여행할 때는 건물 겉모습보다도 건물과 건물 사이 그 빈 공간을 즐기는 것이 더 유용한 경우가 많습니다. 풍경 좋은 발코니나 숲에 온 것 같은 앞마당, 사람들을 구경하며 여유롭게 차를 마시는 테라스처럼 도시 속에서 쉴 수 있는 곳을 찾아보는 싱가포르 건축 여행을 추천해 봅니다.
Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows. And letting the wind blow over its upper stories. Phnom Penh is vibrant with young energy. An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. Creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The Royal Palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn into local homes today. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh. Building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now strides ahead into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적으로 벽과 지붕으로 이루어져 있지만 보다 근원적으로 빛에 의해 조각된 공간이라는 정의도 가능합니다. 그래서 태양에 따라 캄보디아의 건축은 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주죠. 예전보다는 방향을 덜 고려하는 지금까지도 그 흔적은 남아있는데요. 가령 아파트는 동양을 여전히 가장 선호한다고 하고요. 철근 콘크리트로 지어진 근대 건축 작품을 보더라도 동쪽을 바라보는 모습을 발견할 수 있어요. 우리는 흔히 동쪽을 오른쪽이라고 생각하잖아요. 캄보디아에 가셨다면 잠시 생각을 바꿔 아래쪽을 동쪽으로 생각해 보세요. 그리고 등 뒤에서 태양이 뜨는 걸 느끼며 태양의 시선으로 서쪽으로 올라가 보세요. 목적지에 이르러 뒤를 돌아봤을 때 크메르인들이 만들고자 했던 새로운 세계의 질서가 문득 보일지도 모릅니다.
Old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows. and letting the wind blow over its upper stories. Phnom Penh is vibrant with young energy. An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. Creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The royal palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn into local homes today. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh. Building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. Connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now strides ahead into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적으로 벽과 지붕으로 이루어져 있지만 보다 근원적으로 빛에 의해 조각된 공간이라는 정의도 가능합니다. 그래서 태양에 따라 캄보디아의 건축은 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주죠. 예전보다는 방향을 덜 고려하는 지금까지도 그 흔적은 남아있는데요. 가령 아파트는 동양을 여전히 가장 선호한다고 하고요. 철근 콘크리트로 지어진 근대 건축 작품을 보더라도 동쪽을 바라보는 모습을 발견할 수 있어요. 우리는 흔히 동쪽을 오른쪽이라고 생각하잖아요. 캄보디아에 가셨다면 잠시 생각을 바꿔 아래쪽을 동쪽으로 생각해 보세요. 그리고 등 뒤에서 태양이 뜨는 걸 느끼며 태양의 시선으로 서쪽으로 올라가 보세요. 목적지에 이르러 뒤를 돌아봤을 때 크메르인들이 만들고자 했던 새로운 세계의 질서가 문득 보일지도 모릅니다.
According to legend, a sea dragon and a fairy gave birth to 100 children, who scattered across the land and built a kingdom. Over the next 1,000 years, countless people passed through Hanoi. Hanoi's architecture is as complex as its history. Baroque, neoclassical, Art Deco. In a century, this foreign-style building became a landmark of the city. The east and west collide and converge within a single building. Enduring rainstorms in the sun, this resilient architecture has stood the test of time. This composite structure is reminiscent of Hanoi's history. People with diverse cultural backgrounds have crafted Hanoi's unique culture together. The neo-Gothic cathedral in the old city center also harbors a story of its own. The toothed decoration on the tiled roof is a rare feature. Living in a densely populated city requires a flexible mindset. That's how the Nyaong was created, a unique multi-purpose building known as a tube house. Tube houses embrace different ways of life. They are long, thin, tall houses that are modified as necessary. Sometimes they have been reinterpreted to suit the times, by overlaying traditional ceramic tiles, for example. Tube houses pose a question. How do different people live together in a single city? This neighborhood's centuries-long pottery-making heritage is channeled into a pottery museum. A bamboo dome modeled after traditional roofs greets visitors. This is how Hanoi writes new history, cherishing tradition while coexisting with nature. A concrete building in the city center is a protagonist in this new history. It was designed to block out harsh sunlight and complement the natural environment. So that Hanoi can remain for the next 1,000 years with modern architecture as its gardens. The river that has birthed lakes and nurtured cities. It is the path Vietnamese people have long walked. Between the ridges that took the running stream thousands of years to shape, the ancient Vietnamese built their first capital. Centuries later, outlanders built cathedrals, stacked with local stone and wood, topped with Vietnamese-style roofs. By embracing otherness, a unique aesthetic was unveiled. Over many years, people have traveled long distances to gather in Hanoi. Those who have sustained the city for 1,000 years now envision a future together with the land. And like the river, their 1,000-year history will continue to flow for another 1,000 years.
베트남에선 길의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 건축은 혼자 존재하지 않거든요. 건축에는 반드시 그곳에 이르는 길이 있고 그 길은 건물 내부의 사적인 통로로 이어집니다. 이곳 사람들은 그 길을 통해 좋은 기운이 들어올 거라고 생각했어요. 베트남에서 자주 볼 수 있는 좁은 폭의 튜브하우스는 하나의 길을 최대한 많은 사람이 공유하고자 했던 건축적 결과물이죠. 세상의 모든 것에는 기운이 담겨 있고 그 기운이 길을 통해 집안까지 흐른다고 믿었던 전통적인 베트남의 인식은 현대까지 이어지는데요. 베트남 건축을 경험하는 방법 중에 하나는 자기 자신이 좋은 기운이 되었다고 가정해 보는 겁니다. 도시의 한 지점에서부터 집으로 가는 길과 대문을 거쳐 방에 이르는 모든 과정을 흐름으로 느껴보는 거죠. 이렇게 이어지는 장면들로 완성되는 이곳의 건축은 베트남 도시를 흘러다니는 오토바이 무리와 제법 어울린다는 생각도 듭니다. 베트남어로 길은 드엉이라고 하는데 드엉은 설탕이란 뜻도 갖고 있어요. 베트남 커피에 담긴 달콤한 연유를 느끼듯 자신만의 길을 걸으며 건축을 음미해보는 시간을 추천드립니다.
Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows.
You can feel that spirit even
and letting the wind blow over its upper stories.
And the traditional houses of the country.
What is the story of this place?
500 years ago, an image of Santo Niño was found hunting.
An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. Creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The Royal Palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh, building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. Connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적 저는 이게 바다를 건너온 사람들이 모여서
Life on an island is a life of endless waves. Living with the waves, accepting the rhythm.
What were they holding on to?
Love, faith, and a new beginning. The fortress stood here for over 500 years, withstanding fires and earthquakes.
The walls are made of coral, hardened by thousands of years to build this fortress.
Hard enough to build a house of 4 generations. This is Balai Natisa, a mansion that combines styles of Filipino, Spanish, and Chinese.
In the hallway that expanded with a growing family, at the window where the youth sang of love.
Imagine all those stories of 100 years. The people in Cebu have long danced the Sinug, a prayer mirroring the waves of the ocean. The dance has been fused with Catholicism to produce its modern form.
They continue the dance to pray.
To honor the first cross, the story of strangers becoming one.
For embracing the unfamiliar is knowing how to move along with the waves, holding on to everything precious.
You can feel that spirit even at the new airport. The ceilings here reflect the waves and the traditional houses of the country.
What is the story of this place?
500 years ago, an image of Santo Niño was found undamaged in the rubble of a fire. A basilica was built around it.
So it became the guardian of the oldest church in the Philippines.
The cathedral took almost 300 years to complete. It was built low and sturdy to withstand typhoons and earthquakes.
So it can last forever.
Here, 100 walls come together to form one chapel.
Standing apart yet together, it must be a way of living in union.
Bahay Nabato is a mansion that brings together Filipino and Spanish styles.
Capiz shells as window panes, and rocks of the ocean as walls.
When you open all the doors, the labyrinth of rooms connects into one.
For 100 years, it was passed down from mother to daughter and generations thereafter.
There is also a story hidden within this jungle.
Is this place deserted?
It was an Italian-style mansion built in memory of love. As intruders tried to occupy it, people here burned it down until only the frame remained.
The love and longing of its owner still remains in sight.
Bacolod is called the City of Smiles.
Why is that?
Around 40 years ago, the people of Bacolod were grieving. To lift their spirits, an artist created a mask with a big smile, and thus the festival continues, preserving that spirit.
The spirit of joy, love, and faith.
필리핀은 태풍이 잦다 보니 다른 나라에 비해 지붕이 낮은 편입니다. 차분하게 자세를 낮춘 건물들이 많죠. 반면에 석재를 많이 사용했던 편이라 안정적인 느낌도 주곤 합니다. 바다 건너 어떤 존재가 들이닥칠지 모를 이곳에서 집은 안식처이기도 하고 안전한 은신처이기도 합니다. 그래서 벽을 견고하게 세웠고 상대적으로 창은 절제된 형태와 크기로 설치했어요. 외부와 분리된 내부 공간을 만들어주면서도 안에 있는 사람의 존재를 드러내며 외부와 소통하는 통로의 역할을 하도록 말이죠. 창에는 지역성이 담긴 디테일이 들어가는데요. 한 예로 시선은 막지만 빛은 받아들이는 전통적인 창을 만들었습니다. 창살을 촘촘하게 한 다음 반투명한 조개 껍데기를 유리 대신에 붙이는 거죠. 마음을 편하게 해주는 창가 자리 하나를 찾는 것. 저는 이게 필리핀 건축 여행의 시작이라고 생각합니다.
Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows. And letting the wind blow over its upper stories. Phnom Penh is vibrant with young energy. An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. Creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The royal palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn into local homes today. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh. Building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. Connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now strides ahead into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적으로 벽과 지붕으로 이루어져 있지만 보다 근원적으로 빛에 의해 조각된 공간이라는 정의도 가능합니다. 그래서 태양에 따라 캄보디아의 건축은 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주죠. 예전보다는 방향을 덜 고려하는 지금까지도 그 흔적은 남아있는데요. 가령 아파트는 동양을 여전히 가장 선호한다고 하고요. 철근 콘크리트로 지어진 근대 건축 작품을 보더라도 동쪽을 바라보는 모습을 발견할 수 있어요. 우리는 흔히 동쪽을 오른쪽이라고 생각하잖아요. 캄보디아에 가셨다면 잠시 생각을 바꿔 아래쪽을 동쪽으로 생각해보세요. 그리고 등 뒤에서 태양이 뜨는 걸 느끼며 태양의 시선으로 서쪽으로 올라가 보세요. 목적지에 이르러 뒤를 돌아봤을 때 크메르인들이 만들고자 했던 새로운 세계의 질서가 문득 보일지도 모릅니다.
Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows. And letting the wind blow over its upper stories. Phnom Penh is vibrant with young energy. An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The Royal Palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn into local homes today. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh. Building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. Connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now strides ahead into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적으로 벽과 지붕으로 이루어져 있지만 보다 근원적으로 빛에 의해 조각된 공간이라는 정의도 가능합니다. 그래서 태양에 따라 캄보디아의 건축은 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주죠. 예전보다는 방향을 덜 고려하는 지금까지도 그 흔적은 남아있는데요. 가령 아파트는 동양을 여전히 가장 선호한다고 하고요. 철근 콘크리트로 지어진 근대 건축 작품을 보더라도 동쪽을 바라보는 모습을 발견할 수 있어요. 우리는 흔히 동쪽을 오른쪽이라고 생각하잖아요. 캄보디아에 가셨다면 잠시 생각을 바꿔 아래쪽을 동쪽으로 생각해 보세요. 그리고 등 뒤에서 태양이 뜨는 걸 느끼며 태양의 시선으로 서쪽으로 올라가 보세요. 목적지에 이르러 뒤를 돌아봤을 때 크메르인들이 만들고자 했던 새로운 세계의 질서가 문득 보일지도 모릅니다.
there is a sacred mountain in Chiang Mai called Doi Suthep. According to legends, the king of Lana rode up this mountain on a white elephant, and it rested by a waterfall.
This must be the place.
Ever since then, nameless pilgrims have rested here on their journey as well.
Coincidence became fate.
Before you know it, you're in Lana.
What was Lana like?
It was the ruling kingdom of northern Thailand for 500 years. Chiang Mai was its capital. Many temples, or wats, are still here.
Look at all the shetties. A lot of the scenery you see while walking around in Chiang Mai could be part of a wat.
The wat is not just a building, but a complex and a small community in itself.
There is a historical building in the middle of a modern resort.
You are in the former British consulate building, built in the early 20th century. Later, it was rehabilitated as a focal point of a resort. This museum once housed a family for 5 generations.
Unpainted wood, unglazed tiles. Perhaps this is what Lana feels like.
Built to be at one with the river and the wind.
What makes a good house?
Maybe it's a place where people can achieve their dreams. To continue to dream, an artist rehabilitated older houses and built an art community here.
Memories are refurbished to a place of art and learning.
This is another building meant to bring art together. A local family of architects designed it, blending various styles.
I look forward to its changes as the years go by.
Now we are in Chiang Rai, Lana's first capital. Here, a local artist devoted his whole life to building a village of his own, bringing together Lana and other styles, known as the Black House. This museum is itself a work of art.
Black embraces everything, even the darkness. Perhaps this was a representation of beauty to the artist.
To another artist, beauty means white, the color of Buddha's purity. He started rebuilding the Lana temple.
In reverence, he is still building the temple today, which has turned into a work of art.
You know, Lana also means a million rice fields.
Buildings here resemble the surrounding hills and fields. Your mind can be at ease here.
Maybe that's because each building was built by people who lived in harmony with nature.
And maybe because we all share that ideal.
태국에서는 지붕만 보고 다녀도 재미있어요. 태초의 건축은 지붕에서 시작되었다고 할 수 있는데요. 처음에는 햇빛과 열기, 눈과 비를 막기 위해 지붕을 만들었겠지만 점차 사람들은 지붕이 하늘과 인간을 이어주는 요소라고 생각하기 시작했죠. 태국의 지붕은 그 어느 곳보다도 다채롭습니다. 나무로 만든 박공이라는 경사 지붕이 기본 형태인데요. 이후 경사도를 높여 뾰족하게 하고 장신구를 달아 화려하게 만들었죠. 그리고 지붕을 여러 겹 쌓았습니다. 크기 대신 밀도를 택했던 거죠. 사원이나 왕궁은 여러 레이어를 가진 지붕으로 그 권위를 표현했습니다. 그렇게 완성된 지붕은 지붕 아래 공간을 신비롭게 만드는데요. 태국에서 불현듯 어떤 평화로운 순간을 경험했다면 그건 아마 오랜 시간 동안 이름 없는 장인이 쌓고 다듬었을 세상에서 단 하나뿐인 지붕 아래였을 가능성이 큽니다.
Imagine a waterway crowded with ships from all over the world. A city where unfamiliar faces, languages, and colors came together, following the wind and the currents for hundreds of years. This is Afamosa, the oldest European building in Asia.
After 500 years, there are just remnants of the fortress left, like this gate.
Foreigners arrived, each staking a claim. From the Portuguese, who built the stronghold, to the Dutch, and then the British, the church on the hill met the same fate.
You can now enjoy peace here.
This is the oldest Protestant church in Malaysia and the oldest Dutch building in Southeast Asia.
The red symbols of Malacca.
It wasn't originally red, constructed with bricks from the Netherlands and Malaccan red earth. It was first painted white. The exterior was repainted red much later on.
It's as if time stood still.
This is a Peranakan house built from memories of different homelands. Peranakans are descendants of foreign immigrants who settled and intermarried with local Malay people. This is another Peranakan style building, an early 20th.
And also, probably for those who are still outside of our conference venue, may we invite you inside as we are about to start. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, magandang umaga, mabuhay, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Sustainable Tourism Development Forum, co-hosted by the Philippine Department of Tourism and the ASEAN-Korea Center. And we extend all of you a warm welcome here in Palawan. Before we begin, we would like to show a video that we will be playing featuring the ASEAN Architecture and Culture Tour produced by the Culture and Tourism Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center, focusing on the diverse architecture and tourism of the Philippines. Now we present this video for the upcoming series featuring the 10 ASEAN member states. Now may we invite our Secretary General for the ASEAN-Korea Center to open this forum. Let's all welcome His Excellency Kim Hae-young.
안녕하십니까? Good morning, His Excellency. Good morning, His Excellency, Mr. Lee Sang-hwa, Ambassador of Republic of Korea to the Philippines, and Ms. Verona Buen Suceso, OIC Undersecretary for Tourism Department of the Philippine Department of Tourism, and Mr. David Almiro, Undersecretary for E-Government of the Department of ICT, and many other distinguished guests and speakers from ASEAN and Korea. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Sustainable Tourism Development Forum on exploring innovative tourism marketing strategies. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to our co-organizer, Philippine Department of Tourism, for their cooperation in organizing today's program. The video you just watched is a tourism promotional video for the 10 ASEAN member states. We proudly just presented this work for the first time at this forum. Against the backdrop of beautiful landscapes of Palawan, an island cited as most desirable island in the 21st Wanderlust Travel Award, we have gathered here today to delve into the innovative strategies that will shape the future landscape of tourism. In the preparation for this forum, I was reminded the last instance the ASEAN-Korea Center graced Puerto Princesa Palawan was during the ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop in 2018, held under the theme Discovering Palawan as an attractive ecotourism and natural heritage destination. Fast forward 5 dynamic years, the global tourism sector has undergone a remarkable transformation as we emerge from a global pandemic, as we face the era of ASEAN's digital economy. Digital marketing and technology play a pivotal role in steering tourism toward the future, prioritizing environmental responsibility and community empowerment and inclusiveness. Within this context, today's forum stands as a platform for meaningful dialogues, shared learning and collaboration. The digital transition in tourism is beyond necessity. It presents an opportunity to redefine the way we connect, we explore, and we promote beauty of ASEAN destinations. Tourism is now more than an economic driver. It has evolved into a bridge that connects cultures and fosters understanding and creates lasting memories. As we delve into the theme of exploring innovative tourism marketing strategies, we recognize the indispensable role of sustainability on this journey. In 2022, inbound tourism expenditures posted the highest growth, accounting for 6.2% of Philippines' GDP, with Korea emerging as the largest source market for international tourists. In the Philippines, the collaboration between nations becomes even more crucial. The forum will focus on digital marketing, big data, and broader implications of digitalization in the travel industry. In doing so, we aim to enhance the competitiveness of our tourism professionals and foster a deeper understanding of Korean tourists' behavior. Most importantly, I hope this occasion will create a stronger collaborative platform for shared insights and knowledge exchange between Korea and Philippines. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword. It is a commitment to preserving our natural wonders, and promoting responsible travel and ensuring the prosperity of local communities. In this regard, the theme for today's forum stands relevant and timely. With the insightful discussions to be held by distinguished speakers from both Korea and the Philippines, I hope it will provide practical guidelines for the tourism industry to build back better and further enhance mutual understanding between ASEAN and Korea on a socio-cultural front. Salamat. I thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Kim Hae-yong of the ASEAN-Korea Center. Now to give his congratulatory remarks, we are pleased to have with us the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines. Let's all welcome His Excellency Lee Sang-hwa.
Ambassador Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center, Honorable Verna C. Buen Suseso, Undersecretary for Tourism Development of Department of Tourism, Honorable David L. Almirol, Jr., Undersecretary for E-Government of the Department of Information and Communication Technology, representatives from the pertinent Philippine government agencies, tourism industry stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga and good morning. It is an honor to be here today in this tropical paradise of Palawan. Since my arrival in the Philippines, I have heard Korean residents saying that Palawan is better to be saved as the last place to visit because other travel attractions like Boracay, Bohol, Cebu, and Davao may be nice, but they would be less impressive if you visit Palawan first. After having visited these popular places and being here for the first time, I have to agree with their assessment. It is no overstatement to call Palawan a tropical paradise. Palawan's recent inclusion in the top 7 the best of the best world's most trending destinations by TripAdvisor is a well-deserved recognition. So I take my hat off to the organizers for choosing Palawan as the venue for this event. After all, Palawan is not just a slice of heaven for tourists. It is also recognized as a biodiversity corridor that is sanctuary for numerous marine and terrestrial species. So even before this forum was conceived, Palawan had already been serving as a model of sustainable tourism in harmony with nature. I'm especially thankful to Ambassador Kim Hae-yong, the Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center, for traveling all the way from Korea to be a part of this meaningful event. Since 2009, the center has been serving as a vital link between the two regions. His visit is a well-timed one, considering the 35th anniversary of the establishment of ASEAN-Korea dialogue relations, as well as the 75th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Korea and the Philippines this year. We are here to explore innovative tourism marketing strategies at a time when the race to attract tourists among countries is becoming ever more intense. The Philippines relies heavily on tourism as a key component of national development. Recently, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stressed the need for a more coherent strategy among tourism-related organizations in the country. A viable plan to further strengthen this sector is not only desirable, but imperative. In my humble opinion, there are 3 key ways that Palawan's appeal as a world-class tourist destination could be further enhanced. First, connectivity. foreign tourists are more likely to opt for cost-effective holidays, which I hope the Philippines can continue to offer. While I was ambassador in Myanmar, I noticed that 10 times more Korean tourists visited Siem Reap in Cambodia than the ancient city of Bagan in Myanmar. During my stint in Myanmar, there was no low-cost carrier to Bagan from Korea, while there were 4 to 5 to Siem Reap from Korea on a daily basis. While Palawan is undeniably an excellent option for nature lovers, I believe that there is a need to add more direct international flights and to further improve existing infrastructure for the benefit of tourists. Second, storytelling. I think there must be a unique narrative that would set Palawan apart from other Philippine tourist hubs. The shipwrecks of Coron Bay, for instance, could be the setting for the documentary or even historical film, in the same manner that Cambodia's tourism industry benefited significantly from Angelina Jolie movie Tomb Raider, filmed in Siem Reap. Of course, the Puerto Princesa, underground river, crown jewel of Palawan and UNESCO World Heritage, could be used to attract more tourists that would easily catch the attention of global savvy tourists. Third, perception or risk management. Given the location of Palawan, this aspect warrants particular attention. Peace and order in any travel destination is of paramount importance because it directly relates to the personal safety of tourists. In this respect, the Palawan government's announcement of Palawan as insurgency-free province and its declaration of Puerto Princesa as the first ever green justice city are welcome developments. They display the government's unwavering commitment to sustainable development. Last but not the least, I would like to say a few words about digital marketing. Korea has developed a success model, Visit Korea Data Lab, which is a website run by Korea Tourism Organization. The website collects and provides big data analysis on various information about foreign travelers to Korea. By supplying information on visitors' spending as well as communication and transportation patterns, this platform assists both public and civilian organizations in devising strategies to expand potential market and promote tourism. I believe the experience learned from this website can be shared with our Filipino partners. In closing, I am convinced that it is mutually beneficial for Korea and the Philippines to work in partnership to foster sustainable and innovative tourism. Korea, as you know well, is #1 country among foreign arrivals. And I believe this will continue to be the case in the coming years. As this year marks the Diamond Jubilee of diplomatic relations between our two countries, there will be ample opportunities to explore potentials and share ideas. So I hope today's forum can begin that process and generate many good suggestions. Again, my sincere congratulations to all. Thank you. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines. Now to deliver her welcome remarks on behalf of the host, we are pleased to welcome our OIC Undersecretary for Tourism Development and the head of the Philippine National Tourism Organization from the Philippine Department of Tourism. Let's all welcome Ms. Verna Buensuceso.
His Excellency Ambassador Kim Hae-wong, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, His Excellency Lee Sang-hwa, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines, Undersecretary David Almirol, our partner at the Department of Information and Communications Technology, our Director Roberto Alabado III of the Department of Tourism Mimaropa, our host region, represented by Ms. Gladys Quesea, and our very own Alex Makatuno, Head of the Culture and Tourism Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center, soon to return to our DOT fold. And I'd like to also acknowledge a few friends who are going to be part of this forum. Mr. Benito Bengzon Jr., our former DOT Undersecretary, and my former boss. Currently the Executive Director of the Philippine Hotel Owners Association, welcome. Ms. Maria Paz Alberto, the Chairperson of the PATA Philippine Chapter. Ms. Raquel Sabusido, the President of NITAS, and Dr. Twinkle Rodolfo, DOT's forever consultant and our moderator for today's event. And our speakers, the Department of Tourism's regional directors and family members, representatives of various tourism organizations, and the representatives from Palawan's host community, our fellow workers and advocates for Philippine tourism. Magandang umaga, good morning, annyeonghaseyo. On behalf of the Philippine Department of Tourism Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, we welcome you all to this Sustainable Tourism Development Forum on exploring innovative tourism marketing strategies. This is a collaboration with the ASEAN-Korea Center, and we at the Department of Tourism are very happy for the good attendance we have today representing our tourism stakeholders from the different regions of the country. We extend our sincerest gratitude to the ASEAN-Korea Center for spearheading the organization of this very timely forum, and we also extend our thanks to Ambassador Lee for also thinking of and pushing for the implementation of this program. We welcome our AKC Secretary General Lee to the Philippines on his very first visit to the country. Thank you for contributing to our tourist numbers from Korea, our #1 tourism source market for the Philippines. As you may recall, in 2019, we had about 1.9 million visitors coming from Korea. And last year, we're happy to note that we already received more than 1.4 million tourists coming from Korea. So you still remain our #1 tourist market. Thank you very much for that. The Philippines is a country blessed with 7,641 islands, considered to be one of 18 mega biodiverse countries of the world. We contain 2/3 of the Earth's biodiversity, and I think between 70 to 80% of the world's plant and animal species. The Philippines ranks 5th when it comes to the number of plant species, and it maintains 5% of the world's flora. We are also known to be at the center of marine biodiversity in the world. Thus, it comes as no surprise that the Philippines has garnered quite a number of awards, and in 2023, we owned the distinction of becoming the World Travel Awards World's Leading Dive Destination, World's Leading Beach Destination, a Global Tourism Resilience Awardee for the very first time. And as you know, Condé Nast Traveler always mentions the Philippines as among the top 10 Reader's Choice awardees in terms of our islands. And cited here are our islands of Boracay, of Palawan, and Siargao. So with the richness of our natural resources, sustainability has always been at the core of the Philippine Departments of Tourism strategies. As you know, Republic Act 9593, also known as the Tourism Act of the Philippines, stipulates that the state recognizes sustainable tourism development as integral to national socio-economic development efforts. And the state also seeks to promote a tourism industry that is ecologically sustainable, responsible, participative, culturally sensitive, economically viable, and ethically and socially equitable for our local communities. Sustainability, as you know, is also at the core of our Blueprint for Tourism Development, the Philippine National Tourism Development Plan for 2023 to 2028. And it envisions a tourism industry that is anchored on the strength of the Filipino culture, our heritage, our identity, and it aims to be sustainable, resilient, and competitive. It aspires to be a tourism powerhouse in Asia. From a regional perspective, our ASEAN region is also blessed with an incredibly rich biodiversity. The region has the highest proportion of endemic bird and mammal species, about 9 and 11%, and the highest proportion of endemic vascular plant species compared to other tropical regions of the world. More than 2,000 species have been discovered in the ASEAN region over the past 2 decades. And in terms of marine biodiversity, of course, the region hosts the Coral Triangle, the most extensive and diverse coral reefs in the world. So with the richness of Southeast Asia's natural resources, it is only fitting that sustainability is also at the core of the ASEAN Tourism Strategic Plan for 2016 to 2025. And the vision stipulates that by 2025, ASEAN will be a quality tourism destination offering a unique, diverse ASEAN experience, and it will be committed to responsible, sustainable, inclusive, and balanced tourism development to contribute significantly to the socio-economic well-being of the ASEAN people. We just came back from Vientiane in Lao PDR, where we participated in the ASEAN Tourism Ministers meeting. And during the session with the +3 countries of China, Japan, and the Republic of the Korea, the +3 representatives echoed this call for sustainability in the tourism industry as the tourism sector continues to recover from the pandemic. Our president, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., underscored also during the 24th ASEAN Republic of Korea Summit held in Indonesia last September, ASEAN's strong partnership with the Republic of Korea on preserving biodiversity throughout the years, including the enhanced protection of migratory species and the conservation of their wetland habitats. So the Philippines thanks Korea for its consistent support for the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity located in the Philippines in fulfilling the vision of conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. So today, we continue our partnership with Korea on sustainability initiatives. And this time, we are focusing on exploring innovative tourism marketing strategies and strengthening the competitiveness and capacity of our tourism professionals when it comes to digital marketing and digital solutions in order to maximize the use of digital technologies in Philippine tourism. During the 26th ASEAN +3 Summit, again held in Jakarta, our president highlighted that the creative industry is important in ASEAN's regional economic integration in its agenda, particularly the fostering of innovation and digitalization. He mentioned that ASEAN must increase the accessibility to digital infrastructure and provide opportunities to enhance digital literacy and digital upskilling as a way of making sure that no one member is left behind as we embrace an increasingly digital future. So our forum today is a concrete response to this call. As we continue to prioritize sustainable tourism and digitalization as key elements to ensure the continued growth of the tourism industry, we are also pleased to share that the Philippines, through the DOT, has been appointed the lead country coordinator for the development of the ASEAN Tourism Strategic Plan post-2025. And based on an initial survey that we conducted among our ASEAN member states, digitalization has been identified as a key concern and a key focus area for the post-2025 plan. So we are sure that this forum will certainly provide invaluable inputs as we prepare to craft this plan. The Philippines is really very happy to co-host this forum, and we are excited to learn from the best practices both from Korea and in the Philippines that will be shared by our esteemed speakers and panelists who are with us today. Again, thank you very much to our speakers and to all of you, our participants from across the land, for taking time to be with us. We look forward to our fruitful and meaningful discussions as we all continuously work for a tourism industry that is sustainable, inclusive, and digitally powered. Maraming salamat, kamsahamnida, and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, OIC Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso. May we please invite you once again on stage, as well as our Secretary General, Mr. Kim Hae-yong, and Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa to be on stage for a photo opportunity. Okay. Okay, official photo, please. Now, may we request our three distinguished guests to please remain on stage, and may we invite all our distinguished speakers to join our Secretary General, Ambassador, and Philippine DOT Undersecretary, please, together with our Head of Culture and Tourism Unit from the ASEAN-Korea Center, Mr. Alex Makatuno, and of course our moderator, Dr. Twinkle Rodolfo. We invite all our speakers and our moderator to join the photo op. If we can do the ASEAN way also. ASEAN way. All right. ASEAN way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give a big round of applause once again to our Secretary General Kim Hae-yong, Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, and OIC Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso, together with our speakers for today. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed with our coffee break. And of course, we would like to invite all of our guests. Our food is served, and also some refreshments outside. And for our VIPs, you will be escorted to the VIP area. Thank you very much.
Language and to architecture.
To make this land their new home.
The Ipoh railway station still makes an amazing first impression. It's called Ipoh's Taj Mahal. The town hall, another symbol of Ipo.
Pieces of each person's homeland fit together to make a house and eventually build a city.
Just as British and Malay styles were blended to make this unique building.
I wonder how they lived together with their different customs.
They found the courage to build a new home here. Among the limestone hills and palm tree forests of Ipo lies a mansion.
The dream of a mining tycoon.
He embraced styles and techniques to create the most impressive house. His family left the area and the mansion was forgotten for 100 years. It was claimed by nature before being reborn as a castle.
One person's dream became a place loved by everyone.
According to legend, Malacca and Ipo are both named after trees.
The forest and the city are alike. And that they appear to stand still, but are in fact constantly changing.
말레이시아에서는 옆집과 벽을 공유하는 집들을 많이 볼 수 있습니다. 양쪽 벽을 옆집과 함께 쓰면 어떤 일이 벌어질까요? 우선 여러 집이 모여 자연스럽게 긴 길을 이루게 되고요. 그 길을 따라 건물 앞모습이 저마다 특색을 갖게 됩니다. 말레이시아는 예로부터 다양한 문화가 유입된 다민족 국가예요. 그 다양성이 전면 벽에서도 드러나는 거죠. 저는 이런 풍경이 사람들이 모여 사는 모습과도 비슷하다고 생각합니다. 자세히 들여다보면 조금씩 다른 모습이 보이거든요. 벽의 색깔이나 문양, 창문, 문손잡이, 우편함, 번호판 이런 것들 하나하나 보고 있으면 참 재미있어요. 저는 이게 바다를 건너온 사람들이 모여 살아온 말레이시아의 건축을 보는 방법이라고 생각합니다.
According to legend, a sea dragon and a fairy gave birth to 100 children, who scattered across the land and built a kingdom. Over the next 1,000 years, countless people passed through Hanoi. Hanoi's architecture is as complex as its history. Baroque, neoclassical, Art Deco. In a century, this foreign-style building became a landmark of the city. The east and west collide and converge within a single building. Enduring rainstorms in the sun, this resilient architecture has stood the test of time. This composite structure is reminiscent of Hanoi's history. People with diverse cultural backgrounds have crafted Hanoi's unique culture together. The neo-Gothic cathedral in the old city center also harbors a story of its own. The toothed decoration on the tiled roof is a rare feature. Living in a densely populated city requires a flexible mindset. That's how the Nyaong was created, a unique multi-purpose building known as a tube house. Tube houses embrace different ways of life. They are long, thin, tall houses that are modified as necessary. Sometimes they have been reinterpreted to suit the times, by overlaying traditional ceramic tiles, for example. Tube houses pose a question. How do different people live together in a single city? This neighborhood's centuries-long pottery-making heritage is channeled into a pottery museum. A bamboo dome modeled after traditional roofs greets visitors. This is how Hanoi writes new history, cherishing tradition while coexisting with nature. A concrete building in the city center is a protagonist in this new history. It was designed to block out harsh sunlight and complement the natural environment. So that Hanoi can remain for the next 1,000 years with modern architecture as its gardens. The river that has birthed lakes and nurtured cities. It is the path Vietnamese people have long walked. Between the ridges that took the running stream thousands of years to shape, the ancient Vietnamese built their first capital. Centuries later, outlanders built cathedrals, stacked with local stone and wood, topped with Vietnamese-style roofs. By embracing otherness, a unique aesthetic was unveiled. Over many years, people have traveled long distances to gather in Hanoi. Those who have sustained the city for 1,000 years now envision a future together with the land. And like the river, their 1,000-year history will continue to flow for another 1,000 years.
베트남에선 길의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 건축은 혼자 존재하지 않거든요. 건축에는 반드시 그곳에 이르는 길이 있고 그 길은 건물 내부의 사적인 통로로 이어집니다. 이곳 사람들은 그 길을 통해 좋은 기운이 들어올 거라고 생각했어요. 베트남에서 자주 볼 수 있는 좁은 폭의 튜브하우스는 하나의 길을 최대한 많은 사람이 공유하고자 했던 건축적 결과물이죠. 세상의 모든 것에는 기운이 담겨있고 그 기운이 길을 통해 집안까지 흐른다고 믿었던 전통적인 베트남의 인식은 현대까지 이어지는데요. 베트남 건축을 경험하는 방법 중에 하나는 자기 자신이 좋은 기운이 되었다고 가정해 보는 겁니다. 도시의 한 지점에서부터 집으로 가는 길과 대문을 거쳐 방에 이르는 모든 과정을 흐름으로 느껴보는 거죠. 이렇게 이어지는 장면들로 완성되는 이곳의 건축은 베트남 도시를 흘러다니는 오토바이 무리와 제법 어울린다는 생각도 듭니다. 베트남어로 길은 드엉이라고 하는데 드엉은 설탕이란 뜻도 갖고 있어요. 베트남 커피에 담긴 달콤한 연유를 느끼듯 자신만의 길을 걸으며 건축을 음미해보는 시간을 추천드립니다.
Life on an island is a life of endless waves. Living with the waves, accepting the rhythm.
What were they holding on to?
Love, faith, and a new beginning. The fortress stood here for over 500 years, withstanding fires and earthquakes.
The walls are made of coral, hardened by thousands of years to build this fortress.
Hard enough to build a house of 4 generations. This is Balai Natisa, a mansion that combines styles of Filipino, Spanish, and Chinese.
In the hallway that expanded with a growing family, at the window where the youth sang of love.
Imagine all those stories of 100 years. The people in Cebu have long danced the Sinug, a prayer mirroring the waves of the ocean. The dance has been fused with Catholicism to produce its modern form.
They continue the dance to pray.
To honor the first cross, the story of strangers becoming one.
For embracing the unfamiliar is knowing how to move along with the waves, holding on to everything precious.
You can feel that spirit even at the new airport. The ceilings here reflect the waves and the traditional houses of the country.
What is the story of this place?
500 years ago, an image of Santo Niño was found undamaged in the rubble of a fire. A basilica was built around it.
So it became the guardian of the oldest church in the Philippines.
The cathedral took almost 300 years to complete. It was built low and sturdy to withstand typhoons and earthquakes.
So it can last forever.
Here, 100 walls come together to form one chapel.
Standing apart yet together, it must be a way of living in union.
Bahay Nabato is a mansion that brings together Filipino and Spanish styles.
Capiz shells as window panes and rocks of the ocean as walls.
When you open all the doors, the labyrinth of rooms connects into one.
For 100 years, it was passed down from mother to daughter and generations thereafter.
There is also a story hidden within this jungle.
Is this place deserted?
It was an Italian-style mansion built in memory of love. As intruders tried to occupy it, people here burned it down until only the frame remained.
The love and longing of its owner still remains in sight.
Bacolod is called the City of Smiles.
Why is that?
Around 40 years ago, the people of Bacolod were grieving. To lift their spirits, an artist created a mask with a big smile, and thus the festival continues, preserving that spirit.
The spirit of joy, love, and faith.
필리핀은 태풍이 잦다 보니 다른 나라에 비해 지붕이 낮은 편입니다. 차분하게 자세를 낮춘 건물들이 많죠. 반면에 석재를 많이 사용했던 편이라 안정적인 느낌도 주곤 합니다. 바다 건너 어떤 존재가 들이닥칠지 모를 이곳에서 집은 안식처이기도 하고 안전한 은신처이기도 합니다. 그래서 벽을 견고하게 세웠고 상대적으로 창은 절제된 형태와 크기로 설치했어요. 외부와 분리된 내부 공간을 만들어주면서도 안에 있는 사람의 존재를 드러내며 외부와 소통하는 통로의 역할을 하도록 말이죠. 창에는 지역성이 담긴 디테일이 들어가는데요. 한 예로 시선은 막지만 빛은 받아들이는 전통적인 창을 만들었습니다. 창살을 촘촘하게 한 다음 반투명한 조개 껍데기를 유리 대신에 붙이는 거죠. 마음을 편하게 해주는 창가 자리 하나를 찾는 것. 저는 이게 필리핀 건축 여행의 시작이라고 생각합니다.
A story of extending land above water across 2 centuries.
Of a city that dreamed of a garden. New buildings are designed with the future of the city
And the beauty of nature in mind.
This building has a green heart. Its central garden is home to over 300 species of plants.
It reminds us of nature, even in the middle of urban life.
Schools are no longer bound by classrooms, walls, and ideas are shared across disciplines.
With boundaries knocked down, it has become a balcony, corridor, and garden, all at the same time.
So everyone can meet and interact casually. On the land built above the sea is the central business district. There lies a garden of the future.
Speakers for all of you today. So may we request all our delegates, for those of you who are still outside the ballroom area, may we invite you inside so that we can proceed with our sessions this morning. Thank you. So for the first presentation today, we are pleased to have with us the head of Culture and Tourism Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center to give us an overview of the entire program of our ASEAN-Korea Center. So let's all welcome for our first presenter, Mr. Alex Makatuno.
Good morning, everyone. Excellency, Secretary General, of course, our distinguished speakers, our moderator, our partners in the industry, and of course, all these good-looking and the beautiful ladies and gentlemen inside of the room and even outside of the room. So, good morning, everyone. I'm happy that I can see faces, new, familiar, and particularly new faces who are actually here joining us for this forum. Before I start with my presentation, I just want to show you a short video about ASEAN-Korea Center, and then I'll be focusing on the Culture and Tourism Unit, which is my unit in AKC.
The ASEAN-Korea Center was established back in 2009 with a vision to build a lasting and genuine partnership between ASEAN and Korea. The center contributes to promoting shared prosperity between ASEAN and Korea by expanding trade and investment by facilitating cooperation in future industries. We aim to strengthen sustainable and future-oriented cooperation in culture and tourism, and promote mutual understanding and respect by expanding two-way cultural exchanges between ASEAN and Korea. The center is also laying the foundations for the establishment of the future community of ASEAN and Korea, by raising public awareness on the importance of ASEAN-Korea partnership and facilitating exchanges among the youth and professionals of the two regions.
Thank you. I just want to focus my presentation on the organizational structure of ASEAN-Korea Center. As you can see on screen, we have the council. Just to inform everyone that the council is, the member of the council are the ambassadors from ASEAN countries, or a duly representative from the headquarters, meaning from the ASEAN countries. And then we have the executive board, which is the policy and at the same time approving body. And we have the secretariat, which is the ASEAN-Korea Center. And ASEAN-Korea Center has 4 major units. So one is the DPGAU, or we called it, it's the planning and the external affairs. And at the same time, we have the trade and investment unit. We have the information and data, and the last but not least is actually our unit, which is culture and tourism unit. As you can see on screen, we have the countries. Right now, from 2021 to 2023, those are the countries that are under secondment to ASEAN-Korea Center. So the color orange, which is me as a representative from the Philippines. But for effective March 1, 2024, until another 3 years, it will be taken by these countries from Malaysia, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Singapore. So I actually agreed and eventually applied for this position because my former deputy minister mentioned before that it will take 27 years before it will be given again to the Philippines to be head of the Culture and Tourism Unit. And I agree with that, 27 years for CTU, okay? And then the following slides are just our accomplishment and some of the programs that we implemented covering the period of 2021 to 2023. We have this ASEAN Culture and Tourism e-library. This e-library is a year, 1 year, or it's actually a year-round online program wherein we have so many contents on culture and tourism. And we recently revamped the website of the ASEAN-Korea Center so that we would be able to accommodate more contents. We also tried our best to translate all the contents on culture and tourism from the ASEAN and Korea into English. So as of September, since it was launched, we had this 14,500 views in YouTube. So please try to visit our social media. I am promoting our social media, Facebook, Instagram. And just to inform everyone that right now, we are actually live stream in the YouTube of ASEAN-Korea Center. So they are, it's actually being shown worldwide. Sorry. So for the programs that ASEAN-Korea Center, particularly CTU, is implementing, we have this signature program which is called as ASEAN Week. For 2021, we had this ASEAN Week, which is the Journey of Rice. The theme is Journey of Rice, of ASEAN and Rice, the universe as universal of grain. I just want you to focus your attention also that I am highlighting the Philippine contribution for this particular ASEAN Week. As you can see, we have the keeping from Quezon, from Quezon province, and at the same time the container that's actually there is from I think also from Ilocos, if I'm not mistaken. So this particular ASEAN Week is being exhibited at COEX in 2021, and as you can see, we reach about 56,000 views in our social media, particularly in YouTube. In 2022, we also featured the fabric of ASEAN, and we had this Ancient Features, Treasures of ASEAN fabric. And for the Philippines, we actually showcased the Cordillera fabric from Banawe Rice Terraces. And it was participated by, of course, our ambassadors in ASEAN and the Secretary General. And we reached about 3.8 million views in YouTube. In 2023, this is very recent, we had this ASEAN Week and we actually featured the pots of ASEAN, 11 pots, 11 colors of ASEAN. And for Philippine contribution, we provided the AKC, the Buri Metro hanging lamp and baskets, and we were able to reach 2.5 million views in YouTube. So why I keep on saying, YouTube, this is a way of promoting whatever we have in ASEAN countries, not just from the Philippines, but from the rest, from the 9 countries of ASEAN. So, this is just a teaser video of 11 pots, 11 colors. So if you want to watch the full video, please subscribe, like our social media, please do. And then in terms of the tourism promotional video, a while ago it was shown, the video, the 10 countries promotional video for ASEAN. But I just want to mention that in 2022, the Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, we also developed and produced a promotional video. And in 2023, we had the remaining countries of ASEAN. And I'm happy to share with you that the ASEAN-Korea Center, CTU, was able to produce the promotional video, common promotional video for ASEAN. So, and this is under the theme of architecture and culture tour. So I'll show you the video. This is just a teaser. again, if you want to watch the full video, please watch it in our YouTube channel. Subscribe now. You have the QR code on your table. Please scan and subscribe. And the Secretary General would be very happy with that one. So another program that we have in AKC, CTU, is the ASEAN Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop. So this capacity building workshop, sometimes it's being held as a whole ASEAN country, or sometimes it's a bilateral arrangement with each member states of ASEAN. So in 2021, we had this bilateral capacity building program with Lao PDR. So you can see on screen. And then in 2022, we had this bilateral, this is actually a seminar also in Brunei. And in 2023, this is also recent, we just had our capacity building program in Luang Prabang. I just want to inform everyone, with the permission of the Secretary General, but for 2024, there will be a program, a bilateral program for the Philippines. So, because this bilateral program is being held every other year. So it's a biannual program. And we have this seminar on ASEAN Korea tourism, and we usually invite representatives from ASEAN countries. As you can see, we have in 2021, because 2021 it's still, it's still COVID. I mean, the COVID is still there, and we are trying to control the movement of people, and also we did some program which is hybrid, and we have the YouTube anyway that we can show the program. So in 2022 we have also a hybrid program, and as you can see, we are reaching, the online streaming reach 1,000 or more, less than 2,000 viewers. And in 2023, we had it in Seoul. The theme is Meet the Locals Towards Sustainable ASEAN-Korea Tourism 2023. For the representative of the Philippines, I think it's the provincial board member from Cebu joined this program in Seoul. And of course, because Korea is known for, for K-pop, we introduced another program by collaborating with the WCIF. We organized this World Cultural Industry Forum by having a session, special talks on creative economy with ASEAN young people. And we invited, the CTU AKC invited 4 vloggers, influencers from Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, and who else? Vietnam. And for the Philippines, we invited Kring Kim. I don't know if you are familiar with Kring Kim. Kring Kim is an influencer, a vlogger, a producer, and she's also a key player in bringing some concerts, Korean concerts, Korean artists in the Philippines. So as you can see, we had this viewers which is online, about 18 million. So please, you can still watch this in our YouTube. Even the previous event that we had a couple years ago, you can see it and you can watch it. So this is just a preview of the WCIF.
Welcome to the 4th World Cultural Industry Forum.
Now is the time for young creators and influencers to lead balanced two-way exchanges. They are future shapers and can level the ground by creatively using resources as consumers and producers.
again, please subscribe so that you can watch it, the full video. So in 2022, through the initiative of the Secretary General, we also established this Jeju ASEAN Hall in Jeju. We all know that Jeju is a destination for Korea. So we established this one. This is actually a home of ASEAN artifacts and ASEAN diversity. It was in 2022. And up to now, it's still there, and we keep on changing some of the items there. So if you have time to visit Jeju, please visit our Jeju ASEAN Hall. And at the same time, we also have this ASEAN collection in the office in ASEAN-Korea Center in Seoul. So if if you will be able to visit Seoul, please drop by to our office so that you will see the diversity of ASEAN with all these artifacts and with all these collections that we have in two halls, one in Jeju and one in Seoul. And of course, this probably my last slide. This is a kind of a special program by AKC. As I have mentioned, we will be having our bilateral for next year, for this year, sorry, for 2024. But we had this program simply because we believe that this is an opportune time for AKC also to provide this kind of assistance in how we will be able to explore the innovative tourism marketing strategies. And that's actually the reason why we invited a very able and very distinguished speakers, both from Korea and from the Philippines. So we aim to achieve the strengthening the competitiveness, of course, of the digital marketing for Philippines, particularly for Palawan. And at the same time, we would like to enhance the understanding of the Korean tourist and the behavioral behavioral trends. Later on, our colleague from Sky Planet will be showcasing, will present a very special result of the survey, particularly for Palawan and Puerto Princesa. And last but not least, I just want to end my presentation by showing you this one. This is actually a publication. And this is, as you can see, the publication and photos. I just want to share with you that there are the 8 richness or 30 diversities of Palawan, the destinations, the food and all. It's actually published in this Travel magazine. And the Travel magazine is it's the one of the biggest circulated travel and tourism magazine in Korea, both online and offline. So I'm happy to share with you that that Puerto Princesa and other provinces is actually here, and it's now already circulated in Seoul or in Korea, and both online and offline. So with that, I hope that we will have a very fruitful discussion, and we expect your active participation. So with that, thank you very much, and good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Makatuno, for giving us the overview of the AKC. And now, without further delay, we are excited to hear our first speaker for session 1, who will be presenting on navigating trends, understanding Korean tourists in the digital tourism landscape. Let's all welcome the Associate Dean of College of Hotel and Tourism Management at Kyung-hee University, Dr. Bae So-young.
Mabuhay! Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Is it correct? Yeah, my name is So-young Bae, a professor at Kyung-hee University in South Korea. So it's my great honor and pleasure to be here in this forum, and thank you so much for inviting me to this beautiful island. So today, I would like to share some of the major travel trends, especially in the digital tourism landscape, to help you better understand actually the overview of travel behaviors among Korean tourists. So COVID-19, the world went through the complete chaos over the past couple of years, from 2022 through 2020 to 2022. Yes, so it was a dark period actually, right? But however, thanks to the strong resilience that global tourism industry has shown, tourism industry has remarkably rebounded over the last year in 2023. So according to the UNWTO statistics, the global industry has actually recovered up to 90%. As you see from here, the graph, there was a very sharp decline in 2020, right after the pandemic hit. But it actually shows the gradual recovery. And right now, the recovery level is almost comparable to the pre-pandemic level, right? And especially this significant recovery is notable in the area of Middle East and also the Europe. This is the table of recovery status of top 10 destinations compared to 2019, which is the pre-pandemic level. So as I mentioned before, the countries in Europe, they have shown the recovery. If you look at the number, like France and Spain and UK, they have shown strong recovery level. And there is one Asian country right here, Thailand, and it's still on the recovery process. The recovery percent, it's about like 70. So this is the information of Philippines. So the graph on your left side, the top line that represents the status of 2019, and the bottom, this line represents the data of 2022. And the one in the middle, the orange line, that's actually the line of 2023, which indicates actually Philippines is also on the recovery process. And on your right side, on average, those Philippine tourism industry overall has recovered up to 70%. Here, I would like to actually show you my deep respect and appreciation to every single one of you who are here from public sector and also the private sector who has, persevered and endured and shown strong support and strengthened in this tourism industry of Philippines. Then, what does Korea actually mean to tourism in Philippines? So as Ms. Vorna mentioned already, I think Korea loves Philippines very much. Even from the before pandemic period, actually Korean tourists constitutes a fair amount of percentage of the total visitors. So this is the data come from 2023, and out of the total number of visitors, the number of South Korean tourists, it constitutes for about a quarter in general, and it creating a substantial lead over the second ranking country, United States, which means I think it will be very helpful for us to have a better understand travel behaviors and also the travel pattern of Korean tourists. So this is the brief table indicating the travel trend of Korean tourists from 2023, the last year. So as you see from here, over the past 3 months, about 70% of domestic travelers, they actually made the trips within Korea. And about the 30% of the Korean people, they left abroad. And average travel period, usually Korean people made domestic travel for 1 or 2 nights only, whereas international travels for over 5 nights. And here, as you see from their budget, they usually spend about 75,000 pesos per international travel, with the average spending of 11,000 pesos. And it seems like they spend much more money on their international travel compared to the domestic ones. Their consumption becomes really bigger, And many of the experts, they anticipate that this kind of trend will maintain this year as well. Another interesting point here is that almost 80% of the Korean tourists, they prefer traveling within Asia. Why do you think so? Yes, it's close. So accessibility, that actually matters for Korean people. And that actually will be the same here for the future travel planning on the bottom column. And one of the preferred activities among Koreans is actually enjoying the nature, which is a big opportunity for this island of Palawan. This table actually shows the big gap in travel preferences among Korean tourists. So obviously the top line, their preferences on Asia. So they like to visit destinations in Asia, over like 80% almost. And there is a big gap here, down here, lots of destinations in other continents, Europe, Pacific, Americas, others, Africas. So there is a big gap actually. In this table indicates the top 10 outbound travel destinations on a country basis. So 3-4 years ago, before the pandemic season, so the top 3 destinations for Korean tourists was Japan, Vietnam, and China. And Philippines is also the top player as well. And 2023, a big change right there. Japan, Vietnam, and Thailand, and Philippines, so right next to that place. So here, actually, I heard that in the Philippines, same thing happens. The Japan recently has gained immense popularity among Korean people as a tourism destination. Why do you think Korean tourists like Japan so much? Once again, it's so close. Yeah, it's like 2-hour flights, right? So basically, people just leave after their work on Friday night, and they can easily return on Sunday. So that's what typical 20-30 age group, what they do. And also, there are lots of like content appealing to Korean tourists as well, and great cuisine. And another thing, that's something that we can't really control, but favorable exchange rate at this moment. So lots of Korean people go there and shop a lot these days, and I think they try to take advantage of this favorable situation. So, attracting tourists, it's been always a big challenge faced by tourism destinations, right? Especially after the significant changes in the, after the COVID pandemic situations. To attract more tourists, everybody is talking about this marketing. Then, let's go back to the basic. So what is actually the essence of the marketing? Simple, but very tough questions to answer, right? So first of all, according to the classic definition from academia, marketing is something that we provide value to the customers. Then, obviously, we can build strong relationships with our customers. And based on those sustained relationships, ultimately, we will be able to gain something valuable from customers in return. We will get their purchase, we will get their loyalty, we will get their love, ultimately, right? Here's another question. What's the digital marketing then? If you look at this word cloud, you may relate digital marketing with such terms like technology or email, communication, SEO, search engine optimization, technology, and many more, right? But as you can anticipate, you need to remember that the essence of marketing is pretty much the same as the classic marketing, which is, the digital marketing is all about providing value to the customers, building a strong relationship, and also creating lots of interaction with our target customers. And based on those relationships, we get lots of things additional value from them in return. So based on this big picture, I'd like to continue my presentation. So, not like the other distinguished speakers, I'm from academia. So, I would like to introduce one model, but I can guarantee that I wouldn't bore you, okay? So don't worry. Here's one model called IDMA. So in the past, lots of marketers, they like to use this model to understand their customers. So it represents attention, interest, desire, and memory, and action. Let's say you watch the TV commercial. There is your favorite model wearing the clothes, brief clothes, with a beautiful bag. Genuinely, you feel like, wow, I'm interested in it. So you want to buy it. Then you realize the reality. You don't have money with you. So you will keep them in your memory and you wait until when? The salary date. And then you make action. You try to purchase the product, right? That's the typical process when you are exposed to the commercial. But in the past, the thing is, mostly advertising message was very much one way. So corporate-driven message. So consumers were rather at a very passive atmosphere where like company-driven message were delivered over and over and over again. There is no further room for engaging with customers in the past. But if you think about it, a great invention, smartphone these days, right? After this, we have smartphone. We realized that, we need a different model to understand our customers, which is called ISAS model. Why? Because customer behavior has been changed a lot in this digital world. Attention, interest, pretty much the same. But the most distinctive behavior between these two models is actually search. So these days, when you are exposed to many different stimuli around you, what do? You usually search right away. And then sometimes action occurs right there at the same time when you search something. Especially these days in Korea, many of the travel companies, they try to sell their travel package through live commerce channel. That means when they try to search the information from those live commerce, there is lots of like call to action elements right there. They can make purchase right there when they search information. So those search, action, those stages occur mostly at the same time. Another prominent behavior in this digital landscape, which is sharing. That's pretty obvious, right? So here in this digital landscape, very, very interactive. Consumers are no more passive, but rather very, very proactive. And they sometimes becomes a fan of a brand and represent the company as well. And they are influenced by other peer consumers or peer travelers a lot. So, you all have smartphone. Every day you are connected to this smart world, smart space. So this space is sometimes working as your leisure, sometimes a space for your playful time, and sometimes for your entertainment. And also this is a great digital billboard for the corporate. So many of people actually ask the question like, okay, what's the popular digital marketing platform these days? But I can say every platform is actually the marketing platform in this digital landscape. And another feature in this digital landscape, we can access abundance of data set. You know, sometimes when you are on the social media, you are surprised because, wow, how does this thing know what I searched in this morning? And it keeps showing you lots of commercial related to that, right? So unconsciously, there are lots of data created based on your behaviors online. So that means online data, Wi-Fi data, and credit card data, public transportation data. There are lots of data that travel industry can fully utilize. For what? There are lots of benefits out of this data, but the utmost very important benefit out of it, it's actually better identify the target. In the past, that was we target, it's like a mass media, mass message to mass target. But right now, that kind of data help us to better deliver our message in more efficient manner to our intended target more effectively. So, in the later part of my presentation, I would like to share some of the actual examples representing each of the steps in this ISIS model, okay? So, the first step was attention and interest, right? Imagine, how many informations you were exposed even in a single day. Literally a flood of information. It is very, very tough to grab attention and interest from the public, right? So that means creative content, that's what really matters, to catch people's attention. I would like to introduce one quick example of promotional video for tourism made by Korea Tourism Organization. So because of the time, I can't show it at this moment, but I'm pretty sure that in the afternoon session, the representative from KTO will be able to show this whole video. So this is kind of a teaser, okay? So last year, there was one promotional video titled, "If Van Gogh Visited Korea." Have you ever used ChatGPT recently? Yes. So you can basically ask lots of questions, and they will answer whatever you ask, right? So let's assume that, okay, can you visualize Korea? What would this AI answer? Yes, of course, with very arrogant tone, right? And then this AI thing will ask you back, I can visualize Korea, but in what style you want me to visualize Korea? So this video actually captures the Korean sceneries, lots of beautiful spots in the style of popular painters such as Van Gogh in history, from 11 different painters. But who actually created this video? All made by AI. So it was from machine learning process. So basically those AI, they studied the patterns of all popular painters over and over and over again. They provided the output. So they actually visualized the sceneries of Korea in each of those painters' style. So you'll be able to see the whole video in this afternoon, okay? So after those people watch this video, the potential tourists, they feel like, wow, this is fascinating. Promotional videos, it's not like the one from the past. Very innovative. And then they get to be more interested in it, and they show the strong intention to visit Korea after watching this video. And another intriguing point here, what grabs people's attention and interest these days is actually the place featured on the media content. How many of you has watched Korean content? Maybe Netflix content? A lot of you, pretty much like everybody, yeah? Academically, we call it as cultural familiarity, which means if a place is featured on the media content, you watch it over and over again, and you feel like, wow, I feel very attached to this place. This place seems to be very familiar with me. And then you develop genuine intention to visit there. So those contents becomes a trigger to build a strong intention to visit some places. So 81% of the Korean travelers and over 50% globally have said that, okay, I have searched for or booked a destination featured on a TV program or the media contents. This is not just limited to the content from mass media, but also from like YouTube channel and a lot more these days. So, if you find some places from the drama very interesting and you feel like, oh, I want to go there, you have a strong desire, what would you do? You Google it immediately, right? That's what you usually do. The next step is search process. And Korean people like to use Korean search engine Naver. This is one of the popularly used search engine. So I entered one of the destinations in Vietnam called Dalat. And then this Naver portal website actually provides the statistical data of the search volume. So this x-axis, it represents the period, and those y-axis, that's the search volume. So over the given period, 2018 and 2024, here between 2022 and 2023, there was a peak, the largest volume of search. As you see from here, 3 points stand out, right? Here, here, and over there. So I was genuinely curious because I'm a researcher as well. So I tried to search it and realized that that is the point where those destinations were featured on the media contents, especially TV travel shows and entertainment program. So even though the search volume kind of decreased after 2020 because of the pandemic, if you see over there, 2022 and 2023, there is a gradual increase after the broadcast, right? So Korean people prefer actually choosing a destinations featured on the media contents much more than the social media. Another thing, important channel, social media, absolutely. Especially for 2030, like MZ generations. YouTube and Instagram, those two of the channels are very, very popular also among Korean people as well. And this thing has been prominent after the pandemic season as well. So the influence of YouTube and SNS channel, it's very, very strong, even more than like official channel, because they want experience-based information, much more than like a very specific description provided by official sources. Another interesting point, this is dominant as well, the use of generative AI to plan the travel. In 2023, about 17% of Korean tourists, they actually plan their vacation through AI chatbot. Basically, you input the information, your preferred travel partner, your preferred period, your preferred activities, and then within a minute, it brings you the recommended travel routes right away. In the past, that kind of curations and recommendations were not that much highly sophisticated. So sometimes you get the very disappointing result. Oh, I wouldn't travel with this given route. But these days, based on those AI and also big data based those routes, it brings lots of high satisfaction of potential tourists. Also, many of the OTA try to incorporate those AI to operate their actually chatbot, the customer service, to better engage consumer with them. And also, this brings like tailored service, just like the human service. So lots of people utilize this kind of service as well. As I mentioned before, in this digital era, search and action, many times it occurs at the same time. Hana Tour, it's one of the leading travel agency in Korea. They started to sell their travel package through a live commerce channel. And about half of these users are actually 20-30 age group customers. And they try to offer like seamless experience throughout multiple online channel to prompt their purchase action right away, especially when they try to search information. So those use of multiple online channel in the strategic manner, that is very, very important. the last stage of this model, as I said, sharing process. That's very distinctive and also prominent feature of consumers in these digital landscapes. So I don't even need to further mention, right? Oh, sorry. And if you look at this model, even though I explain each step, like step-by-step process, but I need to highlight that this is actually not a linear process. It's very much interactive process. You know what? Those shared content, it becomes a very important reference material that stimulates, people's interest and desire. And also, it prompts people's search behavior that creates further action. So it's very interactive and dynamic process, which means sometimes people like to share content. It becomes a popular leisure for tourists as well. So you need to make them become a fan of your program, your product and services. Then they will be, take part in the marketing activities voluntarily. So in this digital tourism, the digital era, we are all digital individuals. If you think about it, when you woke up today in the morning and you went to attend the seminar forum here, and then you spend the whole day today, and when you go back home until you go to bed, you will be really connected online, basically like all the time, the whole time. And for the travelers, it's pretty much the same thing. These days, travelers, they are all digital travelers. So throughout the whole period of their travel period, they are connected online while they are actually physically here in this physical world. So this is a pretty important thing in this era. And as we move beyond the year of 2023, we are seriously witnessing the recovery of tourism industry and also the accelerated those digital transformation. I think still there are lots of opportunities areas that we can fully utilize in this digital world. So it's all unknown thing, so to be discovered. So throughout the sessions to be followed, made by distinguished speakers both from Korea and Philippines, I hope each one of you get to find out your unique opportunities and solution that suits your needs. So maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bae So-young. Now we proceed with our second speaker for our first session, who will present on big data-based marketing strategy. We are pleased to have with us the head of digital transformation team at SK Planet, Mr. Han Sang-hoon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here. You know the why? I like Filipino. I have two reasons. When I was older, I worked with Filipinos. Maybe 25 years ago? Yeah. And last reason is that I like Alex. Don't misunderstand. Yeah, I respect his philosophy and value and dedication in tourism in Asia. Yeah. Today I brought two gifts here, from Korea. One is the survey result report, and the other is big data marketing strategy. Which one do you want to listen first? Here? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Aren't you curious? We surveyed in real time before 1 week ago. Okay. The purpose of the survey to survey Koreans' awareness of travel to the Philippines and Palawan. Duration is just 1 day, January 18th. Survey method is about mobile survey with SurveyGo web solution we have. Yeah. Survey target is citizens of the public of Korea over the age of 20. Media for the survey is Explorer by OK Cashback app event banner like over there. Right image. The number of final respondents is 1,181 people. I'll show you the answers. We have 9 questions. The first question is, what area comes to your mind when traveling to the Philippines? Number 1 is Cebu, second is Boracay, Palawan is number 5. Next question, have you ever been to the Philippines? The answer is over there. 1 in 3 Koreans has visited the Philippines. It's not amazing? Yeah. Can you name one of the most impressive tourist destinations you have visited in the Philippines? Cebu, Boracay, Manila, Bohol, Palawan Island. Palawan Island is number 5 also. If you were to travel to the Philippines, what areas would you like to visit? Yeah, same answer. Boracay, Cebu, Bohol, Manila, Palawan. What do you think is the best part of travel to the Philippines? Yeah, the answer is beautiful natural environment and proximity with short distance. Do you know Palawan among the many travel destinations in the Philippines? If so, have you ever visited? I think it's amazing data. Awareness on Palawan is 66.7. I think 2 out of 3 Koreans know Palawan. Same answer. If you were to travel to Palawan, who would you like to travel with? Number 1 is spouse or lover. Number 2 is families with children. Yeah. Would you like to recommend traveling Palawan to your surrounding people? Wow, 72.6% of respondents recommend a trip to Palawan, with 26.4% strongly recommended Palawan. I think it is the amazing answer also, I think. I think in this page, we need to get insight. We need to connect customer with CRM, customer relationship management. This is the last page. In summary, Palawan need to make the island special or unique place. I show you the answer next to my presentation. Okay. Could you change my presentation? Okay, this is my another presentation. The topic is big database tourism marketing strategy, but it is not just theory. I will provide or talk about real practical case we made, we experienced. Have you ever heard X2E? Just please raise your hand. Oh, thank you. It's brand new because I made it. I'm just kidding, yeah. In Wikipedia, you can see the concept of X2E. Xi to earn or X experience to earn. But today, I will talk about experience to earn. I show you a video. We made it. Can you guess why I'm showing you this video after I said X to E? Let's find out. This is Korean largest baseball stadium in Seoul.
야구장 오셔서 이런 이벤트 해보시니까 어떠세요?
Do you know the reason why I showed this video? They can earn benefit from experience with argument reality, AR games. Yes. I think we need 5 steps to make big data-based tourism marketing strategy. 5 steps. Auto marketing step. In auto marketing step, we can extract potential visitors with DMP, data management platform. And we can send the message to the target audience or target customers who can visit tourism destination. Second step, tourist on-site digital event. We can get information, customers' information through the event, on-site digital event. At that time, we can connect customer, and then we can get or gain their customer information or data. Third is survey. We can find out visiting customers' satisfaction, and then we can decide something to forward tourism. Number 4 is retargeting. We can extract visiting customers' data with big data. the last one is CRM. We need to make interested or connected customer membership. I show you the practice. Okay, what's the difference between A and B, left and right? What's different? Yes, hiding and seeking, yes. Same, but we cannot get customer information in left image, right? But we can get information from AR, digital event or game. Do you know the difference? Yes. Unconnected, connected. It's very important insight, I think, in digital marketing. I drew this picture. Imagine or guess there is a building and there's advertisement of noodle, the top of the building. We can hide treasure within 1 kilometer with AR technology. We can hide 10,000 noodles, mobile gift, mobile coupon in area, okay? I think it is kind of disruptive innovation. As you know, disruptive innovation is to use optimal technology to solve the problem. We don't need high-end technology to solve the problem. You know the concept of disruptive innovation? Yeah. So we try to solve the problem in tourism area with optimal technology, such as AR. This is case study, a practical case we made. There is a cave. There are so many caves in Korea. Yeah, you know? Yeah. This is Hwam cave in Gangwon, Provence. I show you one more video. This is a cave where people can get the gold long time ago. Now we cannot find the gold. It is kind of AR technology. You can catch the character with smartphone. We send the message to the potential customer with big data system, such as DMP. And when customer enter in tourism destination, they can receive geofence pussy, real-time pussy. And then they can join or enjoy AR game there. I think storytelling is very important. We need to make the story of tourism destination like this. There has been gold and the other creatures like this. So customers can the object each sector, different character, yeah. And we made the character like this. We made this for communicate with customers. And we gave them NFT, you know NFT? Yeah. The people who join the AI game. The people having NFT can use benefit in tourism destination. And we can use AR stamp tour in tourism destination like this. I talked about a survey. The pain point is, I think, like that. I'm curious about the thought of people who have visited our area, but there are limitations to fill survey due to cost and time. The solution is that location-based real-time survey or big data-based survey of visiting customers. A result of paper survey, we can get just 100 seats. Yeah, but as a result of a location-based real-time push delivered to visitors to the festival area during the 2023 festival, 1,662 people responded. Wow, 16 times compared to 100 offline survey. It is kind of a digital transformation, yeah. We gave the people who participated in survey a special coupon or point. In this case of Gawon Work Week Awareness Survey, yeah, it is awareness survey of Brunei tourism. This one is Busan One Asia Festival survey. I'm gonna give you this material, yeah, to everyone. Okay. I'm talking about last one. A CRM is important in big data marketing strategy. Customers who visited Philippines or planning to visit the Philippines or interested in the Philippines or who responded to Filipino contents, we need gather this information and store in database, and then we need to connect continually, and we can provide customized information and benefit based on segment. For example, we can give 50% discount coupon for shopping when visiting the Philippines for Korean people living in Korea. Yeah, like this. In this case of Seoul's members card for the people, yeah, like this, you can make members card, Palawan or Philippine members card for foreigners, and then you can make various marketing strategy with it. Okay. Thank you for my listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Han Sang-hoon. And now for our third speaker on our session 1. We are pleased to welcome the Undersecretary for E-Government of the Department of Information Communications Technology, Undersecretary David Almirol Jr.
Good morning. Tanghali na pala. So, ngandang tanghali sa ating lahat. So, pleasure to be here. Especially my counterpart in the government, the very, very dynamic and proactive Undersecretary Verna. Our friends from South Korea, the Secretary General ASEAN-Korea Center, His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, the Ambassador of Republic of Korea to the Philippines, His Excellency Lee Sang-hwa, and to all of the public servants here. So I cannot name all so that we can proceed with the presentation. But I'll be presenting to you around 5,000 slides today. So that's the reason I cannot name all your names. No, I'm just kidding. Well, the DICT and the Department of Tourism are actually partners in a lot of things. I will show that during my presentation. So, okay, so as we launch the new Philippines or the Bagong Philippines movement, and the DICT is actually a partner of all government agencies. We are a non-sectoral department. So meaning our job, our duty is to assist around 455 national government agencies, including 1,600 local government, hundreds of SUCs, and hundreds of government-owned corporations. One of them there is the Department of Tourism. So imagine that vast job. And we are doing a certain caravan or an ELGU caravan together with the Department of Interior and Local Government Agency. I'll be also showing that later on. This is to support also not only automation or bringing ease of doing business, but to promote also impactful activities like tourism, job creation, and other things. Well, as mentioned by Yusek Bern a while ago, that digitalization is actually one of the priority of the president. And it's not just about embracing back-end and front-end functionalities, but also to promote ease of doing business to make sure that we're able to deliver efficient public service and at the same time to bring more economic impact activities like tourism, job creation, e-commerce, and the like. Well, we know the challenges, I'm sure. You know all the problems, all of these hurdles that we've been through. As a Filipino, we experience a lot of complexities in the past. This is one of the reasons why digitalization is very important for us to bridge those gaps. And not only for internal Filipino users, but we need to prioritize also our incoming foreigners or passengers coming inside the country to make sure that they're able to experience the seamless transactions in the Philippines. Tourism can be amplified once we have that experience also. That's why digitalization is very important. I would like to show you one of the challenges that we're facing right now. Doing a certain centralization is quite impossible for the moment because most of the government systems are all siloed in the Philippines. I'm sure not only the Philippines, all throughout the world. Because some countries, they started innovation in an early stage, and now their systems are becoming like a legacy already. Now their issue is how they're gonna innovate those legacy systems. And some of the issues was, some of the government agencies, we tried to beautify the front end, but we forgot the back end. It's like building a nice Ferrari car with a nice and old engine of a bicycle. You know what I mean? Or trying to beautify the house, the exterior of the house, but we forgot to fix the internal functionalities of the house. And that is actually the hurdles, the challenge that we're facing right now. And we're very fortunate and very grateful to have a tech-savvy president. Our president is a tech-savvy. And he was able to approve the creation of the single operating system under the e-government, under the DIC, Department of Information and Communications Technology. You know how many websites we have in the Philippines? How many apps? How many systems? We have around 600 websites. We have around 1,200 segregated systems. And each of us, we are promoting our own. And these systems are not actually integrated to one another. They're not talking to one another. That's why if you go to a certain agency, you have to repeat the process. You have to submit the same document. And you have to repeat submitting information, identification cards, and you have to repeatedly, encode or enter a lot of information. That's why digital transformation, in my own perception as a full-stack programmer myself, I'm a programmer. Actually, I do the coding myself in the past. And one of the systems that I developed personally was the immigration system. If you enter the airport, you give your passport, they scan your passport, and then I think I don't know, they removed the fingerprint, so I coded that single-handedly myself that time. But of course, they already enhanced that. The biggest problem was the integration of multiple government agencies, how the system linked to Department of Foreign Affairs, how it's linked to criminal history information system, how we're going to protect our country against terrorism attacks, and so on and so forth, and how to simplify all of these bloody processes. Digital transformation means simplification to me. The simplified the processes, the more innovative you are. So that is actually the model that we're doing now in the ICT. That's why the e-government platform will not do government agencies one by one. We allow them to innovate. And as they innovate, we integrate them. So that each innovation, they will benefit from each other. Because a certain agency, the data, as mentioned by Mr. Hans a while ago, the big data, it's not just having that database in your hand, no. It's about the integration of those databases so that it can be used in a certain vital purpose. And if the data are all there, but they are not used, not utilized, not accessible, they are stagnant, we cannot benefit from those data. That's why digital marketing, as mentioned by Dr. Bay a while ago, digital marketing can also be done if you have that big data and integrated data so that you're able to do more. Notification, social media, internet, and so on and so forth are just your tools to do that. And as people do the sharing, as people do the marketing, creating that not just the desire, but the interest. And as they are interested, they share. Data sharing is very powerful nowadays, The problem is, we love sometimes to share bad news than good news sometimes. That's why we need to be more proactive in sharing good news. Like tourism, we have a beautiful country. I've been to a lot of countries, not to brag, but we have the most beautiful country in the world. And we need to maximize that. And e-governance is very important. E-governance is like a rotunda, so that when the national ID is integrated to it, everyone should benefit, right? The local government integrated in it, everyone should benefit. The health system integrated in it, everyone should benefit. The transportation in it, everyone should benefit. So the e-government platform is actually an enabler. That's why this is something that I would like to discuss with you today to amplify also tourism efforts. We develop a lot of platforms in the ICT, but allow me to show you like 6 accomplishments that we've done for the past 1.5 years. One of them is the ELGU, the Electronic Local Government System. We need to amplify the local government agency. We have 7,000 islands. And the only way for us to make the data interconnected to each other is by a single platform. So that all of the beautiful places all over the Philippines can be seen even you are in Korea. Or even you are, because if we do it in a national way, we can't do it. We need to jointly combine these efforts of the LGUs so that the national government will benefit from it. So that we can have a more sustainable marketing strategy in the future. E-travel, I'm sure some of you have used that. E-GovPay, payment system. Imagine a certain, I watched one YouTube blog one time, one foreigner, he's on an island. He cannot eat because no one would like to accept his money, you know, because of we don't have that e-payment capability, yeah? eGov Cloud services, we've launched that last year. We have the e-report to protect citizen, and we have the eGov super app that I'll be also mentioning that today. So allow me to show you the ELGU system. So this is, we focus first on the simplification of processes inside the local government system. I was speaking to Yusek Berna. I think it's about time now to integrate the tourism efforts to the ELGU because we will be visiting around 82 provinces all over the Philippines to promote ease of doing business. And it's really good that they should also combine those tourism efforts because right now, we don't even know if I'm in a certain place, I don't know where to go. And I believe in AI integration. In fact, we have that in the ICT, but in a very infant stage. Imagine if I am in that place, through AI, the AI will suggest that I can visit these places. In a near 10-kilometer radius, there are 10 tourist destinations in your place. In fact, using the generative AI, you can even have your own itinerary. It can suggest, it can even fix your schedule, how many places you can visit in one day or two, right? Right now, we're able to implement almost half of the 1,600 local government units. We focus on the doable things first, the business permits, meaning people don't need to go anymore and fall in line to their respective municipal halls or city halls. They can do that in the comfort of their home. Barangay clearance, around 245 LGUs, building permits, working permit, and so on and so forth. And we can embed also other permits in the future, especially for tourism. So we'll be conducting national or nationwide caravan. We are in partnership with the Department of Interior and Local Government and ARTA. ARTA is the Anti-Red Tape Authority to promote ease of doing business. E-travel. You might be wondering why we need e-travel. In the past, I don't know if you experienced this, while you are sleeping in the airline, someone wake you up, and then you have to fill up a bloody small form. And then you need to fill up another website to declare if you are sick. If you have fever, if you have COVID. And you need to fill up another tourism form if you go to multiple places. And you need to fill up another airport, seaport form, another form, local airport form, and you need to fill up another form for custom. Now, we're able to enhance that. So you need just one system. Actually, this project was initiated by Department of Tourism, by the way, not the ICT. So we just developed the system and implemented it, but this was actually the effort and the initiative of the Department of Tourism. When they convened us, why we have so many forms. Our tourists, once they arrive in the airport, they don't want to come back anymore. Because upon arrival, it's really hard to enter the Philippines in the past. So many documents. Now we're able to simplify it using the e-travel system. And of course, we have the eGov Super App that I'll be showing later on. Inside the eGov app, you can find e-travel so that you don't need to fill up anymore your information. You don't need to fill up your names, your addresses. All you need to do is just your airline details, more simplified. You know the reason why somehow we're able to alleviate the long lines in the airports? Because in the past, immigration officers need to fill up information. If you fall in line in the immigration booth, they need to fill up your airline, what country you came from, and so on and so. So there is a manual process in encoding. But because you use e-travel, and once you go to the immigration officer or e-gate, the data will be automatically filled up immediately. And we're able to save seconds, each passenger, because the immigration officer need not to enter anymore manually those information. Simple application, but big impact. Yeah. So out of 8 government agency, we're able to finish 7. In fact, we're able to remove NAIA 1. We pilot test the e-travel customs. So we will be also removing the paper document for customs. But right now, you don't need to fill up any more 7 systems, just 1, just e-travel. Okay? All right. So together with the Department of Finance, so we'll be implementing the eGov Pay. So the ICT will be just the technology arm, but the agency who will be managing and operationalizing this later on will be the Department of Finance. You know, government agencies are also doing their own systems. It's good. But because everything is siloed, government agencies are trying to integrate one by one to government agencies. No official receipt, no issuance of ledgers, no transparency report. And the government is having hard time checking the collection system. But using the eGov Pay, for the first time, the government will have a very transparent ledgering system. And it issues an official receipt so that there will be accountability and liability of the government agencies as a whole. Another innovation that we're able to launch in the ICT is the eGov Cloud. You know, government agencies are not just siloed, but they're actually building their own cloud services. Cybersecurity is really a big issue in the Philippines because we don't even know who to protect. Because everyone, they have their own servers, they build their own data center, they build their own cloud services, and everything is actually like, it's my data, don't touch it, okay? We don't want to integrate, it's ours. It's just like a turf war, each of the government agency. But we're happy to say that the Marcos administration we're able now to make everyone collaborate to each other because of that single operating system. Because at the end of the day, this is just one government. We are not multiple government agencies. Imagine if we're able to have a singular cloud services but managed by all of them, meaning we don't manage the data of government agencies. Everyone should manage their own, but it should be residing in a centralized cloud services. Meaning it's not us who's gonna manage it, it's still the government agency. But the moment we do integration, it will be now easier. It will be now simpler. We need to empower also the citizen. The only way for us to be, if I may say, proactive in doing our job as public servant is we need to empower the citizen. Using the eGov Super App, in fact, you can now report red tape. You can report crimes. In San Juan, if you report for crime, the nearest police officer will go to your place. It's like ordering food. So we need to empower citizens, even foreigners, even our tourists later on, that if they have some complaints or maybe they feel insecure, they need a system that they could use. Yeah, if you report for fire, the Bureau of Fire will respond. If you report for women abuse, the Philippine Commission on Women will respond. If you report for child abuse, the Commissioner for the Welfare of Children will respond. If you report for overpriced foods, DTI will also respond. It's a singular platform where people can use, but multiple government agencies can actually reply back almost real time. Yeah? Okay, so in our first year of stay in the ICT, we focus more on the most doable things, most implementable ones. Because it's easy to dream dreams and easy to just create, oh, we need to have like SingPass of Singapore, or we need to have an eGov like Australia. But what we've done is more simpler, actually. Simpler, but more effective, more sustainable. Because we don't do the job, each of the government agency, as they innovate, we integrate. Yeah? So that is the model of e-government. We're able to establish the foundation. You know, foundation is very important. If you go to, if I may use BGC example in Manila, you cannot find all of this, you know, the wires, the spaghetti electricity wires, or smelly canals, or they cannot experience flooding, because they're able to fix first the foundation before building infrastructures. But if you go to other cities, flooded area, smelly canals, you can find all of these spaghetti electricity wires or crisscrossed water pipes everywhere. The reason behind that was they forgot to fix the foundation before building the infrastructure. That's why e-government is actually, we're going back to basic. We have to fix first the foundation. And what are the foundation of e-government? And tourism will also benefit from it. That's why we're able to launch multiple e-government platforms. One of them is the eGov Super App. By the way, the national ID is already embedded in our app. You don't need to have cards anymore. You can use your app to access your national ID. Yeah? We're able to generate around 56 million national digital ID, and we're happy to say that we're able to have 4 million use cases already. Meaning these are the Filipinos who just sat down in their home and they're able to experience the seamless government service without even, you know, physically go to government premises. We're able to integrate 37 government agencies and around 2,000 LGUs. And I was discussing with Yusek Verna, we will be integrating also the tourism app to the eGov app as well. Okay. Let me show you this video for your appreciation.
The Philippines in one single app. Conveniently access government service online. Avoid long lines, face-to-face, and paper-based transactions. Introducing the eGov PH Super App. It is the Philippines' first one-stop shop platform for local and national government services that will streamline processes and transactions and bring a total ease of doing business to all Filipinos. E-government priority projects can also be integrated, like job creation, travel, investments, agriculture, and e-commerce. E-government services from both national and local governments can also be featured. The DICT signed Memoranda of Understanding with 26 government agencies. The fast and secure digital process for identity verification without the required physical documents or face-to-face interaction. The verification process is powered by eGov AI with electronic Know Your Customer or eKYC capability. Using the eGov eKYC, a national digital ID can be generated via the Philippine Statistics Authority PhilSys integration. A one-stop shop app feature that allows you to access all national government services, powered by single sign-on. It essentially provides Filipinos with access to an online one-stop shop that offers a variety of LGU services such as applying for clearances, certifications, and permits. in partnership with DOLE, CHED, TESDA, and other agencies. Citizens can now build their simple resume to be accessed by local and foreign job providers. In partnership with the DOT and DILG, information on all tourism spots can be aggregated in a single platform. The DICT is working closely with the DFA, DOT, and the Bureau of Immigration to implement the Philippine e-visa portal for easier entry of tourists into the country. In partnership with the Bureau of Quarantine, Bureau of Immigration, Bureau of Customs, Department of Health, Department of Tourism, and Department of Transportation, multiple outbound and inbound travel declarations and health forms are unified under the Philippine One-Stop Electronic Travel Declaration System. Your feedback plays a crucial role in enhancing governance and fulfilling the government's mandate. You can now register your SIM card in the eGov.ph Super App. Be updated on the current events and developments in the nation with the Government App News through the Presidential Communications Office. You can now have your digital PhilSys ID and securely and confidently store your government-issued IDs inside the app. What are you waiting for? Download eGov.ph now, available in Play Store and in App Store.
Okay, I'm not here to promote the app, but last week, we opened the app. Even foreigners can now download it. So last week, that's our version 2. So meaning you don't need to use the website for e-travel if you enter. You can use the app so that you don't need to repeatedly enter your information. So all you need to do is just your airline details. That's it. And at the same time, once we're able to integrate this to the platform of Department of Tourism, so imagine it will become a one-stop shop for them as well. And even the current events, the PCO, the Presidential Communications Office, will be updating news also inside the app so that even foreigners can see all of the accomplishments and the beautiful places here in the Philippines can be accessed, both Filipinos and non-Filipinos. So, yeah, so in fact, if you use the app now, you can apply for your driver's license, you can apply for your passport, you can apply for your permits, you can even, hopefully, by the end of the year, you can access your diploma, including your transcript of record. In fact, right now, you can now see your vaccination certificate using the app, and you can even see the nearest hospital in your nearest location for in preparation for the universal health care. So this is just the phase 1 of the eGov Super App. In fact, if you compare our app to any other country, a lot of international groups claim already that we are number 2 in the world. So to have a real super app. Okay. In fact, I was with KOICA also the other week, and they presented the Korean digital ID. Since we have the digital ID, but not to brag, but we have a super app. Okay, but Korea doesn't have. Okay, so anyway, so there will be a lot of good news in putting the eGov app. We'll be establishing the one-stop shop so that you can now access your senior citizen ID, your PWD ID, benefits, health benefits. Imagine you can use now the app if you go to the hospital for your health benefits. And if you're an OFW, you can also use the app again to access. In fact, it's done already. If you're an OFW, you can click OWA in the app. You can access your benefits. You can access your contributions, including your activities, including the ID of an OFW, you can also see via the OWA integration using the eGov app. Yeah, so we have a lot of national ID forms right now. We have the paper, we have the plastic card, and now you can use your mobile phone as your ID using the eGov.ph app. This is actually powered by the e-Verify platform that we launched together with PSA, so meaning goodbye to so many documents that you need to submit. In fact, if you have your eGov app, before the end of the year, you can now use that, even bank account opening, if you go to other agencies to also fix our, if I may say, bloody document submission process of financial institutions. If you use the eGov app, you can now see your PhilHealth, by the way. You can see your benefits, you can see your contribution. If you're a government employee, you can see your loans there, you can see your pension, you can see your benefits, you can see your contribution. Yeah, for the first time, unified in a single app. eHealth, I mentioned a while ago, you can access your certificates and hospitals. And this is the dream. So we initially put beautiful places there in the app, but once the integration is done through the Department of Tourism, they will power up that feature. So it's not us. So anything about tourism, it should be powered by the Department of Tourism. So you see that the model of the e-governance initiative of the government to make it more simple. Hopefully in the future, we're able to activate more systems here, including e-payments powered by the Department of Finance, so that any foreigner will come in the Philippines, regardless of what currency they have, they can use that. Yeah. That's it. So thank you so much for giving us opportunity to show you some of the accomplishments and visions of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. So magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Marami pong salamat, Mayo Gam sa Hub. What's that? Gam sa Hub Nida. Is that correct? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary David Almirol Jr. of the DICT. And at this point, we will have our lunch, and we will resume our session at 2 o'clock with a panel discussion for session 1. For our lunch, it's just right over the other hall. So may we invite all of you to join us this lunch. Thank you.
A story of extending land above water across 2 centuries.
Of a city that dreamed of a garden. New buildings are designed with the future of the city
And the beauty of nature in mind.
This building has a green heart. Its central garden is home to over 300 species of plants.
It reminds us of nature, even in the middle of urban life.
Schools are no longer bound by classrooms, walls, and ideas are shared across disciplines.
With boundaries knocked down, it has become a balcony, corridor, and garden, all at the same time.
So everyone can meet and interact casually. On the land built above the sea is the central business district. There lies a garden of the future. Here, super trees collect sunlight and rainwater to create energy.
Is this the dream of the city? Where artificial trees grow among tropical plants?
The dream where flora and fauna flourish among the skyscrapers and artificial trees glow.
That dream is made up of long-lasting memories.
Immigrants once lived in kampongs, which means villages. When the city's blueprint was drawn up, it reflected the history of different peoples. Hawkers who traveled from one kampong to another established the hawker centers of today.
Here, it's like a microcosm of Singapore, where all different people come together.
And it is part of another microcosm known as the first public housing complex designed in the last century.
The plan must have included the hawker center and the garden as well.
You're right. Its unique structure is a convergence of British design and local shop houses.
A new town has turned into a heritage.
And it's still part of ordinary life. Buildings grow and change.
Just like trees.
It started as a small hotel over 100 years ago. Then it expanded little by little, extending the corridors and cultivating the garden.
Till it became a legacy. I almost forgot. I'm in the middle of the city.
Once it was the center of the Kingdom of Singapore. Then it became a fortress before becoming a garden again.
The city that dreamt the garden has now become a garden itself. And the garden continues to grow, just as the city continues to dream.
싱가포르는 테라스의 도시라고 생각합니다. 테라스라고 표현했지만 여기엔 앞마당, 발코니, 베란다, 그리고 옥상 정원도 포함되는데요. 건물 내부와 외부를 연결해주는 건축적 장치예요. 도시는 공원을 필요로 합니다. 하지만 인구가 늘고 고밀도화된 도시에서는 충분한 공원을 확보하기 어렵기도 하죠. 이때 건축적 장치로 테라스를 마련할 수 있습니다. 작은 방에 들여놓은 화분 같은 건데요. 밀집된 공간에서 테라스는 그런 화분 같은 중요한 역할을 합니다. 도시에서 건축을 여행할 때는 건물 겉모습보다도 건물과 건물 사이 그 빈 공간을 즐기는 것이 더 유용한 경우가 많습니다. 풍경 좋은 발코니나 숲에 온 것 같은 앞마당, 사람들을 구경하며 여유롭게 차를 마시는 테라스처럼 도시 속에서 쉴 수 있는 곳을 찾아보는 싱가포르 건축 여행을 추천해 봅니다.
Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows. And letting the wind blow over its upper stories. Phnom Penh is vibrant with young energy. An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The royal palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn into local homes today. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh, building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. Connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now strides ahead into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적으로 벽과 지붕으로 이루어져 있지만 보다 근원적으로 빛에 의해 조각된 공간이라는 정의도 가능합니다. 그래서 태양에 따라 캄보디아의 건축은 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주죠. 예전보다는 방향을 덜 고려하는 지금까지도 그 흔적은 남아있는데요. 가령 아파트는 동향을 여전히 가장 선호한다고 하고요. 철근 콘크리트로 지어진 근대 건축 작품을 보더라도 동쪽을 바라보는 모습을 발견할 수 있어요. 우리는 흔히 동쪽을 오른쪽이라고 생각하잖아요. 캄보디아에 가셨다면 잠시 생각을 바꿔 아래쪽을 동쪽으로 생각해 보세요. 그리고 등 뒤에서 태양이 뜨는 걸 느끼며 태양의 시선으로 서쪽으로 올라가 보세요. 목적지에 이르러 뒤를 돌아봤을 때 크메르인들이 만들고자 했던 새로운 세계의 질서가 문득 보일지도 모릅니다.
Life on an island is a life of endless waves. Living with the waves, accepting the rhythm.
What were they holding on to?
Love, faith, and a new beginning. The fortress stood here for over 500 years, withstanding fires and earthquakes.
The walls are made of coral, hardened by thousands of years to build this fortress.
Hard enough to build a house of 4 generations. This is Balai Natisa, a mansion that combines styles of Filipino, Spanish, and Chinese.
In the hallway that expanded with a growing family, at the window where the youth sang of love.
Imagine all those stories of 100 years. The people in Cebu have long danced the Sinug, a prayer mirroring the waves of the ocean. The dance has been fused with Catholicism to produce its modern form.
They continue the dance to pray.
To honor the first cross, the story of strangers becoming one.
For embracing the unfamiliar is knowing how to move along with the waves, holding on to everything precious.
You can feel that spirit even at the new airport. The ceilings here reflect the waves and the traditional houses of the country.
What is the story of this place?
500 years ago, an image of Santo Niño was found undamaged in the rubble of a fire. A basilica was built around it.
So it became the guardian of the oldest church in the Philippines.
The cathedral took almost 300 years to complete. It was built low and sturdy to withstand typhoons and earthquakes,
so it can last forever.
Here, 100 walls come together to form one chapel.
Standing apart yet together, it must be a way of living in union.
Bahay Nabato is a mansion that brings together Filipino and Spanish styles.
Capiz shells as window panes, and rocks of the ocean as walls.
When you open all the doors, the labyrinth of rooms connects into one.
For 100 years, it was passed down from mother to daughter and generations thereafter.
There is also a story hidden within this jungle.
Is this place deserted?
It was an Italian-style mansion built in memory of love. As intruders tried to occupy it, people here burned it down until only the frame remained.
The love and longing of its owner still remains in sight.
Bacolod is called the City of Smiles.
Why is that?
Around 40 years ago, the people of Bacolod were grieving. To lift their spirits, an artist created a mask with a big smile, and thus the festival continues, preserving that spirit.
The spirit of joy, love, and faith.
필리핀은 태풍이 잦다 보니 다른 나라에 비해 지붕이 낮은 편입니다. 차분하게 자세를 낮춘 건물들이 많죠. 반면에 석재를 많이 사용했던 편이라 안정적인 느낌도 주곤 합니다. 바다 건너 어떤 존재가 들이닥칠지 모를 이곳에서 집은 안식처이기도 하고 안전한 은신처이기도 합니다. 그래서 벽을 견고하게 세웠고 상대적으로 창은 절제된 형태와 크기로 설치했어요. 외부와 분리된 내부 공간을 만들어주면서도 안에 있는 사람의 존재를 드러내며 외부와 소통하는 통로의 역할을 하도록 말이죠. 창에는 지역성이 담긴 디테일이 들어가는데요. 한 예로 시선은 막지만 빛은 받아들이는 전통적인 창을 만들었습니다. 창살을 촘촘하게 한 다음 반투명한 조개 껍데기를 유리 대신에 붙이는 거죠. 마음을 편하게 해주는 창가 자리 하나를 찾는 것. 저는 이게 필리핀 건축 여행의 시작이라고 생각합니다.
Imagine a waterway crowded with ships from all over the world. A city where unfamiliar faces, languages, and colors came together, following the wind and the currents for hundreds of years. This is Afamosa, the oldest European building in Asia.
After 500 years, there are just remnants of the fortress left, like this gate.
Foreigners arrived, each staking a claim. From the Portuguese, who built the stronghold, to the Dutch, and then the British, the church on the hill met the same fate.
You can now enjoy peace here.
This is the oldest Protestant church in Malaysia and the oldest Dutch building in Southeast Asia.
The red symbols of Malacca.
It wasn't originally red. Constructed with bricks from the Netherlands and Malaccan red earth, it was first painted white. The exterior was repainted red much later on.
It's as if time stood still.
This is a Peranakan house built from memories of different homelands. Peranakans are descendants of foreign immigrants who settled and intermarried with local Malay people. This is another Peranakan style building, an early 20th century shop house. This hotel room has been restored to look like it did back then. Cultures blossomed, from food to language and to architecture,
to make this land their new home.
The Ipoh railway station still makes an amazing first impression. It's called Ipoh's Taj Mahal. The town hall, another symbol of Ipoh.
Pieces of each person's homeland fit together to make a house and eventually build a city.
Just as British and Malay styles were blended to make this unique building.
I wonder how they lived together with their different customs.
They found the courage to build a new home here. Among the limestone hills and palm tree forests of Ipoh lies a mansion.
The dream of a mining tycoon.
He embraced styles and techniques to create the most impressive house. His family left the area and the mansion was forgotten for 100 years. It was claimed by nature before being reborn as a castle.
One person's dream became a place loved by everyone.
According to legend, Malacca and Ipoh are both named after trees.
The forest and the city are like. And that they appear to stand still, but are in fact constantly changing.
말레이시아에서는 옆집과 벽을 공유하는 집들을 많이 볼 수 있습니다. 양쪽 벽을 옆집과 함께 쓰면 어떤 일이 벌어질까요? 우선 여러 집이 모여 자연스럽게 긴 길을 이루게 되고요. 그 길을 따라 건물 앞모습이 저마다 특색을 갖게 됩니다. 말레이시아는 예로부터 다양한 문화가 유입된 다민족 국가예요. 그 다양성이 전면 벽에서도 드러나는 거죠. 저는 이런 풍경이 사람들이 모여 사는 모습과도 비슷하다고 생각합니다. 자세히 들여다보면 조금씩 다른 모습이 보이거든요. 벽의 색깔이나 문양, 창문, 문손잡이, 우편함, 번호판 이런 것들 하나하나 보고 있으면 참 재미있어요. 저는 이게 바다를 건너온 사람들이 모여 살아온 말레이시아의 건축을 보는 방법이라고 생각합니다.
According to legend, a sea dragon and a fairy gave birth to 100 children, who scattered across the land and built a kingdom. Over the next 1,000 years, countless people passed through Hanoi. Hanoi's architecture is as complex as its history. Baroque, neoclassical, Art Deco. In a century, this foreign-style building became a landmark of the city. The East building. Enduring rainstorms in the sun, this resilient architecture has stood the test of time.
Life on an island is a life of endless waves. Living with the waves, accepting the rhythm.
What were they holding on to?
Love, faith, and a new beginning. The fortress stood here for over 500 years, withstanding fires and earthquakes.
The walls are made of coral, hardened by thousands of years to build this fortress.
Hard enough to build a house of 4 generations. This is Balai Natisa, a mansion that combines styles of Filipino, Spanish, and Chinese.
In the hallway that expanded with a growing family, at the window where the youth sang of love.
Imagine all those stories of 100 years. The people in Cebu have long danced the Sinug, a prayer mirroring the waves of the ocean. The dance has been fused with Catholicism to produce its modern form.
They continue the dance to pray.
To honor the first cross, the story of strangers becoming one.
For embracing the unfamiliar is knowing how to move along with the waves, holding on to everything precious.
You can feel that spirit even at the new airport. The ceilings here reflect the waves and the traditional houses of the country.
What is the story of this place?
500 years ago, an image of Santo Niño was found undamaged in the rubble of a fire. A basilica was built around it.
So it became the guardian of the oldest church in the Philippines.
The cathedral took almost 300 years to complete. It was built low and sturdy to withstand typhoons and earthquakes.
So it can last forever.
Here, 100 walls come together to form one chapel.
Standing apart yet together, it must be a way of living in union.
Bahay Nabato is a mansion that brings together Filipino and Spanish styles.
Capiz shells as window panes and rocks of the ocean as walls.
When you open all the doors, the labyrinth of rooms connects into one.
For 100 years, it was passed down from mother to daughter and generations thereafter.
There is also a story hidden within this jungle.
Is this place deserted?
It was an Italian-style mansion built in memory of love. As intruders tried to occupy it, people here burned it down until only the frame remained.
The love and longing of its owner still remains in sight.
Bacolod is called the City of Smiles.
Why is that?
Around 40 years ago, the people of Bacolod were grieving. To lift their spirits, an artist created a mask with a big smile, and thus the festival continues, preserving that spirit.
The spirit of joy, love, and faith.
필리핀은 태풍이 잦다 보니 다른 나라에 비해 지붕이 낮은 편입니다. 차분하게 자세를 낮춘 건물들이 많죠. 반면에 석재를 많이 사용했던 편이라 안정적인 느낌도 주곤 합니다. 바다 건너 어떤 존재가 들이닥칠지 모를 이곳에서 집은 안식처이기도 하고 안전한 은신처이기도 합니다. 그래서 벽을 견고하게 세웠고 상대적으로 창은 절제된 형태와 크기로 설치했어요. 외부와 분리된 내부 공간을 만들어주면서도 안에 있는 사람의 존재를 드러내며 외부와 소통하는 통로의 역할을 하도록 말이죠. 창에는 지역성이 담긴 디테일이 들어가는데요. 한 예로 시선은 막지만 빛은 받아들이는 전통적인 창을 만들었습니다. 창살을 촘촘하게 한 다음 반투명한 조개 껍데기를 유리 대신에 붙이는 거죠. 마음을 편하게 해주는 창가 자리 하나를 찾는 것. 저는 이게 필리핀 건축 여행의 시작이라고 생각합니다.
Imagine a waterway crowded with ships from all over the world. A city where unfamiliar faces, languages, and colors came together, following the wind and the currents for hundreds of years. This is Formosa, the oldest European building in Asia.
After 500 years, there are just remnants of the fortress left, like this gate.
Foreigners arrived, each staking a claim. From the Portuguese, who built the stronghold, to the Dutch, and then the British, the church on the hill met the same fate.
You can now enjoy peace here.
This is the oldest Protestant church in Malaysia and the oldest Dutch building in Southeast Asia.
The red symbols of Malacca.
It wasn't originally red. Constructed with bricks from the Netherlands and Malaccan red earth, it was first painted white. The exterior was repainted red much later on.
It's as if time stood still.
This is a Peranakan house built from memories of different homelands. Peranakans are descendants of foreign immigrants who settled and intermarried with local Malay people. This is another Peranakan-style building, an early 20th century shophouse. This hotel room has been restored to look like it did back then. Cultures blossomed, from food to language and to architecture,
to make this land their new home.
The Ipoh railway station still makes an amazing first impression. It's called Ipoh's Taj Mahal. The town hall, another symbol of Ipoh.
Pieces of each person's homeland fit together to make a house and eventually build a city.
Just as British and Malay styles were blended to make this unique building.
I wonder how they lived together with their different customs.
They found the courage to build a new home here. Among the limestone hills and palm tree forests of Ipoh lies a mansion.
The dream of a mining tycoon.
He embraced styles and techniques to create the most impressive house. His family left the area and the mansion was forgotten for 100 years. It was claimed by nature before being reborn as a castle.
One person's dream became a place loved by everyone.
According to legend, Malacca and Ipoh are both named after trees.
The forest and the city are alike. And that they appear to stand still, but are in fact constantly changing.
말레이시아에서는 옆집과 벽을 공유하는 집들을 많이 볼 수 있습니다. 양쪽 벽을 옆집과 함께 쓰면 어떤 일이 벌어질까요? 우선 여러 집이 모여 자연스럽게 긴 길을 이루게 되고요. 그 길을 따라 건물 앞모습이 저마다 특색을 갖게 됩니다. 말레이시아는 예로부터 다양한 문화가 유입된 다민족 국가예요. 그 다양성이 전면 벽에서도 드러나는 거죠. 저는 이런 풍경이 사람들이 모여 사는 모습과도 비슷하다고 생각합니다. 자세히 들여다보면 조금씩 다른 모습이 보이거든요. 벽의 색깔이나 문양, 창문, 문손잡이, 우편함, 번호판 이런 것들 하나하나 보고 있으면 참 재미있어요. 저는 이게 바다를 건너온 사람들이 모여 살아온 말레이시아의 건축을 보는 방법이라고 생각합니다.
According to legend, a sea dragon and a fairy gave birth to 100 children, who scattered across the land and built a kingdom. over the next 1,000 years, countless people passed through Hanoi. Hanoi's architecture is as complex as its history. Baroque, neoclassical, Art Deco. In a century, this foreign-style building became a landmark of the city. The east and west collide and converge within a single building. Enduring rainstorms in the sun, this resilient architecture has stood the test of time. This composite structure is reminiscent of Hanoi's history. People with diverse cultural backgrounds have crafted Hanoi's unique culture together. The neo-Gothic cathedral in the old city center also harbors a story of its own. The toothed decoration on the tiled roof is a rare feature. Living in a densely populated city requires a flexible mindset. That's how the Nyaong was created, a unique multi-purpose building known as a tube house. Tube houses embrace different ways of life. They are long, thin, tall houses that are modified as necessary. Sometimes they have been reinterpreted to suit the times. By overlaying traditional ceramic tiles, for example. Tube houses pose a question. How do different people live together in a single city? This neighborhood's centuries-long pottery-making heritage is channeled into a pottery museum. A bamboo dome modeled after traditional roofs greets visitors. This is how Hanoi writes new history, cherishing tradition while coexisting with nature. A concrete building in the city center is a protagonist in this new history. It was designed to block out harsh sunlight and complement the natural environment. So that Hanoi can remain for the next 1,000 years with modern architecture as its gardens. The river that has birthed lakes and nurtured cities. It is the path Vietnamese people have long walked. Between the ridges that took the running stream thousands of years to shape, the ancient Vietnamese built their first capital. Centuries later, outlanders built cathedrals, stacked with local stone and wood, topped with Vietnamese-style roofs. By embracing otherness, a unique aesthetic was unveiled. Over many years, people have traveled long distances to gather in Hanoi. Those who have sustained the city for 1,000 years now envision a future together with the land. And like the river, their 1,000-year history will continue to flow for another 1,000 years.
베트남에선 길의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 건축은 혼자 존재하지 않거든요. 건축에는 반드시 그곳에 이르는 길이 있고 그 길은 건물 내부의 사적인 통로로 이어집니다. 이곳 사람들은 그 길을 통해 좋은 기운이 들어올 거라고 생각했어요. 베트남에서 자주 볼 수 있는 좁은 폭의 튜브하우스는 하나의 길을 최대한 많은 사람이 공유하고자 했던 건축적 결과물이죠. 세상의 모든 것에는 기운이 담겨 있고 그 기운이 길을 통해 집안까지 흐른다고 믿었던 전통적인 베트남의 인식은 현대까지 이어지는데요. 베트남 건축을 경험하는 방법 중에 하나는 자기 자신이 좋은 기운이 되었다고 가정해 보는 겁니다. 도시의 한 지점에서부터 집으로 가는 길과 대문을 거쳐 방에 이르는 모든 과정을 흐름으로 느껴보는 거죠. 이렇게 이어지는 장면들로 완성되는 이곳의 건축은 베트남 도시를 흘러다니는 오토바이 무리와 제법 어울린다는 생각도 듭니다. 베트남어로 길은 드엉이라고 하는데 드엉은 설탕이란 뜻도 갖고 있어요. 베트남 커피에 담긴 달콤한 연유를 느끼듯 자신만의 길을 걸으며 건축을 음미해보는 시간을 추천드립니다.
According to legends, the king of Lana rode up this mountain on a white elephant, and it rested by a waterfall.
This must be the place.
Ever since then, nameless pilgrims have rested here on their journey as well.
Coincidence became fate.
Before you know it, you're in Lana.
What was Lana like?
It was the ruling kingdom of northern Thailand for 500 years. Chiang Mai was its capital. Many temples, or wats, are still here.
Look at all the shetties. A lot of the scenery you see while walking around in Chiang Mai could be part of a wat.
The wat is not just a building, but a complex and a small community in itself.
There is a historical building in the middle of a modern resort.
You are in the former British consulate building, built in the early 20th century. Later, it was rehabilitated as a focal point of a resort. This museum once housed a family for 5 generations.
Unpainted wood, unglazed tiles. Perhaps this is what Lana feels like.
Built to be at one with the river and the wind.
What makes a good house?
Maybe it's a place where people can achieve their dreams. To continue to dream, an artist rehabilitated older houses and built an art community here.
Memories are refurbished to a place of art and learning.
This is another building meant to bring art together. A local family of architects designed it, blending various styles.
I look forward to its changes as the years go by.
Now we are in Shanghai, Lana's first capital. Here, a local artist devoted his whole life to building a village of his own, bringing together Lana and other styles. Known as the Black House. This museum is itself a work of art.
Black embraces everything, even the darkness. Perhaps this was a representation of beauty to the artist?
To another artist, beauty means white, the color of Buddha's purity. He started rebuilding a Lana temple.
In reverence, he is still building the temple today, which has turned into a work of art.
You know, Lana also means a million rice fields.
Buildings here resemble the surrounding hills and fields. Your mind can be at ease here.
Maybe that's because each building was built by people who lived in harmony with nature.
And maybe because we all share that ideal.
태국에서는 지붕만 보고 다녀도 재미있어요. 태초의 건축은 지붕에서 시작되었다고 할 수 있는데요. 처음에는 햇빛과 열기, 눈과 비를 막기 위해 지붕을 만들었겠지만 점차 사람들은 지붕이 하늘과 인간을 이어주는 요소라고 생각하기 시작했죠. 태국의 지붕은 그 어느 곳보다도 다채롭습니다. 나무로 만든 박공이라는 경사 지붕이 기본 형태인데요. 이후 경사도를 높여 뾰족하게 하고 장신구를 달아 화려하게 만들었죠. 그리고 지붕을 여러 겹 쌓았습니다. 크기 대신 밀도를 택했던 거죠. 사원이나 왕궁은 여러 레이어를 가진 지붕으로 그 권위를 표현했습니다. 그렇게 완성된 지붕은 지붕 아래 공간을 신비롭게 만드는데요. 태국에서 불현듯 어떤 평화로운 순간을 경험했다면 그건 아마 오랜 시간 동안 이름 없는 장인이 쌓고 다듬었을 세상에서 단 하나뿐인 지붕 아래였을 가능성이 큽니다.
Who are we, and what do we seek to become? Can architecture be the answer for these questions? In Phnom Penh, traces of time remain. This Art Deco building has stood here for centuries, drawing in sunlight through its delicately patterned windows. And letting the wind blow over its upper stories. Phnom Penh is vibrant with young energy. An old factory becomes a new stage for creativity. Creating new from old has been the driving force of Cambodia in the past millennia. The National Sports Complex, inspired by the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, was a major project for Cambodia during its transition in the mid-20th century. A new country called for a new face, a new architectural language. And in these new facades, there are hints of thousand-year-old Khmer temples. Wat Phnom, a pagoda commemorating the founding of Phnom Penh, continues to stand its ground. The Royal Palace retains the grandeur of the Khmer Empire. The modern design inherits the wisdom of Khmer architecture, the wisdom of letting in sunlight and wind and managing water. After flowing across this vast land, the river joins the sea. This is the home of pepper and mangroves. Here, people live in harmony with the delta. The city of Kampot has been through ups and downs over the past 2 centuries. The people now accept history as it is. Foreigners' houses of the past are reborn into local homes today. This building has undergone many transformations, from a fish market to a custom office and a restaurant. Much like Kampot, it has risen back up from ruins time after time. A new Cambodia can be found across Phnom Penh today. And again, people ask themselves, what do we seek to become? And just like that, the city begins to shape its new face. This stadium, which inherited Khmer culture, is completed with modern technology. The largest one of its kind in Cambodia, it hosted the 2023 Southeast Asian Games. A high-rise rooftop bar epitomizes how the people here continue to reinvent Phnom Penh. Building an inclusive city, a city to be proud of. Connecting humans with the heavens. Khmer temples still stand among nature. Inspired from the nation's cultural history, Cambodian architecture now strides ahead into the future.
캄보디아에서는 태양의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 고대 그리스처럼 캄보디아에서는 중요한 건물일수록 해가 뜨는 동쪽을 바라보며 서 있었어요. 이건 남양을 중요시했던 북반구의 농경사회와는 완전히 다르죠. 그래서 앙코르와트 일대 지도를 동쪽이 아래로 내려오게 돌려보면 일반적인 지도에서 느낄 수 없는 질서가 느껴져요. 건축은 물리적으로 벽과 지붕으로 이루어져 있지만 보다 근원적으로 빛에 의해 조각된 공간이라는 정의도 가능합니다. 그래서 태양에 따라 캄보디아의 건축은 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주죠. 예전보다는 방향을 덜 고려하는 지금까지도 그 흔적은 남아있는데요. 가령 아파트는 동양을 여전히 가장 선호한다고 하고요. 철근 콘크리트로 지어진 근대 건축 작품을 보더라도 동쪽을 바라보는 모습을 발견할 수 있어요. 우리는 흔히 동쪽을 오른쪽이라고 생각하잖아요. 캄보디아에 가셨다면 잠시 생각을 바꿔 아래쪽을 동쪽으로 생각해 보세요. 그리고 등 뒤에서 태양이 뜨는 걸 느끼며 태양의 시선으로 서쪽으로 올라가 보세요. 목적지에 이르러 뒤를 돌아봤을 때 크메르인들이 만들고자 했던 새로운 세계의 질서가 문득 보일지도 모릅니다.
island is a life of endless waves. Living with the waves, accepting the rhythm.
What were they holding on to?
Love, faith, and a new beginning. The fortress stood here for over 500 years, withstanding fires and earthquakes.
The walls are made of coral, hardened by thousands of years to build this fortress.
Hard enough to build a house of 4 generations. This is Balai Natisa, a mansion that combines styles of Filipino, Spanish, and Chinese.
In the hallway that expanded with a growing family, at the window where the youth sang of love.
Imagine all those stories of 100 years. The people in Cebu have long danced the sinug, a prayer mirroring the waves of the ocean. The dance has been fused with Catholicism to produce its modern form.
They continue the dance to pray.
To honor the first cross, the story of strangers becoming one.
For embracing the unfamiliar is knowing how to move along with the waves, holding on to everything precious.
You can feel that spirit even at the new airport. The ceilings here reflect the waves and the traditional houses of the country.
What is the story of this place?
500 years ago, an image of Santo Niño was found undamaged in the rubble of a fire. A basilica was built around it.
So it became the guardian of the oldest church in the Philippines.
The cathedral took almost 300 years to complete. It was built low and sturdy to withstand typhoons and earthquakes.
So it can last forever.
Here, 100 walls come together to form one chapel.
Standing apart yet together, it must be a way of living in union.
Bahay Nabato is a mansion that brings together Filipino and Spanish styles.
Capiz shells as window panes and rocks of the ocean as walls.
When you open all the doors, the labyrinth of rooms connects into one.
For 100 years, it was passed down from mother to daughter and generations thereafter.
There is also a story hidden within this jungle.
Is this place deserted?
It was an Italian-style mansion built in memory of love. As intruders tried to occupy it, people here burned it down until only the frame remained.
The love and longing of its owner still remains in sight.
Bacolod is called the City of Smiles.
Why is that?
Around 40 years ago, the people of Bacolod were grieving. To lift their spirits, an artist created a mask with a big smile, and thus the festival continues, preserving that spirit.
The spirit of joy, love, and faith.
필리핀은 태풍이 잦다 보니 다른 나라에 비해 지붕이 낮은 편입니다. 차분하게 자세를 낮춘 건물들이 많죠. 반면에 석재를 많이 사용했던 편이라 안정적인 느낌도 주곤 합니다. 바다 건너 어떤 존재가 들이닥칠지 모를 이곳에서 집은 안식처이기도 하고 안전한 은신처이기도 합니다. 그래서 벽을 견고하게 세웠고 상대적으로 창은 절제된 형태와 크기로 설치했어요. 외부와 분리된 내부 공간을 만들어주면서도 안에 있는 사람의 존재를 드러내며 외부와 소통하는 통로의 역할을 하도록 말이죠. 창에는 지역성이 담긴 디테일이 들어가는데요. 한 예로 시선은 막지만 빛은 받아들이는 전통적인 창을 만들었습니다. 창살을 촘촘하게 한 다음 반투명한 조개 껍데기를 유리 대신에 붙이는 거죠. 마음을 편하게 해주는 창가 자리 하나를 찾는 것. 저는 이게 필리핀 건축 여행의 시작이라고 생각합니다.
Imagine a waterway crowded with ships from all over the world. A city where unfamiliar faces, languages, and colors came together, following the wind and the currents for hundreds of years. This is Afamosa, the oldest European building in Asia.
After 500 years, there are just remnants of the fortress left, like this gate.
Foreigners arrived, each staking a claim. From the Portuguese, who built the stronghold, to the Dutch, and then the British, the church on the hill met the same fate.
You can now enjoy peace here.
This is the oldest Protestant church in Malaysia and the oldest Dutch building in Southeast Asia.
The red symbols of Malacca.
It wasn't originally red, constructed with bricks from the Netherlands and Malaccan red earth. It was first painted white. The exterior was repainted red much later on.
It's as if time stood still.
This is a Peranakan house built from memories of different homelands. Peranakans are descendants of foreign immigrants who settled and intermarried with local Malay people. This is another Peranakan-style building, an early 20th century shophouse. This hotel room has been restored to look like it did back then. Cultures blossomed, from food to language and to architecture,
to make this land their new home.
The Ipoh railway station still makes an amazing first impression. It's called Ipoh's Taj Mahal. The town hall, another symbol of Ipoh.
Pieces of each person's homeland fit together to make a house and eventually build a city.
Just as British and Malay styles were blended to make this unique building.
I wonder how they lived together with their different customs.
They found the courage to build a new home here. Among the limestone hills and palm tree forests of Ipoh lies a mansion.
The dream of a mining tycoon.
He embraced styles and techniques to create the most impressive house. His family left the area and the mansion was forgotten for 100 years. It was claimed by nature before being reborn as a castle.
One person's dream became a place loved by everyone.
According to legend, Malacca and Ipoh are both named after trees.
The forest and the city are alike. And that they appear to stand still, but are in fact constantly changing.
말레이시아에서는 옆집과 벽을 공유하는 집들을 많이 볼 수 있습니다. 양쪽 벽을 옆집과 함께 쓰면 어떤 일이 벌어질까요? 우선 여러 집이 모여 자연스럽게 긴 길을 이루게 되고요. 그 길을 따라 건물 앞모습이 저마다 특색을 갖게 됩니다. 말레이시아는 예로부터 다양한 문화가 유입된 다민족 국가예요. 그 다양성이 전면 벽에서도 드러나는 거죠. 저는 이런 풍경이 사람들이 모여 사는 모습과도 비슷하다고 생각합니다. 자세히 들여다보면 조금씩 다른 모습이 보이거든요. 벽의 색깔이나 문양, 창문, 문손잡이, 우편함, 번호판 이런 것들 하나하나 보고 있으면 참 재미있어요. 저는 이게 바다를 건너온 사람들이 모여 살아온 말레이시아의 건축을 보는 방법이라고 생각합니다.
According to legend, a sea dragon and a fairy gave birth to 100 children, who scattered across the land and built a kingdom. Over the next 1,000 years, countless people passed through Hanoi. Hanoi's architecture is as complex as its history. Baroque, neoclassical, Art Deco. In a century, this foreign-style building became a landmark of the city. The east and west collide and converge within a single
Soon of SK Planet present very interesting survey results. In one slide, he showed the survey result that stated that about 67%, for example, of Koreans, let's say, are aware of the Philippines and specifically Palawan, but only about 8.2% actually visit. So in other words, the conversion rate is very low, as you pointed out. So Dr. Bae So Young, what do you think are or is or are the effective digital marketing strategies and even digital platforms that the Philippine tourism stakeholders can tap so that we increase that conversion rate And assuming all else constant, hopefully we can, move up from the 4th place to the 3rd place in the list of the top favored destinations of Koreans, right? So we want to move up to the 3rd or even 2nd maybe and 1st. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I think that is very important questions. And I still believe that still understanding customers, which is Korean tourists in this context, is very important. And I want to point out 3 different points regarding your questions. Yeah. So first thing, these days, as I mentioned from the presentations, sharing is very prominent behavior in this digital landscape, right? Then, who actually shares the message? Who? We need to actually focus on who shares the message. And for people, what kind of message do they believe? These days, Korean people actually buy messages a lot from the travel YouTuber, influencers. I think social media is still the dominant platform for travelers, and especially some of the major YouTubers, they have over like million subscribers. They are even more influential than just mass media or any other official website or any other platforms. So once actually they feature some of the destinations, actually on one day, maybe all tickets are just sold out right away. It's a very, very influential thing. Because I think these days, consumers believe that they are really smart. We want to say like we are all smart consumer. We don't want to be persuaded by any type of commercialized message. But rather than that, more organically persuaded. We actually need that kind of way. Another thing is like shareable content. So sharing is important, and as I highlighted in the presentations, the content, if that is shareable, it becomes a really important key material for the potential tourist, right? And then, from the supplier's perspective, we need to actually create and come up with shareable content. So that way, some type of natural, more organic viral is created right there in the market. So people sometimes want to be a fan of something, want to be involved in the fandom of some brand or activities or destinations. And sometimes potential tourists, they are so much willing to become a voluntary marketer of a corporate as well. So I think shareable content, that is very, very important. And I think also Mr. Han can build more explanation about it. And number 3 will be the data-based targeting and marketing. I can't highlight more on that because, let's say there is a wonderful content right there, but unless not many people actually see it, those content, meaningless. But let's say like millions of viewers watch the content, but those population, nothing to do with our target, that's also meaningless. That means we really need to deliver targeted message to our intended target based on the big data. So we need to actually figure out, so from Philippines perspective, it's important to secure all the customers' data, tourists. Okay, identify what kind of data set we can actually use to understand those Korean tourists. And then also try to apply that kind of data use for their marketing strategies. So that's going to be my answer for that.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. So Young. And actually earlier we were having a conversation about content, right? And she actually mentioned 2 very important words. The content must be intriguing, and second, it should be persuasive. So, which is what I'd like to actually connect now to the presentation of Mr. Sang-hoon on about SK Planet, because you focus on play, augmented reality, and gamification. So, have you found these types of promotional materials truly effective? Let's say in promoting destinations, because I do understand that you are using this for the hot on hot destinations in Korea. So are the returns really, quite significant so that we can make such investments, for example, for our destinations?
I can, okay. Oh my. I need to speak in fluently, so I need your help. Okay, I'm gonna talk about in Korean. Okay, that's okay? Yeah. 고객 경험은 되게 중요한 시대가 됐습니다.
Customer experience has become very vital in the digital economy.
관광지에 가게 하기 위해서는 새로운 고객 경험을 만들어 줘야 되고, 그래서 AR 게임 같은 것을 활용하면은 훨씬 좋을 것이라 생각을 하고 있습니다.
In order to attract more visitors to these tourist attractions, we need to build more customer experience-based platforms.
특히 젊은 세대, MZ 세대들은 디지털에 익숙하기 때문에 더 많은 디지털을 활용해서 경험을 하고 싶어 합니다.
Especially for generation M and Z, so people in their 20s and 30s are very accustomed to digitalized products. So it's very important that we utilize that platform in order to attract younger generation tourists.
그래서 그 로컬 관광지에서도 이제는 디지털 트랜스포메이션을 통해서 고객들한테 새로운 경험, 재미난 경험을 주는 그런 아까 말씀드린 파괴적 혁신이 필요합니다.
That's why it's very essential for local tourist attractions to adopt digital transformation in order to encourage more visitors to keep visiting the tourist attractions of Palawan as well.
예를 들어서 팔라완에 있는 언더그라운드 리버를 보물섬으로 보물을 찾는 그런 스팟으로 만드는 것도 되게 재미있고 의미 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다.
One example I can give that applies to Palawan would be to adopt a treasure hunting game in an AR form in the underground river in Palawan.
그렇게 AR 게임을 활용하면 결과적으로 쌓인 빅데이터를 활용해서 다시 그 고객들을 분석하고 다시 재방문을 유도할 수도 있을 것입니다.
So by using these augmented reality games, it'll help you accumulate more data on the type of visitors that you have in these attractions, and from that you can retarget your audience and also be able to encourage revisitors to the tourist attraction.
되게 쉬운 일이니까 같이 한번 만들어보는 것도 좋을 것 같습니다. 지금까지 제 대답입니다.
With the system that we have and the platform that we have at SK Planet, it would be very easy to apply the solution to the case of Palawan. So I'm very happy to help and see where this project can take in the case of Palawan.
Thank you so much, actually, for that very interesting opportunity. And yeah, it's not just about the underground river. I think the UNESCO heritage site it's really a park, right? That includes other areas apart from the underground river. Okay, I'll just ask one question addressed to Undersecretary Almirol, and then I'll invite members of the audience to ask questions. Okay, Undersecretary Almirol, you presented actually this e-government, let's say e-gov super app, and of course the very exciting project on really connecting us digitally. Now, there's a convergence program between the Department of Tourism and the DICT. What can we, let's say, look forward to in terms of improvements in mobility, for example, of tourists to the Philippines and across our archipelago, moving from one island to the next, or moving by land, by air, by sea? Are we going to move towards like digitalization of payments of transportation, using also this app? Thank you.
The priority of the ICT is simplification. So that's our motto this year. So we would like to simplify a lot of things. So it's not just about making an app or integrating to government agency. Example, if the steps are quite complex, maybe 1 to 10 step, need to find a way to streamline this. That's very important. That's why we started doing that in the airport area. As mentioned by Mr. Han, customer experience is very important. The experience of, because anyone can share, but we don't want them to share bad experiences. People can easily share that. We need to have good experiences to be shared, because good experiences are our, we can call it like a digital marketing already, especially in social media. So the goal of the ICT, in partnership with government agencies like the Department of Tourism, is to simplify a lot of processes. Example, why you need to fill up a lot of forms. If you can do it once and it can be used all throughout the country, why not? Instead of giving them another paper or another app or another form again to fill up, what if the moment that they enter the Philippines, the moment they use e-travel example, they can use that all throughout their stay in the Philippines. That's number one. Number two is to amplify also the eGovPay. eGovPay is another platform made by the ICT, but this will be managed and operated by Department of Finance. It's not us who's going to manage this, the DOF. So it's also good that whoever will come in the Philippines, good experience is about, you don't need to look for a money changer, example, just to have money to buy food, right? So when you arrive, you can use whatever currency you have. You can use your debit card, credit card, to use wherever you go. Another one is the ICT is focusing also in putting Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi services to multiple locations of the Department of Tourism. So it's good that tourists can come and they are not worried if they can still call their friends, they can still use the social media. So it's good that the ICT will focus also in putting free Wi-Fi, free internet services to these tourist spots here in the Philippines. So these are the things that we can do. And of course, government agencies need each other, as mentioned to you a while ago, right? So whatever we're doing in Department of Tourism, it can be amplified also the Department of Interior and Local Government, right? And then it can be amplified also Department of Trade and Industry later on. It can be amplified also Department of Trade and maybe Education and so on and so forth. I think we're finding a simplified model where a once-only policy can be implemented. If I said once-only policy, once you enter something here, everyone should benefit from it. And once you enter another data or information here, another entity should benefit. So that we refrain from a lot of repetitions, and that's quite irritating, especially for tourists.
Thank you, Undersecretary Almirol. Actually, that's good news that there will be more free Wi-Fi sites across the country, as you mentioned. And I'm just wondering whether this will be part of, let's say, a phase 2 wherein our various different tourism sites that require visitors to register their details and then make payments on site can probably be digitalized as well, because we have so many, let's say, protected areas, ecotourism sites that could benefit from it.
Of course, you cannot pay digitally without internet, right? So you need internet connectivity to pay online. That's why the ICT, we've finished around 13,000 sites last year, free Wi-Fi sites, and we intend to double that this year. So the priority of the ICT, in fact, the DICT and Department of Tourism signed a memorandum of understanding already, and part of that priority is to assist and deploy free Wi-Fi to tourist spots here in the Philippines. So we will, the commitment is to double the number. So you expect to have additional 12,000 locations to be lighted with free Wi-Fi this year.
Thank you so much, Undersecretary Almirol. And now I'd like to invite members of our audience to ask questions. So we'll accommodate actually 3 questions. Yes, ma'am. Kindly state your name and your affiliation and identify to whom you're addressing your question to. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marisol Paz. I have Halika Tours. Mainly, I provide tour operations in the southern part of Palawan. in a place called Nara. It's it's the eco destination place in Palawan. So it's famous for mountain trekking, jungle trekking, rivers, falls with hot springs, plus the kayaking on the beach. So I get it, the 20 to 30 age group would be perfect for this. But traditionally, Palawan has been favorable for its relaxation, appreciation of nature and wellness. How can we reach people who don't have necessarily the access to internet? Usually the elderlies, the retirees, they're the ones that actually can afford to travel. So how can you include them, sharing them with this age group which has been utilizing tour packages all over the world?
Okay, thank you for that question. May I request Dr. So Young and also Mr. Hangsun to respond to the question?
Okay, give me a second to think about it. Yeah, I see. I think that she brought up a very important point, because what really bothers me these days is about the accessibility to the information. So for example, not just limited to the elderly people, but the people with physical disability, someone who can't really hear, someone who can't really see, they are extremely excluded from those information accessibility. So in this digital era, it's not enough, and it's very hard to attain those accessible tourism. So I think you really brought out an important point. Well, I think I need a minute to think about it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sang-hoon.
디지털 마케팅 차원에서 말씀을 드릴게요.
I will speak in regards to digital marketing.
앞선 발표에서 보셨듯이 팔라완을 알고 있는 한국 사람들은 66.7%에 해당됩니다.
There are only 66.7% of the survey participants from Korea pool that knows of Palawan.
디지털 기술을 활용하면 그 66.7%가 누구인지를 알 수 있습니다.
If we utilize digital technology in the right way, we'll be able to analyze who are those 66.7% of the people.
결론은 팔라완 남부 지역에 관심이 있는 사람들을 모으는 그런 세그멘테이션 작업이 필요합니다.
So it's very necessary for the tourism industry to conduct segmentation using this data to analyze who are those people that are specifically interested in the southern part of Palawan.
그리고 나서 그들에게 타겟 마케팅을 하고 타겟 마케팅을 할 때 팔라완을 올 수 있을 만한 그런 베너핏, 혜택을 같이 제공을 해주는 게 필요합니다.
After that, we can re-strategize our marketing strategies and attract those that are interested in the southern part of Palawan.
예를 들어서 3박을 하면 1박은 무료로 제공하는 이런 제도 같은 경우도 운영하면 좋을 텐데 가능하다라면 정부의 관광 보조금도 그런 역할을 해도 좋을 것 같습니다.
One of the marketing strategies I could suggest is perhaps giving out vouchers for people who visited Palawan. For example, if they had stayed in one hotel for over 3 days, the government voucher can be given for them to come back, and the next time they will get a night for free. So in that case, the government policies and the budget that goes into digital marketing and tourism industry will be able to attract people to revisit Palawan among those people that are already interested in traveling.
그래서 마지막으로 새로운 사람들을 찾는 것보다 팔라완에 관심이 있는 사람들을 먼저 모으고 그들 대상으로 혜택을 줘서 오토 마케팅을 통해서 팔라완으로 오게 하는 것이 디지털 마케팅에 있어서 가장 중요하다고 생각합니다.
Based on the data that SK Planet has gained, he thinks first it is very important that Palawan prioritize the people that are already interested and are aware of Palawan when it comes to digital marketing, rather than trying to attract completely new pool of visitors.
It's my answer.
Thank you. Yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Soya?
actually, let me build more things on the top of what Mr. Han just mentioned. I totally agree that it is very important to target the one who is already interested in those Palawan. But at the same time, I believe that it is really important to expand the new market. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to target like every single elderly population. So we need to focus on some population. And in Korea these days, we try to target, one of the dominant population who makes active travel in those elderly group. It's called like active senior group. So even though they are in their 60s or 70s or even older, they have actually purchased power to make travel. They're physically healthy, and also they are sometimes tech savvy. They want to actually learn, partly because of the influence of maybe those fandom activities these days as well. They like to do those fandom activities using technology. They actually want to listen to their favorite songs through those streaming channels, and also they want to vote for their favorite singer as well. Something like that. There is a particular elderly group who actually can access those information about those destinations as well. And I also want to address another point. Sometimes for even elderly people who can barely access the information, sometimes their children group, their grandchildren group in their MZ generation and even younger generation, sometimes the target of the travel promotion should be not those elderly people themselves, but children of them or grandchildren of them who can actually access such information. So that's another strategy that I think.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask also Undersecretary Almirol, like in the case of the eGov app, can we also use that platform to cater to the target market that was mentioned also for South Palawan?
Yeah, when we visited Estonia, and they claim that they are one of the most digitalized country, although they only have 1.3 million population. One thing I learned there is they're converting the government as a service. So we as well, in the Philippines, especially the ICT, we've launched the e-government as a service platform. So meaning the government will actually not a burden but an amplifier. If may I interpret in a way that we plan to launch a so-called e-services. So e-services is a platform not only for tourism but for livelihood and job creation. So example for mom, there are good locations in Palawan, good mountain trekking, river, camping and so on and so forth. So the government can have that platform where everyone can register their livelihood there. Maybe someone here is very good tourist guide here. Maybe here he has a very nice hut on the top of the mountain with beautiful views. In this area, one farmer, he has a 2-kilometer biking area that they can. So we need to have a platform where business people, the small entrepreneurs, can put their data in it. Because data is power if you have it, okay? But without an information on that particular ecosystem, no one can direct tourists to go there, right? So the government, the ICT is planning to launch an e-service technology. This is in partnership with DOLE and other job providing, including DTI. We also signed agreement with DTI to have, it's a livelihood and job creation activity. So example for that particular place, example here in Palawan, once they enter that, hey, I have a nice place that's operating from 6 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning with this beautiful place. Then I'm just gonna take video of it, upload it. The good thing with that platform is we have the national ID verification system, meaning the tourists are confident that the data that they entered are true, because the one who entered it is actually verified by the national ID. Because if someone will just put whatever there without verification, the data will be junk. Big data is about garbage in, garbage out, right? So that's why the national ID in Estonia, they're able to fix the country in terms of digitalization, because they're able to leverage from that identification system where every data being entered are true and correct. So that when the tourist, example, if we arrive here in Palawan, I open my app, then I can say, oh, there's a trekking area here near this place, and this is owned by Mr. XYZ. There is a kayaking area here in this place. I can reserve. Now, another feature here of the e-service, you can now appoint, you can now schedule. So example, for mom, he's holding the app, and then you know that 5 people are coming. So meaning you can prepare. You need to prepare to the best of the activity that you can do. Because if you don't even know who's coming, how could you prepare your place? How could you clean it? How could you maintain it? And so on and so forth. But if we have an e-service platform where people can register their livelihood there, it's a combination of both livelihood, job creation, and tourism at the same time. And that e-service ecosystem can be a vital point of view here of interagency collaboration later on. So it might be not easy, to be honest with you, because we need connectivity on those particular places. But as we gradually implement more connectivity and we have this e-service platform, I believe that we're able to hit that gap in a way that it could be beneficial to everyone, especially to our tourists coming in.
Thank you for those responses. Now we're ready to entertain the second question. Yes, please. Kindly state your name and affiliation.
Yes, good
and
afternoon. For Yusek David. Sir, from Raquel from NITAS. Since we are promoting a one-stop system, under tourism, what will be the difference of the recently launched Travel Philippines app in terms of content compared to the eGov app?
That's why we promote the once-only policy. Meaning, it doesn't make sense if we repeat what DOT is doing, right? So meaning, it can be an integration. So as you put data on the travel app, the data can be seen also everywhere. That is the idea. It's a multiplier effect, amplification effect. You know, imagine if you enter a place in Palawan, they say you enter a place, they say DOT entered already a place here. The ICT should not do that anymore. But whatever you entered in the travel app of DOT can be seen also on the eGov Super App. The eGov Super App, we expect to have around 50 million users soon, because this will be a mandated app to be used by travelers, because in the past we promote e-travel website, you know, the etravel.gov.ph. But now we are now replacing all billboards to all airports. We will not be promoting anymore the website. We will be promoting the app to use already. Because if you use the website, you have to fill up your first name, last name, middle name, address repeatedly. But if you use the app, once you register once, now if you use e-travel inside the app, you don't need to fill up those information anymore. You just fill up your airline details, that's it. It will be more simplified. And then as they use the e-travel, now they can see the tourism button there. They can see the banner of tourism there. Once they click that, whatever the content you entered in the travel system of DOT can be seen also in the eGov app. So it's a once-only policy.
Okay, thank you, Undersecretary Almirol. And then last question, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Paz Alberto from PATA Philippines chapter. I just wanted to ask our Korean resource speakers, do they have a breakdown of the tourists that come here? Because I noticed in your survey, you did not input sports as a reason for coming to the Philippines. I've seen many big groups coming from Korea with the golf bags. So I think it would be best if we say, let's say, what's a percentage of families? What's a percentage of young people? Is it male, female, and sports? Because that's very crucial in enticing people. Let's say, do we have golf courses in Palawan? Or because you have been showing Cebu as #1. Of course, we cannot discount the fact that there are direct flights from Seoul to Cebu. But Manila is also a very big market for Koreans because of the golf courses.
So do you think sports actually is one of the major, let's say, segments?
팀장님, 제가 먼저 질문을 번역해 드릴게요. 방금 질문하신 거는 설문조사 하신 것 중에 이렇게 그러니까 상세하게 오는 팔라완에 온 사람들의 그런 성별이라든지 나이대나 직업군이나 뭐 관심사가 굉장히 구체적으로 나뉘진 않았던 것 같은데 보시기에는 팔라완이나 필리핀에 오는 한국인들이 골프백을 많이 메고 와서 아마 동남아 지역이니까 그런 관심이 좀 있지 않을까. 근데 그런 데이터는 없는지.
팔라완에 오기 전에 저희가 한 짧은 시간 동안 데이터를 뽑았기 때문에 그 대략적인 데이터만 가져왔고 인구 통계학적 데이터뿐만 아니라 직업이라든지 아주 다양한 필드 데이터를 다 가지고 있고 인덱스로 들어갈 수 있습니다. 충분히.
The reason the survey remains quite general and the questions asked were limited is because SK Planet only had very limited time before the conduct of this forum to conduct this survey. But with the data that they have and with the platform that they are acquired with, they're more than capable of doing more in-depth survey at request.
Would you like to add to that, Doctor? Okay, thank you.
That's a good question.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think we can conclude our panel discussion. And I just would like to highlight, I think, 3 points from the presentations and the discussion this afternoon. So first is that digital marketing actually matters if, of course, one, you have something to offer, something that has value, and something that can also generate actually benefits for the consumers through the relationship that's established. And second, it was highlighted that we now have actually innovative tools already to promote. So very exciting is actually this play, augmented reality and gamification, which could cover actually a lot of sites here in the Philippines, based also on the information that was shared by Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso this morning on the Philippines, the Center of Biodiversity, and the like. And then third is the very important part that private sector, so just like SK Planet, the academe, and all of you here are actually enablers and engines of growth, but we also have government actually that is the amplifier, which I think is a very good message actually as part of the digital marketing strategy. So thank you so much to all our speakers for your time, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you to all our Session 1 speakers, Dr. Bae So-young, Mr. Han Song-hoon, and Mr. David Almirol Jr., moderated by Dr. Maria Cherilyn Rodolfo. Now we will proceed with our Session 2, wherein we will hear presentations regarding case study benefits and challenges of digitalization for travel and tourism industry. To start off our Session 2, we are excited to hear the presentation from our colleague from Korean Air. Let's all welcome the General Manager of the online sales team of Korean Air on stage, Mr. Park Yong-hwa.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for providing me with this opportunity to speak in front of you. And let me just jump right into, not to the swimming pool over there, but to the presentation that I have. So I will divide my talking into 2 sessions. The first one, I will be more focusing on the marketing side, and then I will move on to talk about some digital aspect of digital marketing. So whenever I talk to any employee or people that I know to share some aspect, share some perspective on the marketing, I generally get the impression that we focus more about the promotion, like giving out and distributing the coupon and things like that, and also about advertising, doing some viral marketing and making some commercial which gonna be more attractive to the customer. But when it comes to marketing, just let's go back to and just think about the basic and the kind of famous marketing mix. I would say I assume that most of us know is that 4P, right? The promotion, of course, and then product, and then the pricing and the placement. So my point is that like when it comes to marketing, it is not just about like promotion or just advertisement. It is it has to be in line with the product, and then try to work with the product team to be in line with the quality and all the things that they are doing around the product, and we can leverage on their the endeavor that they are making, and then we can build on our effort to bring more sales and just do more better sales, better marketing, and better sales result campaign and things like that. But so the product and marketing has to go hand in hand, and we have to do the comprehensive approach and things like that. So my organization, we used to be kind of like divided into like several functional aspects. So there's like an IT department over there, and then we have the product team, and then we also have the separate marketing team. I think they're just when we have like a functional aspect of the organization, we can do some more scalable work activity and things like that. But when it comes to like really focusing on just bringing the better experience and better result for the platform that you have, I think it's better to have more focus-oriented organization. So now our e-commerce department, we have IT developer in our department, and also we have the business business, just people, employee working hand in hand, working side by side, and also we have the marketing team, which will be doing the like commercial and then like promotion and sales increasing activity, things like that. So in this way, we are able to put more like a kind of harmonized effort into our platform that we have, and just get more and better result when it comes to sales or just customer experiences, things like that. So when you think about the marketing, just it's important, I would say, that the product aspect should be put into the marketing side. So let me just share some of the the work that we've been doing. So one, I will be talking about the function, what kind of function we are developing, and then we can talk about some content that we are doing, and we also have some marketing activity. So when it comes to the product enhancement, oftentimes when we have like the prioritization, I think for the past, before pandemic, I think the platform when it comes to the airline industry was not like as important as now. I mean, I'm sure that as time goes by, that the IT technology and digitalization just going so fast. So we are putting more effort on the digitization. But before like COVID-19, I guess I felt like not much effort were made in terms of like a platform and enhancing the customer's experience around that homepage that we have. But now we are just like watching the growing the role of our platform. So we are just putting so much of the effort and putting so much resources. So there are a lot of services that were not being able to be executed throughout the homepage, but now we are providing the services of when you want to travel with your pet, you had to kind of make a phone call to our call center, but now we have integrated that function into the web page. So you will be having very convenient experience. Just log into the homepage and just request the service and just pay whatever payment that you have to make, so that you can get that service done. So Mike, sorry. So a lot of functions are included in our homepage. So this is good. And then, as Professor Bae was talking about the content, I mean, when you, I think, log into the airline's homepage, most of the content that you may see will be based on like text-based, right? And nowadays, just because of like a development of like technology, we are just putting so much effort to give you better explanation and better experience. So we are making a lot of videos that explaining how to enjoy the like Korean meal, things like that. And also we are providing some like kind of demo video so that you can easily get to see how to use the app. And so, when it comes to the like content, we just like putting so much effort on increasing the experiences. And when I on board, the first question that I got is that when can I get to eat, right? But usually in the flight, you don't have that kind of access to that information. So we have created one menu that will be giving you all the information necessary for your trip. And this like trip guide menu will be providing you how the service is going to be on the flight and things like that. So this was very, I think, informative to the customer. So until now, I was talking about how we can enhance the customer experiences in terms of the product aspect. And then one thing that I want to kind of lay out is just how you can kind of increase your sales using your website, right? And the basic logic I just want to reiterate you is that the revenue is the number of the customer inflow multiplied by conversion rate and multiplied by average price. So this is very basic, but I think it is very beneficial if you take that notion into your thinking. And so this is the very kind of the logic that you have to do. And then so when it comes to like bringing more people into our platform, we realize that that is just core activity that we should take on. And one of the ways of like bringing more customers into our homepage is the search engine marketing. Like 60 or 70% of all the customers that are coming to our homepage, our platform is coming from the search engine. So it is very natural to have the search engine marketing. But from our perspective, this was the core activity that we have to like focus. And then mostly, as far as I know, like all the major airlines, they are doing this like search engine marketing using advertising agency. But we decided to have this capacity inside of our company, and then we are doing this search engine marketing by our hand ourselves. It was very kind of hard to implement. I was getting so much headwind by putting this like policy, and then my teammate, they were like having hard time. But since this is the core, we have just put into effort and everything, and we are watching great result by just putting this function in house. So yep, we done the search engine marketing in house activity, and then also how you can kind of like increase the conversion rate. There will be some other like activity that you can do in terms of the marketing aspect, but there is some kind of, I would say, like conflict because whenever you want to kind of do implement some function on the platform, then you need to talk to like some product team, right? And then the IT developers and things like that. And they also like have their priority, and then they have their work. And then it's kind of hard to like convince them that this is like necessary and things like that. And just to be fair, and they're working, and they're just doing the best. But so how you can kind of solve that kind of tension and that kind of like inevitable, I guess, like conflict, and there are obviously you have some like choice, and then you can just embrace some of the kind of solutions like that you can use to personalize the function that you want to put on the site in terms of the marketing aspect. So there's like some platform like Adobe Target. I think like Salesforce is providing that like personalization engine, and the Insider. I think that is also some famous tool. So I think just embracing and implementing great tool that you can like use to conduct by yourself, of course in line with the cooperation with the IT team. That's going to be a great way to increase the conversion rate on your platform. So now I finished talking about kind of like a marketing aspect, and now let me move on to the digitization aspect. And one kind of logic or algorithm that I have when it comes to kind of explaining and embracing this digitization is like, I think just 4 elements should be very important. And if you remember this 4 elements, then you will not be missed out in things like that. So I think like the data and the platform and the AI and then sharing economy is just so important. And these 4 components was the things that I have realized when I was like in the state. And then all the things that you were talking were like evolving on this like notion. So I think this is pretty kind of general, and then pretty much like kind of very obvious. But I think in the digital world, just the data I think should be the fuel, and then the platform, how you can kind of use the data, and then just how you can sell and how you can make your product available. That should be throughout the platform. And then AI, just that AI will be doing all many work that we are doing, and then it will be replacing the job, things like that. So yeah, sharing economy. Sharing economy is kind of like a sauce, I would say, when it comes to digitalization. I think already the sharing and AI aspect have been talked throughout the talks that we have in the morning and things like that. So these are kind of like overarching and penetrating the themes that should be beneficial if we kind of take into our mind. So when it comes to data, so I was very amazed by the work that the Philippine government is doing, eGov, the app. From airline perspective, we just have so many data too. I mean, we have like check-in data, we have like booking data, we have like all the activity data through the web. And what we tried to do was to make the one single ID so that we can kind of connect all the separate data into one database and one single source of the truth, and then just kind of evolve based on that data. So what we do, we have the ID of the like the ID of the people. We also have our CRM data, which is the SkyPass membership number. So that's going to be the basic one element that we'll be building upon. And if we have some data that doesn't have that ID, which is the SkyPass number, we will be combining the name and then maybe email address and then phone number so that we can put more data into our database and then just kind of build upon that like single source of data source. So we have almost done just this like doing the one ID project, and yep, this is going to be kind of the basic of our the marketing and product enhancement activities. And then I just wanted to talk about the sharing, and I think during the last session the sharing aspect has been talked. Because like the digital world, it just, I'm not sure, I mean, compared to the past, it is very easy to cooperate with others because we got just like data, and then we got this like wonderful infrastructure. So why don't you just like cooperate and just, for example, if we want to put some content on the homepage of maybe like for French or like for like some overseas country, and it's just kind of hard for us to provide that kind of content into our like platform, right? But we have the Korea Tour organization, and they are like making great content and things like that. So why don't you just ask them to share that good data, which have been provided by the government organization, so that we can use. So we are doing some like the cooperation, and just rather than thinking about spending some money, maybe you can just find some like some entity or some organization that may have some good content or good like product, and then kind of share it, right? Then in that way, you will be first saving cost and just do better performance, because the content may be just better. And we also have like the cooperation with the Delta airline. The Delta airline is our JV partner, so we naturally have to have good level of cooperation. But when it comes to like cooperation with the other airlines, in the past, just so hard. I mean, when you want to sell some of the like Delta Airlines tickets through our like platform, I mean, we need to like educate our like call center employee and things like that. But now we just like create some menu on the platform. So in that way, it's just getting easier and easier to share and to be cooperative with the partner. So I think in the digital world, this is going to be very kind of beneficial trend, I would say, when it comes to digital world. So. Yep, and then let me just finish by quoting some person's remark in other kind of conference. This is kind of weird, but I think like many people are saying about the impact of the AI and how the AI going to be working in terms of like travel industry and air industry, and what's going to be the dynamics between OTA and then airlines, things like that. But there's one person who was saying that Larry Page, who is the founder of the Google, was saying that Google is not they want to be, but Google is just where they are. When you search through the Google, you get like tons of the blue links that may connect to the other OTA or other links, right? And then you also have to search for whatever you want, right? So in this kind of situation, and like very complicated, I would say, like the process of experience, what we really want to do, right? And he says, right, what we really want to do is to to have the perfect hotel, perfect flight, perfect sunset, and perfect restaurant. And if we say just next Friday book me to the New York, and then it just happened, including all the restaurant and all the necessary information. So we're not there yet, but I am sure that whoever takes this kind of capacity, I think that entity will be having so much of the leverage, I would say. And when it comes to OTA, they are getting so much of the traffic because they are selling so many things, right? They're selling airlines, they're selling like hotel. But when it comes to the airlines perspective, we got the product, right? So how the dynamics and how the competition, I mean, we are working with the OTA closely, and with the Expedia, just one of the big travel agency in the US. And we are having good relationship with them, but also we need to think about how the competition gonna be in light of this AI revolution. And I think it's very important to think about. So, yep, this is about it. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our friend from the Korean Air, Mr. Park Kyung-hwa. And now, from Korean Air, we now proceed to Cebu Pacific. So we'd like to welcome Ms. Iana Christine Golfo, the International Marketing Manager at Cebu Pacific.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone still has energy or awake from that sumptuous lunch. First, I want to thank DOT and AKC for inviting us to share how Cebu Pacific navigates through the digital era that we are at right now. First, again, I want to introduce myself. I'm Iana Golfo. I'm with Cebu Pacific Air, one of the leading airlines in the Philippines. I've been with the travel industry for almost 8 years already, and it has been my job to promote the Philippines as a travel destination from the private sector. Because of that, for my day-to-day, I work with a lot of data points to come up with marketing campaigns and, of course, to provide better services and offers for our customers. That is one of the challenges. There are a lot of data points. For us, there's social, there's our website, we have passenger information, we have post-flight survey, rewards program, just to mention a few. And with that, I always ask myself, what do I do with this data? I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody in the room has access to all these data points as well. And you have asked yourself, what do I do with this? Do I keep this away? Do I keep this stored? Or what do I make out of it? So given that, it was said by Forbes that by next year, it's predicted that there will be more than 150 trillion gigabytes of data that needs analysis. Because it's not just data, we have to do something about that after receiving or after storing the data. More importantly, asking again ourselves, what do we do with this 150 trillion gigabytes of data, right? Nowadays, we call it big data. I think it was mentioned a while ago by one of our speakers as well. But it's not just about the volume of information that we see. It's also about the capability of storing the data, analyzing the data, and of course, using that data to create or to make decisions. But it doesn't end there. Data is not enough itself. We should be able to pick which data to analyze and how to make that data into customer insights. That's the only time that is useful for us in marketing. So for Cebu Pacific, I'll be sharing with you later how we use data to, one, create campaigns or plan for campaigns. Second, how do we implement them? Third, how do we measure the campaign effectiveness? We also use customer insights to engage our customers. We have millions of customers in our database. So we've done a campaign on how to engage them during on an emailer campaign or CRM campaign. And lastly would be how we used customer survey information or customer survey data in providing better products for our passengers. In the heart of it all, it's data-driven decision-making. So I think after this conference, I encourage everybody to look at whatever data available you have in your organization and see what is actionable for you. Last year, based on market insights, business need, and of course to support our Department of Tourism in promoting the Philippines as a destination, Cebu Pacific launched a brand awareness Philippine campaign targeting the foreign nationals or non-Filipinos as we call them. This particular campaign was launched in different countries, one of which is South Korea. We used the data to identify the targeting. It was mentioned a while ago to make sure that we are efficiently using, of course, our budget and targeting the right set of people that to achieve the goal that we want. We want them to fly to the Philippines. In Korea, this specific campaign actually performed pretty well. It achieved more than 4 million video views with 140% view-through rate and 187% click-through rate. This just proved the hypothesis that we can further grow our target market or our Korean nationals to travel to the Philippines. This is also a sample of how we measured how effective the campaign was. So the numbers on screen, the 4 million views, achieving higher than the target for view-through rate and click-through rate it proves that the campaign was a success. I would like to share with you the video campaign that we launched last year. Sorry for that, hold on. Okay, while they're preparing that, maybe I'll just share with you first for that particular campaign. What you will be seeing is the English version. But in Cebu Pacific, what we do for our international markets is that we make sure that we translate the materials because based on data and based on insights, it's easier for example, Koreans, Japanese, to understand and relate to a brand if it's in their local language. So, but the first one, but the one that I will show will be the English version. Okay, maybe we can just play that video when I end the presentation. We can move to the next one, so we don't waste the time as well.
Take flight to the one who dreams of the bright side, to the one who's free just like the sea, to the one who loves exotic shopping sprees. Every one of us may have different wants, and so we choose the airline that flies everyone. At Cebu Pacific, let's fly Philippines, let's fly Philippines, let's fly Philippines. At Cebu Pacific, let's fly Philippines, let's fly Philippines, let's fly Philippines, let's fly Philippines, let's fly Philippines.
Book your seats at CebuPacificAir.com.
Thank you. I hope that is worth the wait of the video. So next, after the use of data in implementing brand awareness campaigns, next is how we used customer data to engage the millions of customers in our database. So this year-ender campaign, anybody familiar with Spotify's year-end wrap? Yes, okay. Or like how Gcash wrapped up how much you've sent or how much you've received in the year. So this is similar to that, but this is in the travel edition, but more. So what we did is we used, for example, we sent emails with very specific content, personalized content, using our customers' travel history for the year. With that, we used it in a fun way of predicting what is your New Year's travel destination. This is with a mix of fortune telling. So this campaign garnered 28% conversion rate. So for those people who engaged in the email, they probably booked a flight or booked that destination recommended to them based on their historical travel data. We also amplified this campaign through digital content creators. We have Cebu Pacific's own influencers, or as we call them, moment makers, and also known influencers in the industry. This fun campaign was also an award-winning campaign. This was recognized within the Philippines by Boomerang Awards, Kidlat Awards, and in Asia by Campaign Brief Asia, and of course internally within Cebu Pacific's conglomerate as well. For the last use case, I mentioned a while ago, we use data in improving product offerings. So this is the one. We used customer survey insights, wherein they shared with us customer considerations when booking their flights. So here you see affordability. We have travel period, flexibility, and destinations. So with this in mind, with all these insights, Cebu Pacific created CEB Super Pass. What is CEB Super Pass? CEB Super Pass is a voucher that a customer or a passenger can purchase for only 99 pesos. So that tackles the affordability consideration. And this product can be bought even without a specific flight date yet. So that tackles the travel period concern and flexibility. Lastly, if you purchase this, you don't have to select a destination yet, or a domestic destination. Of course, given the widest network of Cebu Pacific in the Philippines, it's kind of hard to decide where do I go next, or what to see next, and that tackles a destination. On your own time, you can pick when to fly and to what place you want to go to with the affordable price of 99 pesos per way. When this was launched, we achieved 76% ad recall lift, 14 points higher success rate, and plus 9% more seats sold. Again, using data in measuring campaign effectiveness for us. So before I end, I just want to maybe put it out there that the benefits of using data in decision making outweighs the challenges of storing or even going to the analyzation or analyzing the data. It outweighs that. It provides more effective and efficient campaigns for us. And at this point, we already know that data can be a very powerful tool, but only if it's used effectively and efficiently. It's also, I think people might think it's always perfect or it's always successful, but it's just not the case. A campaign can also be unsuccessful sometimes, but it's okay because the cyclical nature of this process, of this entire process, gives us the opportunity to improve for the next. So thank you, everybody, and that's it for Cebu Pacific.
Thank you so much, Ms. Iana Golfo from Cebu Pacific. I'd like to invite Ms. Iana Golfo and also Mr. Park Yong-Wat to join me on stage for the panel discussion. Thank you. Because if the music didn't stop, actually, the three of us will be forced to perform here on stage. That's why I was already looking at them. And I'm signaling, please stop. Okay. Just to wake you up. So we had actually a very interesting set of presentation about big data, right? Like, that's really a buzzword nowadays. And we've seen a very, I think, very good illustration in the case of the airline industry. Now, I just have a couple of questions, okay, addressed to our esteemed speakers, because this session is about the benefits, right, of digital marketing and particularly the use of big data and artificial intelligence. Now, I'll start with Ms. Iana Golfo from Cebu Pacific, because you showed in one of your slides on customer insights, customer engagement, right? Now, I want to inquire about how you use big data to generate or deepen customer loyalty. So that's one. And second, you mentioned about geographical targeting, right? And you used Korea as an example of that you produced a campaign. So is your pricing strategy also a result of this geographical targeting using the big data?
Thank you for that question. For your first question about customer loyalty, yes, we definitely use that given the first-party data that we have, offering specific promotions for them, for our regular customers or regular passengers. And also, we have the Go Rewards program. It's also a loyalty program that rewards passengers if they use. They will earn points when they book a flight, or even since Cebu Pacific is part of a conglomerate, they can use that Go Rewards, that loyalty program on other brand or other companies as well. For your second about the pricing strategy in terms for customer insight and localizing it.
Yes, based on the geographical targeting
Yes.
that you just showed.
So, of course, because, for example, if we put out a seat sale in Korea, for example, the pricing strategy will depend on the economy. I mean, how much, for example, in general, in that particular country are flights, of course, price comparisons as well is studied, and then the operational costs in flying to that particular country, for example. So yes, it's definitely part of the considerations in terms of pricing.
Okay, thank you. Then just to follow up, the 28% figure that you showed, which was like the conversion rate that was a result of the Tara campaign, was that like high already based on your target for that particular campaign? Using
Yes.
the big data?
It actually is, because I think if most of people know, CRM or email marketing is not the main avenue, for example, of where we can get conversions. It's probably, if in the list, it's probably the last, because not every, I mean, do you open your email every day? Do you interact or do you engage with them? So being able to garner 28% of conversion from that campaign is a success. And it shows that a creative way of marketing or using the data for email marketing helps in that. It helps in conversion.
Okay, thank you. What about in the case of Korean Air, Mr. Yongwa, like has this digitalization really deepened, let's say, customer loyalty for your brand, and has it really contributed to the profitability of the company, particularly in relation to the Philippine-Korea market?
Thank you so much for that question. So I think everybody will agree that digitization has brought a lot of benefit when it comes to not just about customer loyalty or just bringing more sales, but also providing more comprehensive set of experience to the customers, right? So when you think about the sales or loyalty, I think it boils down to the kind of interaction that customer has with the company, right? And then when it comes to the experience, I think the experience should be the sum of every interaction of a customer with the airline. And then when it comes to digitization, leveraging on that resource, we may provide pre-meal order option to the customer, and we will be giving them more information about how they can enter to some specific country. I mean, the immigration law and things like that. So I think overall, this like digitalization is just so much like beneficial just to the airline, just in general, like it applies to all the aspect of society. But when it comes to the airline industry, the experience of the customer has been like drastically increased over the past like several years because of that like a trend. And when it comes to Philippine market, so I was like doing the, you know, the sales campaign or like the promotion campaign for like a Philippine market. I saw like so many demands, so much of the demand from Philippines, not just to Korea, but to also the US and the Canada. And then I was thinking about how we can target them and how we can like best provide this like an opportunity for them to get to use our airline and how we can reach them, you know, using the current situation. And it was not easy. It was not like hard. As some may already know that all you have to do is just log into like Google Ads and just turn on the search ad campaign or like, you know, banner display ad campaign, and then, you know, just provide some like, you know, beneficial coupon, and then, you know, with just several clicks, I was able to reach to great set of the customers of the Philippines, and then I was like, you know, doing, and then I was able to achieve what I was thinking about and what I was like wanting about. So yeah, just also in the area of advertising, just like so beneficial, okay, when it comes to digitalization, I think.
Okay, thank you. For the big data, it's like, you know, consumers, we share our data with you, right? From booking and then maybe even up to payment. So I'd like to inquire about the level of trust that the market has on, you know, like turning over this data to companies like yours, from booking, let's say the flight, or even search and then booking the flight, up to payment. So has it changed, and especially after COVID? Like, do more people really trust giving their information and credit card and the like? Because I think that's something that can be explored also by the other stakeholders.
For Cebu Pacific, given that we are a low-cost airline, we've always been digital first. So even before the pandemic, our main booking platform is our website. So it's not improving the trust per se, but for us, it's improving the experience on that website or on that platform that they're used to already.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Yes, Mr. Wong.
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to trust, I think we have to approach that like issue not just about like the process of booking and the like payment, but also about the general perception of the customer toward the entity or company when it comes to like a digital like a safety and then data protection and sort of that. And one thing that I want to say is that there are a lot of like cooperation and the movement to leverage the data that all the others, all the companies have. So there will be one platform, like, you know, leveraging on the data management platform, DMP. The notion of the DMP is just like kind of exchange the data with like different entities so that they can kind of supplement what they don't have. But I think, you know, when some airlines, some like companies like us, even though like the data and then marketing is so important, but from our perspective, you know, the operation, how we can, you know, fly our flights safely, and just getting the trust from the customers is just so take the priority. So we tend to not to so much over reacting or over extending our like data like exchange and or the things that the current other many companies are doing. So like being to be a bit more conservative when it comes to like cooperating and sharing and or the marketing activity, I think that could be one aspect that you may think about when it comes to like, data and the trust issue, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And then before I request members of our audience to ask questions, given that I think we have stakeholders here coming from, micro, small, medium enterprise, no, categories of tourism businesses, is there like a guidance or, some protocol that you would like to share on how they can handle, the amount or volume of information that they're now generating as they develop their websites, as they invest in smart apps on the phone and the like, so that they can really first get the benefits and maximize the benefits?
Okay, from us, I think, yes, there's a lot of data, you might have a lot of data, but it's a matter of identifying your goal first, so that you know what data to look at. If it will help your goal, if it will help achieve your goal, then that's the data, or that's the set of data that you will check, and use that again to analyze from a customer perspective, what's the customer insight that we can derive from that information. From the customer insight, we put that into action. If it's a solution that they're asking for, if it's a better product that they're asking for, or a process, then we can provide that based on actual data and actual customer insights.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to Ina's wonderful response that execution does matter. You may spend many hours analyzing and thinking about the data, and then you may get incremental increase of the better result. But if you just spend so much time on one issue, like analyzing, and then maybe if you cannot conduct one other or two other promotion or campaign, then in overall that the result gonna be the same or less when you spend so much time analyzing. So from my perspective, we got this great set of the data and resources, but I think just execution and doing more and more and in a timely manner, and just take all the lessons that you get from trying those and then implementing it to your current work. I think that execution side action aspect should be regarded very important.
And I just want to add to that sometimes the simplest insight can provide the biggest impact. So it's not always looking at all of these things, all of this data, but then failing to analyze and put that in a more actionable customer insight.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are very good points, because it's about the customer experience, and then time is of the essence, right? So by the time you finish analyzing, because you got so excited with the very big data, that information will no longer be relevant, as you pointed out. So time is really of the essence. And the third is actually the simplicity of the data can actually be very, very powerful, right? Okay, so are there any questions from our audience? Yes, ma'am, please. Please state your name and your affiliation, and identify to whom you're addressing your question.
Right. My name is Florence from Naitas. I'm also a travel agency owner. So this is for both of you. I'm wondering, because now digital marketing makes it easy for airlines to promote and to promote direct booking to your sites, right? But there are also aggregate sites that compare prices of different airlines. So from a customer perspective, it's now very easy for the client to go to an aggregate site, check what airline is offering the cheapest prices for a certain destination and travel date, right? So I wonder if that's part of the data that you analyze also, and how do you manage that? How do you manage competition in this sense?
Okay, before you answer that, so the aggregates you refer to are like Expedia, Skyscanner, no, the cheap fares, and all of those. Yeah, okay. Yes, please do.
Yeah,
go
maybe
ahead.
I can go first this time. So we got great relationship with just meta search. That the meta search means the one that just present the data, and then when a customer click on the channel, then that meta search will lead that customer to that specific channel. So they are not travel agency by itself. So we have Skyscanner and then Kayak, and also we have Google Flight or the meta search player working. And so, like, as I just said, we have good relationship because they just so they're contributing us. You know, when it comes to airline, those like meta search. So to be honest, like you know, in the home market, we're not so much in need of those like the meta search or other like OTA, online travel agency. But when it comes to some like the country that we are not so much well situated, for us, you know, the European market, U.S. market, the contribution that those like meta search or online agencies are doing to us is just so immense. But at the same time, the Expedia, just travel agency, and also meta search, like when they the customer get to the meta search first before coming to our homepage, then they can leverage on that, like what can they do with that like full set of data, and then in the future maybe they can create the kind of powerful this generative AI, and then just get the strengths of like having the customer base, and maybe they can own the customer, right? I mean, maybe this is just like simple like thinking, right? And I think like everybody will be thinking in this way, that the competition is necessary when we have like great the relationship with them. So it's just the competition is right there, but one other, I think, way that we may want to do is to kind of, just cooperating. I mean, there will be big companies in maybe England, Great Britain, and then there will be like some partner that we can talk to. Maybe there is some communication company, and then we can kind of, do some cooperation, promotion or campaign, and then we can use them to reach out to customers that we are not being able to reach unless using the meta search, right? So like doing and promoting some cooperation with like players like us, and leveraging on the cooperation, and then have some competitive edge, maybe against like a meta search or other online travel agency, could be one way that we can deal with moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Golfo.
For Cebu Pacific, for the longest time, we promote digital direct bookings. So in terms of data that we look at, for us, we make sure that we provide the best or the lowest fare possible for our customers. In data comparison, we have, of course, our revenue management team who does all the research in terms of competition prices. Again, going back for us to be able to provide the best value for our customers. And in terms of marketing, for when they search online, they search for flights, it's our job to make sure that we are on top of the options. So that, again, that's one data that we look at on how we perform versus other airlines, or even the aggregates that was mentioned.
Okay, thank you so much for the response. Second question from our participants. Okay, so while you're thinking of a second question, all right, yes, please.
Yes, for airline digital transformation, does it also include the data for safety improvements, like with the use of technologies, AR, AI, or even IoT sensors?
Yeah, when it comes to safety improvement, I think there will be lots of the things that we can do. One just small, like quick example is that we implemented like machine learning and AI-based logic into the overhauling the engine of aircraft. So by forecasting when the engine may have some fault or may have some trouble, correctly, we are able to maybe save some time and save resources, but also we can increase the safety and or the things that are necessary to serve customers better. So yeah, this is just a small example, but yeah, this is important, yes. Yeah.
What about in Cebu Pacific?
Of course, our partners, of course, the engines are created or supplied by a third-party supplier. given the modern tech. So that's how we use that's how we look at the data. For example, as what he said on engines, on when it needs servicing. Yes. So our third-party partners would have that in place already prior to Cebu Pacific. And when it comes to us already, different factors can be looked at as well on safety, on fuel efficiency. So based on those data, we adjust our strategy or adjust the plans, for example. Maybe one example of data that we use company itself would be, for example, the on-time performance. That is regularly monitored, like on day-to-day, every hour. If the data says that we're not reaching or the on-time performance is too low for that particular day, then there are adjustments being made by our operations team to help at least catch up on the target or the desired on-time performance.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have a question, because with all this big data, artificial intelligence, chatbots, digital assistant, how do you ensure customer care? You know, that people in the end still feel that you know, the airline cares.
So I think it boiled down to what customers' experience is gonna be like with all the technology. But I think right now the benefit of digitization is exceeding that of the shortcoming of the digitization, I would say. Like, for example, when I was coming from Korea to this wonderful island, Palawan, I didn't even have to visit the transfer desk because, you know, I was able to just check in using the website, and I didn't have to print out anything, right? And then it was like great experience compared to like several years where we need to visit the transport desk, and then we need to like print out all the boarding passes and things like that. But now it's just so convenient, right? So I think overall we are like focusing and you know, trying our best to give the better experience so that people can not, you know, feel that they are left out. But you know, when it comes to like putting so much, like, you know, like forcing the customer to use our chatbot instead of like not putting the call center option in front, I think we are kind of careful about it. But still, I think the technology level is not up there yet. So we'll see. Yeah.
Thank you. So that, I mean, like, it doesn't become too impersonal. Yes, please.
For us, maybe two things first. First is how we show care would be the constant improvements on our website, making the self-service option available, given that our customers or passengers now always seeks convenience. So they can manage their bookings from the comfort of their homes. But if ever that is not enough, we have the first point of contact for Cebu Pacific would be Charlie. We call it Charlie. That is accessible via our website and our Facebook page. Currently, Charlie can already, is an AI, can already answer or is able to answer 70% of concerns as of the moment. Because of the constant learning from all the questions or concerns the passengers have raised via Charlie, the system have already learned. The remaining 30% is endorsed right away to a live agent if Charlie is not able to solve or resolve the passenger concern.
Okay, thank you so much, because yeah, you know, all these chatbots actually are really not only exciting, but sometimes it's a cause of concern for some, let's say, consumers or travelers. Okay, okay. Any other question? And if none, then I will conclude our session. And I would like to thank our two speakers. Very interesting discussion about the airline sector, Mr. Yonghua and Ms. Golfo. So let's give a round of applause to our two speakers. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our session 2 speakers. And I believe we will be having a working break so as we can continue on with our last session. So for our session 3, entitled Going Forward and Accelerating Digital Marketing Efforts, we are pleased to have our first speaker from session 3, the Director of Tourism Consulting Team at the Korea Tourism Organization, to share on tourism industry and digital transformation Korea. Let's all welcome Mr. Shim Hong-yong.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are not exhausted too much already. My name is Hong-yong Shim. I'm from the Korea Tourism Organization. I'm honored to be here today, and I would like to thank the ASEAN-Korea Center and the Philippine Department of Tourism for giving me the opportunity to share KTO's digital transformation experience and 5 key platforms that drive this transformation. Let me begin by sharing the table of contents, which is displayed on the screen. KTO is committed to promoting the recovery of the international and domestic tourism market, which has been slowed down due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We also support the growth of the tourism industry and contribute to regional development. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented disruption to tourism, leaving deep impacts on the tourism industry. As the pandemic comes to an end, uncertainties in the external environment are increasing, such as economic recession, climate change, and biodiversity collapse. The digital transformation across industries has accelerated due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and digital innovation has significantly reshaped the landscape of industries. As you can see, the global rankings of top companies by market capitalization have undergone significant changes. The advancement of digital technology has brought about significant changes in the tourism value chain and business models. Here is a chart comparing traditional business and digital business, illustrating changes and impacts on the tourism industry. In the past, suppliers in the tourism market, such as airlines, hotels, and food and beverage services, had to go through wholesale, retail, and intermediary distribution channels to transact with consumers who are tourists. However, with the advancement of digital technology, boundaries between market participants have dissolved, creating an environment where suppliers and consumers can directly engage in transactions through online platforms. The tourism industry in Korea has undergone significant transformation due to digitalization. KTO has established digital governance by opening and sharing data and content with the tourism industry. The utilization of platforms has created new business opportunities, which allows customer experience innovation through personalized marketing. The importance of establishing digital support and marketing strategy has increased to enhance tourist convenience throughout their journeys, before, during, and after their trips. KTO provide diverse digital marketing content tailored for each stage of the customer journey. The essence of KTO's digital marketing lies in acquiring, activating, and retaining users, along with generating revenue of companies working with KTO, and ultimately encouraging users to recommend Korea to their friends. KTO is trying to expand the boundaries of the tourism industry through KTO's open platforms and provide value to various beneficiaries. KTO operates 5 key platforms to innovate customer experience and promote tourism industry through public-private cooperation. Tailored for international audiences, Visit Korea serves as a comprehensive tourism information hub, accessible through web services, applications, and diverse social media channels in multiple languages. Now I'd like to show you a promotional video of Visit Korea.
You'll find all you need, from planning your itinerary and finding directions to saving big bucks through special offers and diverse events, as well as cherishing memorable moments even after your trip. Before your trip begins, you can plan ahead by checking the latest travel news and using the travel planner. The travel planner creates an ideal itinerary and recommends tours and package deals just for you. During your trip, use the Visit Korea app to check for news updates and useful discount offers. Don't forget to share your experience with K-Friends after your trip. From Hallyu and K-Beauty content to a variety of member benefits, you'll find everything you need for your trip to Korea. All you have to do is join Visit Korea. Enjoy your trip to Korea with the all-new travel platform Visit Korea.
And let me show you another one, the latest Korea branding advertisement using generative AI, which Dr. Bae mentioned in the first session. Thank you. Next, Visit Korea for domestic users provides similar services specifically designed for Koreans. Through Visit Korea for domestic, users can explore stories about tourist attractions, recommended travel courses, and tourist spots based on a map interface. The operational status of the platform is as shown on the screen. The Visit Korea for domestic platform has 475,000 members, and the application has been downloaded 5.5 million times. The Korea Tourism Content Lab serves as an open platform consolidating diverse tourism content for professionals in the tourism industry. It provides easy and convenient access for industry professionals, allowing them to share and utilize digital content for tourism product development and marketing. Touraz is a representative platform for tourism business information, such as tourism-related news, public notices, and policies. And it also provides one-stop service for government-supported projects. Furthermore, it serves as an open network for communication and cooperation with other partners. Lastly, the Korea Tourism Data Lab is a specialized big data platform offering comprehensive tourism data and integrated analysis service. The target users are central and local governments, regional tourism organizations, tourism business sectors, and academia. We aim to support data-based tourism business and policy making. Launched in February 2021, the Korea Tourism Data Lab has shifted the industry paradigm by providing massive, timely, and detailed big data of actual customers. The purpose of Korea Tourism Data Lab is to collect more useful data, analyze it more smartly, and provide more customized services to users. The Korea Tourism Data Lab uses various big data sources such as mobile communications, credit cards, GPS navigation, and social media to provide comprehensive tourism data and integrated analysis services. The platform also utilizes public data and KTO's own data to support data-based tourism business and tourism policymaking. I would like to present examples of services provided through the Korea Tourism Data Lab. The dashboard provides comprehensive analysis results of the local tourism situation, such as visitors, accommodations, tourism consumption, social media, popular tourist attractions, inflow and outflow region, and similar region to the quoted region. The map of main and most associated tourist attraction service is based on GPS navigation data showing the central tourist destination most frequently connected to other tourist sites during the specified period in that area. However, since the results are determined based on vehicle movements, there may be differences from the actual level of interrelation. You can track the monthly trend of visitors from outside areas and foreigners in the selected area during the queried period based on mobile communications data. It provides the data of visitors by the lowest level of administrative divisions of Korea. We also provide a service to analyze the inbound tourism market. This dashboard displays the inbound tourist data of the selected country showing the number of tourists during the query period by gender and age, purpose, and so on. You can also see the monthly trend of the tourists visiting Korea. This dashboard displays the current status of accommodation facilities reported to the local government. It provides the number of accommodations and the number of rooms by region and the type of accommodations. This dashboard presents the status of tourist inconvenience complaints reported through channels such as the Tourism Inconvenience Complaint Center and Tourist Interpretation Hotline. These complaints are categorized by region and type of complaints. We publish issue reports on the latest trends and market issues by analyzing big data. For instance, we analyze similar travelers' behavior by using mobile communications and credit card data. Our analysis shows that the expenditure of senior travelers increased even during the COVID-19 pandemic. We also analyzed the characteristics of solo travel and changes in travel behavior utilizing credit card expenditure data. Our analysis shows that the expenditure of single-person households is increasing sharply. It might surprise you to know that the most common households in Korea are one-person households. Our analysis of the trend of traveling with pets by using social media data shows that traveling with pets is getting popular in Korea as the number of people who live with their pets is increasing. We also utilize social media data to analyze travel content loved by Japanese tourists visiting Korea. Our analysis shows what Japanese love by category. Additionally, we provide advisory services for database, local tourism, and events analysis. We also provide stakeholders in the tourism industry with consulting services for the utilization of data. Here are a few things we need to bear in mind when we use mobile communications data. For example, we use the term visitors rather than tourists because we cannot distinguish the exact purpose of the visit, as it's not possible to use the total number of visitors by adding up data from multiple telecommunications companies. We use data from one telecommunications company to estimate the parameter. So it is more suitable for trend analysis rather than absolute numbers. While we get data from specific credit card companies and do not estimate the parameter for Koreans, we secure all data for foreigners based on the card issuing company. Card issuing country. We collect data of travelers by individual vehicles from the GPS navigation. So inevitably, we exclude on-foot travelers. This data can be used for targeted services such as tourist attraction recommendations. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to our friend from the Korea Tourism Organization, Mr. Shim Hong-yong. And now we will proceed with the presentation from the OIC Executive Director for the Andrew Tan Center for Tourism of the Asian Institute of Management. Let's all welcome Dr. John Paulo Rivera.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon, mabuhay, annyeonghaseyo. Are you still with me? We're still good? Despite being a very holy hour, no? Is it okay if I step out of the podium? Okay. So I was tasked to talk about going forward in accelerating digital marketing efforts, and coming from the academic sector, I would like to provide or share with you some perspectives coming from research, coming from the academic perspective of moving forward with digital marketing, particularly for tourism. But we have already discussed a lot of things about big data, digitalization, digital tourism since this morning. And for this particular presentation for the next 20 minutes, I would like all of us to step back, okay? Step back and look how can we further enhance digitalization in marketing efforts for tourism. And I would like to begin with this quote, that digital marketing is not an art of selling a product, or maybe it's not just an art of selling a product, but rather making people buy the product that you're selling. Do you agree with that? You want their money, right? Right? We want to get their money, right? I mean, from the capitalist perspective, right? But how do we do that? How do we do that? Using digital technology. And again, I told you earlier, we will step back. Okay, we want to step back on our perspective. And I would like to focus on the second quotation presented before you, wherein content is the atomic particle. Wow, very deep, na? Atomic particle of all digital marketing. And I will not be talking about purely technology. I would like us to focus on enhancing content. Is that okay? I would like to share with you some practices that we have done before in enhancing content, particularly for marketing. This can be applied in traditional marketing, social media marketing, digital marketing. Okay? We're still good? You're still with me? Are you sure? Okay. So what's in it for you today? Okay, what's in it for you today? Number one, okay, I want to share with you digital marketing perspectives from a thought leadership perspective. I would like to share with you approaches to create and sustain a vibrant digital tourism ecosystem. And given everything that we will discuss, okay, I would like us to find some points of convergence, no? Maybe between ASEAN, Philippines, and Korea, on how to enhance digital technology. Okay, but before that, this is one of my favorite slides. No? Again, stepping back, let's recall something. No? I know you are very familiar with this, but I would like us to recall. Okay, recall what? Okay, let's recall these four important characteristics of tourism that a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders are forgetting with the advent of technology. Number one, service elements of tourism and hospitality are inseparable, meaning production, delivery, and consumption occur simultaneously. What does that mean? If that is the case, then defects in our services are not easily identified or even repaired, because things are happening simultaneously. Okay? Second characteristic of tourism is that tourism and hospitality services are human capital intensive. It is delivered by people. Therefore, okay, untrained, unmotivated human resource in tourism can have an enormous impact on customer experience, right? Regardless of whether you're using digital technology, if your human resources are not trained, it's all for naught. Okay? Because hospitality and tourism are people-oriented. Okay? And sometimes with technology, we tend to forget that. Okay? Third, customers spend significant resources planning and paying for the service or product that they are demanding from tour operators, from the supply side of tourism. And of course, with social media, they often share their experience with significant others, with everyone, particularly with everyone. Okay? Therefore, what does that mean? Customers demand a certain high level of expectations of quality from tourism service and product providers. Okay? Number 4, finally, customers come from diverse backgrounds and may be unfamiliar with service conventions and cultural practices, right? That's why training is very important, no? Because our tourism manpower should be very familiar, okay? The heterogeneity, okay, of the tourism and hospitality services is tantamount to, okay, is tantamount to making our manpower trained not only to deliver the operations, but also to be very cognizant, no? To be very aware of the heterogeneity, of the differences in the sector. And that it's very challenging to deliver something that is across the board, right? Right? And bear with me, I'm driving to a point now with that comment. Okay? Next, let's talk about digital tourism. Okay? One of the salient characteristics of digital tourism is that it has been mentioned since this morning that it is a tool of digital transformation to change how we do tourism, right? To change how we do travel. Okay? And this digital transformation being mentioned earlier has completely changed our industry, right? It changed the way we travel. Therefore, okay, given the 4 characteristics I mentioned earlier, given the characteristics of tourism and digital tourism, the question now is, where do we find the common ground? Right? An industry that is people-oriented versus a development and innovation that tends to lock you on your phone, right? Rather than, lock you on your devices rather than the people-to-people interaction that characterizes tourism. And we're finding that common ground. Because in finding that common ground, we are able to design a digital tourism strategy that is still true to the essence of tourism. Okay, is that okay? We're good? You're still with me? Okay. Sure? Hungry? I will have them deliver something on your tables again. So I want to talk about now the relevance of digital tourism. Okay? So tourism is an incredibly complex sector. We've been saying, tourism is not just an industry. It is a collection of different industries, different sectors, right? Right? It's not just the travel, the transportation. It's composed of a lot. It's a value chain. It's an entire value chain on its own. Okay? And with that, tourism can be measured from different points of view. And that digital tourism is much more than just a simple reservation in an app, in a web page. It is more than that. Okay? And the internet is now a vehicle, a component of the experience of every tourist, whether that tourist would decide to travel or not. Okay? And finally, digital tourism influences what we call the analog tourism. And what is that analog tourism? We influence their choice of the next destination that they will visit. And because of that, this has been emphasized since this morning, the opportunities in digital tourism spans market expansion. Market expansion for those who are taking advantage of digital tourism. But the bottom line here is, look at number 4. In using digital tourism, we want to offer a new experience. But the question is, what is that experience, right? For the tour operators, we're brainstorming, no? What is that experience that our clientele really want? Okay? And before you can even design your digital tourism strategy, that is very critical. Okay? Therefore, we need to understand what we call tourism tourist 2.0. Have you heard of that term before? Tourist 2.0. Who is 1.0? Who is tourist 1.0? If there is a 2.0, then there is a 1.0. Who is tourist 1.0? The tourist who is not familiar with digital tourism. And this tourist 2.0, this is today's tourist who is expecting, okay, an experience that is unique and personalized. That's why after the pandemic, a lot of changes happened, no, with tourism demand. Because demand for tourism suddenly became, there is now a demand for customized travel. Okay, if you've observed that before the pandemic, it's all, okay, we're okay with buses, right? But after the pandemic, learning from the pandemic, it has become more of a customized travel with influences from digital and other technologies. Because the point now is, with digitalization comes at the expense of a memorable travel. And we want the combination of both. Okay? So what about digital tourism marketing? Okay, again, I want to step back. I want to step back and look into recalling the value, no? The value that we are really putting on what we are selling to our tourists. Okay. And with that, it comes with our awareness of who really is our target segment. Yes, digital tourism, big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning can design tourism experience for your client, right? Right? But that is again based on a generic information that is available in data. Personally, I still believe in the value of our personal touch. Okay? Personal touch in incorporating that in the experience that we are selling. That's why I also put value on the positioning of digital tourism marketing. Let me go into the details briefly. Okay? So again, now recall, no? When we design an experience, it is always important for us to revisit the value proposition that we have for the experience that we're selling. What is it really that we are selling? Okay? Are you selling the underground river? Or you're selling something of a higher value? Okay? And it would now solve customers' problems. Our tourists, what's the problem of tourists? What is the pain point of tourists that we want to solve? Right? What is the pain point of the tourist that we want to solve through our products, services, through the tours, the experience that we are selling? And I would like now, for you to answer that question, you need to be very aware of your target segments, okay? Which AI also knows this, machine learning knows this, right? Big data would know this, but I would like to share with you an alternative way to look at these target segments so that it can be incorporated in your digitalization strategy. Like for example, we are very used to categorizing our target segment according to the following, right? Age, sex or gender, education, occupation, income, and location, right? Right? We have data on this, right? We have data on this. However, I would like to suggest or propose something that there might be an alternative lens by which we can view our data, let's say, on age. And this is how I see it, and I would like to share this with you. For example, age. We categorize our tourists according to certain age brackets, right? And oftentimes, when we see data that, most of my clients are 18 to 40, then you will conclude that it's millennials, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? You can always say that your clientele is composed of millennials and that you're catering to millennials. However, it is also possible that when you look at your data on age, it is going beyond a market that is composed of millennials. You can also view it as a market with a particular product usage. Like your tours. Yes, it can appeal to different age brackets, right? It can appeal to different age brackets, but it cannot be across the board. Because each of the age brackets that you have, patronizing the experience that you're selling, would have a different product or service usage. It has to be customized. Okay? It has to be customized. You can read your big data in that manner. Second, in terms of sex or gender. Your data will tell you that, most of my clients are female. Then you will say, you can conclude that, my products are designed for women. Is that possible? That's possible. That makes sense. But it is also possible for you to look at it differently, that your big data is telling you that, hey, since most of your data are coming from women, it might be the case that it's the women who's actually benefiting more from your product or service. Because if you will look at many advertisements, many marketing approaches, promotional strategies, you will often wonder, why is it that this product is intentionally for women, but it is being endorsed by men? Or the other way around. This is a product for men, but why is it that it's a woman who is endorsing it? It's because it goes beyond sex or gender. That data tells you on who benefits more from the products that you are selling. In terms of education, we usually ask this in product surveys, right? Okay? And the level of education of your customers, of your consumers, actually tells you the level of analysis that they have. Okay? If your data will tell you that most of your clients are or have a master's degree, then the level of analysis is more complicated. You cannot give them a messaging that is for a high school graduate, something like that. Because the messaging, whether it is traditional or digital, will not resonate with them. Again, an across-the-board strategy might not work. So what is this telling us? That you can also look at data on age, sex or gender, and education beyond what it is. But you can actually look at it by simply knowing. You will know the language that your customers, your consumers, your patrons can actually understand. Therefore, you can now design your digital technology, your digital platforms in such a way that it can communicate to the different target segments that you... Because chances are, if I will ask you, who is your target segment? Who? Maybe most of you will answer everyone, right? Right? No problem. But you just have to look into a message that your consumers will understand. On occupation, income, and location, like for example, occupation. You have a supervisor, you have a manager, you have what? What's the next after manager? An executive, director, president, and the C-suite, in the company. Selling products to them, you don't sell a tourism product to a supervisor that is designed for a supervisor, because it is also possible that tourism products can be aspirational. When I say aspiration, if I'm a supervisor, sooner in the future, I wish to be a manager. Therefore, I want products for managers. The aspirational aspect of tourism products. That can also be gathered from the big data on your consumers that you have. In terms of income does not really just measure purchasing power, but it also measures priorities. Like for example, there's this news. The latest phone model is coming out in the market. And then there's a news. Filipinos suddenly stop eating. Just because the new, I do not want to mention the brand, just because the new phone is coming out in the market. But if you read the news, you can Google that. If you read the news, it says there that when the news that this latest phone model will be released in the market, Filipinos stopped eating outside. What does that mean? This is what we call purchase priority, right? I will not just eat outside because I want the new phone. Purchase priority. That's what income is telling us. Okay? Income is telling us not just your purchasing power, but your priorities. And the tour packages that you're offering, It might be expensive, but remember, purchase priority. And you yourselves, no, did purchase priority once in your life, right? Right? You wanted to book that European tour. So what will you do? You will stop eating. Right? Right? Purchase priority. Okay? And then in terms of location, going beyond the geographical aspect of data, when you say location, there's a difference in culture. Right? There's a difference in language. Like for example, no? Puerto Princesa has a different culture, quote unquote, not, okay, don't take it literally, has a different language, has a different manner, has a different demeanor compared to a nearby town, compared to the northern part or the southern part of Palawan, right? It makes a difference. It is not just the geographical location of your clients, but also the kind of culture that they have that you can adjust in your digital platforms. Therefore, in terms of occupation, income, and location, it's telling you more than that. It's actually telling you the preferences of your customer. Therefore, you have big data. You gather data a lot, no? But this is an alternative way of reading them that you can redesign your digital platforms in order for them to be able to detect your specific target segments, language, and preferences. With this technology, machine learning can easily do that for you. But as human beings, we are able to develop a different reading, a different understanding of what data is telling us. Okay? Are you still with me? Why are you looking at me? We're good? We're good? Okay. So, the positioning, this is my suggestion, no? I would like to share this with you, that whenever I have a new product, whenever I have something new to offer to the market or to my customer, my initial approach would be not to tell my customers how I did it. Going back to my discussion of value earlier, I always tell my clients, my customers, how good it will make them when they buy my product. Because that is the pain point that I am solving for you. If you buy my tour, you will be the most beautiful. You will be the most handsome tourist in the country. Country lang. Country first, right? Right? Are you going to buy my tour? Of course, you want to be handsome or beautiful even if you are not. No? Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, so don't tell me how good you make your product. Prioritize telling me as your customer how good it would make me when I use it. Okay? And finally, for areas of collaboration, I just wanted to emphasize here that in terms of collaboration, we can think about with our stakeholder partners, what is it that we can create together that would not have been possible without us talking. And what is that? What is that? In the advent of big data and technology, collaboration can be in the form of technology sharing. Okay. Data, but I know data privacy is there, no? So we have to work with that, no? But the fact that we're sharing resources, we're sharing talent, we're sharing technology, I think that's the starting point. No? I believe that is the starting point for us to collectively advance digital tourism while being true, no, to the fundamental characteristics of tourism. And on that note, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions later. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. John Paulo Rivera, for sharing your insights on digital marketing efforts. Now we are pleased to have with us the General Manager for Guide to the Philippines. Let's all welcome Ms. Dina May Flores.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you very much to the Department of Tourism and the ASEAN-Korean Center for organizing this forum and allowing local stakeholders to showcase the Philippines to a global audience and share valuable insights on digital marketing to boost tourism. Today, I will be discussing a few digital strategies as a means to further increase the interest and visits to the Philippines. Via this platform and by partnering with local tour operators and designing travel products, we may be the answer to what the market is looking for. First and foremost, allow me to introduce myself. I am the General Manager of Guide to the Philippines, and we actually operate one of the largest marketplaces for Philippine travel products. As part of our company's mission to put Philippine tourism on the global stage, we work closely with DOT-accredited tourism enterprises throughout the country to feature their tours and packages. Aside from offering thousands of Philippine travel packages or products, Guide to the Philippines is also a top online source of travel content to make it easy for anyone to find any information about our country. We see ourselves as an enabler for the local tourism. We believe sustainable tourism is key to economic growth for the Philippines. And we look for tangible ways to transform the tourism industry and to ensure inclusive growth. Today, allow me to share some of the things we've learned on our journey and how these can apply to advance tourism where everybody wins. With borders now open, the Philippines is getting more recognition as one of the best tourism destinations in Asia and the whole world. From pristine islands and beaches, incredible diving spots, to notable historical landmarks, the Philippines offers a multitude of unique experiences and beautiful sites that travelers can explore in just one trip. Despite the awards, we're still behind our neighboring countries when it comes to tourist arrivals. Malaysia and Thailand both had over 20 million tourist arrivals in 2023, while the Philippines had 4 million. After exceeding the set target of arrivals in 2023, the Department of Tourism is targeting to attract 7.7 million foreign visitors in 2024. With neighboring countries that offer similar attractions like the Philippines, how do we collectively reach more travelers to choose the Philippines as their next destination? When travelers are on their dreaming phase, they really just usually go to Google as their starting point. We did a quick Google search on the best country to visit in Southeast Asia, but the Philippines isn't on the top search. While we're included in most travel articles, we're not on the top spots as well, which are usually reserved for Thailand and Bali. We may have some of the most beautiful beaches, islands, diving spots, unique experiences, but not a lot of travelers know about the Philippines yet. How does the Philippines compare online when travelers look for products versus our more famous neighbors, Thailand and Bali? Based on the average global search volume in the last 12 months, more users are looking for Thailand and Bali travel products, with over 30,000 searches for travel packages compared to just 4,800 for the Philippines. Promoting the Philippines as the best tourism destination needs collaborative efforts from all of us. You might be wondering, if I am an owner of a small tourism enterprise, how do I help increase tourism arrivals to the country with the little resources that I have? This afternoon, I'll be giving you some ideas on how any tourism stakeholder, big or small, can help advance Philippine tourism in the digital landscape. When you start planning for a vacation, where do you start? According to 2023 survey conducted by Travel Boom, the leading data-driven digital marketing agency for hotels, resorts, and vacation rental companies, 48%, or almost half of their 2,000 respondents said that planning their vacation starts with search engines like Google. Online travel agencies follow with just about 12.4%, and vacation rental sites next at 9.9%. But how do they decide to book their trip? According to the respondents, they also prefer to find travel products via search engines, followed by hotels and travel agencies. Despite being a society that spends a lot of time on social media, only 1.2% of the respondents use social media platforms like Facebook to book their vacations. With so many travelers using search engines to plan and book their vacation, one thing is for certain. If you are in the travel industry, you cannot afford to miss out on prime SERP or search engine results page real estate. Millions of content are published every day, and all of them are vying for that top spot. Why? Because being on top gives you more eyes, more clicks, which can drive direct bookings and maximize revenues. When you are a business owner, of course you believe that your products are the best. But how do you convince people that you are the best? And how do you convince them if they can't even find you online? Despite the lower search volume for Philippine travel keywords compared to other Southeast Asia countries, there is still a significant number of travelers looking to come to the Philippines. To make it easier for travelers to plan their dream vacations here, information about our destinations our products must be seen by the right people at the right time. The right time translates to the right moment of a potential customer's digital travel journey. I'll be sharing strategies that tourism association and organization or even advocates can use to help increase visits to the Philippines. To design or create the best products, you must first know what your audience is looking for. The great thing about search engines is that every keyword or phrase that users type can be tracked. Search engine optimization or SEO tools can help you identify what travelers are looking for. You have to get into the minds of your customers. Design your products and marketing strategies around these keywords. If your core product is airport to hotel transfers, check the keywords on routes that get the most search volumes. These keywords will be your main reference when creating products and writing travel guides or social media content so your audience can find you. While it is important to target the keywords that your audience is searching for, take note that you are still writing for humans and not machines. When writing product descriptions or social media copy to promote your destination or products, don't assume that people are already familiar with the places or the activities. Yes, Boracay is world famous, but for an international traveler who has only heard about it for the first time, you have to help them visualize that it's one of the best Philippine destinations for white sand beaches, fun water activities, and exciting nightlife. It's the perfect all-in-one destination for romantic getaways, family vacations, and exciting tropical holidays with friends. You have to be consistent on this from your writing to your photo selection. Now, if you're selling a Puerto Princesa underground river tour, you need to communicate with your audience that this is a must-try activity because the underground river is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a new 7 wonders of the world where you can see stunning cave formations and cruise along the longest navigatable underground river in the world. Aside from the stunning sights, it can also be a spiritual experience. But saying that it's popular isn't enough. You have to tell a story or show through photos or videos why that experience is unique and must add to their itineraries. Keywords, good writing, beautiful photos are not enough. When you're marketing a country like as big as the Philippines with endless unique experiences and attractions, you have to work with local tourism stakeholders. As an online Philippine travel platform, Guide to the Philippines brings together local tour operators, transport, and accommodation operators on a single Philippine-centric marketplace. We also work with the Department of Tourism and the local tourism offices in designing new tour circuits and promoting underrated destination. It is our key mission to enable local tourism enterprises to be more competitive and reach a global market. We do this by providing keyword research data to identify what your partners' audiences are searching, write product descriptions that target these keywords, and find the best photos to present the products. We also design multiple destination travel products wherein multiple operators service one package. These are perfect for first-time Philippine visitors who are looking for all-inclusive travel packages, since these already have flights, hotels, airport transfers, and tours. If your establishment only has a Facebook page, you are missing out on a lot of potential customers. If you do not have your own website, one alternative to improve your presence in the marketplaces, such as Guide to the Philippines. On our platform, partners have their individual sellers page where their products can be found on a single page. They can use this to direct all their online bookings without any web development costs. On top of this, Guide to the Philippines also provides assistance in promoting the individual sellers page through creation of key visuals and enticing captions for partners to increase brand awareness and effectively market their products to their audience on different social media platforms. But creating a product and content does not end when you hit the publish button. It's useless if your target audience cannot find you or see it. This is why you also have to make sure that your content is distributed at the right place. It's important that you cover all the bases with the right content to lead them further into the funnel. Use different marketing channels like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or email marketing to distribute your content and get more eyeballs to your website. We also regularly write travel guides that feature our partners' products that are published on the site. It's one way to capitalize on content marketing if you do not have your own website. Once you've published a product or article and distributed it online, the work doesn't stop there. You have to regularly optimize your content to target new keywords, include new attraction, and link to relevant pages in your website as you publish more. Your content has to be consistently the best for Google or search engines to put you on the top of the search results. Make informed and verified decisions to drive business growth with data. By setting the right KPIs and identifying trends in customer booking behavior, we can easily identify opportunities and pain points and adjust strategies to improve our website traffic and conversion. We help our partners digitize their operations by managing and inventory and bookings on the platform through their own extranet access. And this is complete with dashboards. There are truly so many opportunities to promote Philippine tourism further. We dream of a not so distant future when the Philippines will become part of most travelers' bucket list. Though we already see many tourists preferring our country's natural resources, this global interest fuels sustainable infrastructure, investments in underrated destinations where local communities thrive as they participate with greater ownership of tourism enterprises. We, therefore, need to move in unison towards promoting the Philippines and more destinations in the country. There is a big market that we can reach through digital channels, and we need to be visible to them at the right place and at the right time. From the time these travelers dream to their planning and eventually when they choose to book. To maximize all these digital strategies, we need to constantly study data and immediately apply our learnings back into our efforts in finding new opportunities or key markets we can further tap. While we continue to cement the Philippines as a global travel destination, we, the team from Guide to the Philippines, are optimistic that we will get there. My endless gratitude to the Department of Tourism and the ASEAN-Korean Center for this opportunity to promote Guide to the Philippines. I am really looking forward to more fruitful discussions and collaborations. Mabuhay, magandang hapon. Maraming salamat. Sarang hamida.
Thank you, Ms. Dina. May we invite you to please stay on stage. So we will proceed with the panel right after the video presentation. Thank you. May we now invite once again our moderator, Dr.
They really want us to dance. Thank you. All right. So I think this session, for this session, we can anchor some questions on maybe the three V's, no? 3 V's. So I'll start with the first V, which is value, because the recurring theme was on value creation along the value chain of tourism. So my first question is addressed to Mr. Hong Yong. The big data platform of Korea is very impressive. It covers a lot, international, domestic, regional tourism, very impressive. Now, my question is, how do the stakeholders in the Korea tourism industry use this data to improve standards of services and also to promote sustainable tourism?
Thank you for question. Local, I'd like to introduce examples. Local governments in Korea can analyze their their tourism status using big data from the Korea Tourism Data Lab, and they can utilize this information to develop marketing strategies and solve their tourism-related problems in the region. I think an illustrative case is the Paju City of Korea. One of major issues of local tourism in Korea is weekend traffic congestion and parking difficulties. So Paju City has been experiencing the same problem. So they use the GPS navigation data from the Korea Tourism Data Lab, and they analyze the peak times and the routes. They analyze the peak times and routes for weekend vehicle traffic, and using these insights, they devised a plan to develop a mobile application that they can help disperse traffic by providing advanced parking information. So this project was selected for government budget support, and this application is now under development now. So that's it. Platforms is a quite practical problem. It's like it's a big budget. So building these kind of platform requires a huge budget. So to secure this funding, we need to we need I think we need a consensus between the central government and NTO like KTO and the local governments and stakeholders in the tourism industry of the urgency of the digital transformation. So it needs a huge amount of budget. So in the case of Korea, the central government and KTO have long recognized the necessity of digital transformation for data-driven policy decision. So it was during the COVID-19 pandemic, the normal marketing activities was not possible. So we can secure the budget for this platform building, not for the marketing activities. So we secure the budget. So we have developed this platform in the last 3 years. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I think that's a very interesting case study because they utilize that period, the downtime in tourism, to actually invest in this kind of the tourism big data platform. So thank you so much for sharing, Mr. Hong Yong. Now, I'd like to ask, of course, Dr. Rivera, because you spoke a lot about value, right? Value creation. Now, what do you think is the value that the academic and research institutions can create today in light of the discussions we've had since this morning on digital marketing strategies and also really utilizing it to create the value for the, let's say, for the product?
Well, the academic community I always believe in the academic industry linkages. So a straightforward approach would be the academic institutions to not to always collaborate, to partner, to talk with industry on what they need. Because even if the academic sector would be able to generate research, which most often are conceptual, there is still value in that because it can actually lead to the creation of new ways of doing things, of innovations that can be materialized by the industry. And only through academic and industry linkage wherein concept will be transformed into reality.
Yep. And then as a follow-up, so you mentioned about like different pain points earlier along the journey. And if there's like one area of that journey of a traveler or of a customer that needs a lot significant attention today, or where we can create value if we remove that pain point, which sector or subsector of the tourism value chain would that be?
Regarding pain points of tourists, well, I'm speaking as a tourist here. Maybe it's really the value for time, that for the time of the tourist. And this can only be managed or reinforced or enhanced if actually all sectors of the tourism value chain would actually be very aware of the entire travel journey. Because I mean, in a post-pandemic world, a traveler would decide on going to a specific destination on the basis of the safety, of the seamlessness, of the end-to-end travel experience. And even if airlines would be efficient, even if the accommodations would be efficient, even if tour operators would be efficient, but if, for example, the transportation sector would have inadequacies, then it would actually ruin the entire tourist experience. That's why, since tourism is an entire value chain, it's really a concerted efforts of all those who are in the tourism value chain, and it's a all for one for all scenario.
Yeah, I like what you said about like it's related to the value of time. So, which means that this digitalization should eventually be able to reduce the cost of searching. So, which brings me now to the network created by Guide to the Philippines, or GTTP. It's a network. It's enabling and it's building, collaboration among stakeholders. Now, I'm curious, like, what's the cost of participating in this network? If our stakeholders here become part of this network that you're building, and you showed very impressive numbers, what's the cost on their part, if any?
Right. So there's absolutely zero onboarding cost if anyone wants to join the ecosystem of Guide to the Philippines. Aside from that, we actually help you also making sure that your products are visible. So what does that mean? We help you with your seller's page. So we offer a seller's page for our partners. Some of them, our experience currently, some of them come to us to say, can you help write? Can you help write the description for us? This is what we want to say. So those are collaborative efforts that we do, right? Before we publish anything, we have to make sure that the descriptions are right. It's what our partner wants to convey for their products. So that's really the assistance, and I guess it's really just growing the product offerings that we have in Guide to the Philippines. So with really, the more partners we have, I think there's a better chance of getting the brand out in the Philippines and to the market and to the world.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Flores. So actually, this is the second V, no, the visibility. Now, follow-up question. So you have this network of partners. Is that limited to, let's say, accredited enterprises of the DOT only, or it's like a network that's open to all who could actually share information, curate information, and the like?
Okay, so because we are really selling the Philippines, right? Part of our commitment, and this was a commitment we did to the Department of Tourism in 2019 during the launch of the Philippines.travel website, was that we were only going to partner with accredited DOT service providers because we really want to make sure that when we put the Philippines out there, the experience of the passenger or the traveler is perfect. We have operators that are highly recommended, and having gone through that rigorous accreditation of the Department of Tourism is actually key.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Because at least that gives us like the parameters of like the network or the membership into the network. And yeah, so actually the last V is something that I'll ask later, but I'll first ask our audience if they have any questions that they'd like to address to our three esteemed speakers, Mr. Hongyo, Dr. Rivera, and Ms. Flores. Okay. So we have actually regular participants. Yes, ma'am.
My name
please
is
ask your
Marisol
question.
Paz. I'm with Halika Tours. I wanted to share a reality check with you as an experienced tour operator. This 20 to 30-year-old campaign for marketing, it's throwing towards the polarization of DIY type of travelers. They find cheap airfares, they just want to do it on their own, disregard travel agencies and just go there on the spot. They rent motorcycles or rent cars and go from one spot to where they want to go. But unfortunately, based on my experience, some of them, I also have a resort, so they come to lunch with us. Oh, where have you been? Oh, I've been to Australia Falls. What's the highlight of your trip? Well, I was so glad to feed the monkeys. Oh my God, you're not supposed to feed those monkeys. Why were you doing that? They were misinformed. But that was the highlight of their trip to the Australia Falls. So it's wrong concept of enjoying your trip. Anyway, so they were not informed. So anyway, so Underground River, it took me 1.5 hours. I was sweating, and all it was, I went to the caves and came back so tired. Do you realize that it took millions of years to develop those caves and the unique formations inside the caves, and the river that ran through it is one of a kind? Oh no, I wish somebody described that for me. I would have appreciated the moment I was there. So again, these are, product of your marketing, but sustainably, are they really going to recommend people to come back? Even themselves, they won't come back. So another issue, would you like to join my travel van? Because we have room. Oh no, we could just go there to the islands and do it ourselves. Finally, we meet them there. Oh, how was your experience? Oh, we went to this place and it was full of mosquitoes. And it flooded the other day, so we had to walk through the floods. They would have had secure, safe, healthy experience if they participated with us. So sustainability, I wish you guys would, with your reduced rates in airlines, offer DOT accredited travel agencies because they would have a more meaningful experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to actually invite our regional offices. They're represented here. If you have any questions that you'd like to address to any of our speakers. This is the last session for our forum for today. So anyone who'd like to ask question, also from our private stakeholders. Yes? Questions from the back? None? Yes, ma'am. All right, Ms. Alberto.
Doctor, this is for Dina and
okay.
of course for Mr. Shim and Dr. John. For Korea, how effective are influencers in getting people to visit the Philippines? And for Dina and Dr. John, example, this actress Alawi has multi-millions of followers, right? What percentage of that actually are the traveling passengers? Because I had quite, a suggestion to one NTO, but this is not from the Philippines. I said, why do you give so much importance to influencers? Do they really okay, I have 1 million followers, are they really traveling? Or taking out the importance of a travel agency, just like what she said. Tour operators are very important. Like, I also questioned one AI physicist specialist. I said, okay, you can go ChatGPT, but how do you know that, for example, a hotel is being renovated when in fact the data from ChatGPT 4 is from 2022, am I right? So if after the pandemic that hotel is closed, would you know that? Then you will just end up paying for something and lose money. So those are 2 points. One is for Korea, how effective are influencers? And two, Dean and Dr. John, do you think they contribute to tourism a lot?
Okay, thank you for those questions, Ms. Alberto. I'll invite Mr. Hongyan first. Do you think influencers are very effective in promoting Korea? Or promoting, let's say, Philippines to Korea?
Promoting
Let's say Philippines to Korea.
Philippines to Korea. Yeah, is the influencers are more getting more their influence these days. They got more and more attention by normal people. So I think it was last year the Seoul city hosted a very large event inviting influencers from all over the world. The local governments as well notices that the influencers are very important to attract tourists to Korea. So KTO is also want to use this kind of influencers to for marketing as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hongyan. And now, Dr. Rivera and Ms. Flores. So,
Maybe
do you
I'll go.
think they really contribute?
I'll take the first crack to that wonderful question. Thank you for that. Anyway, regarding influencers, it's actually on a case-to-case basis because there are influencers that have thousands and millions of followers, but we are not really sure if those are organic followers because in this day and age, anybody can be an influencer as long as you reach a certain level of number of followers. But there are cases wherein those followers are actually what we call bots. For the lack of better term, these are artificial followers just to increase because the more followers you have, the chances of monetizing your content is also higher. But conceptually, in principle, influencers do affect the traveling behavior of the public, but that depends on the brand value of that influencer and also on the value of the content that influencer is actually posting in his or her social media. So it's really on a case-to-case basis. Like for example, if it is a famous celebrity and I am really a diehard fan of that celebrity and that celebrity has a fans club, then the impact on the visitation, the tourism activities of that destination would be significant. However, consumers are also aware of the appropriate content, of the right content that is being flagged on social media. I just know if you are posting this on social media just for the sake of having content, and I know consumers would also know if the content is really worth their while. So it's really, yeah, we cannot generalize on it, but it would really depend on who is actually making the posts on social media. I hope I was able to answer that question.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Now, Ms. Flores.
Okay, so maybe fairly recently, we actually brought together with this property, Always Be Changing. So they are a family of vloggers. They travel the world, talk about experiences. So I guess and we've actually, so we brought them to Palawan. We gave them some tours to move around the city, right? And we saw an uplift, right? We saw site visits increase because of the links that they were actually posting on their websites. So I guess it is dependent. It is dependent on what they are showing and how credible they are. So I'm not sure about Alodia though, but you know, it's who you are partnering with that makes maybe the difference, and really the content that's out there and what they will publish online.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very interesting input. So it's the quality, right, of the influencers you mentioned and the content that they eventually share online. Okay, I think we have a question from Under Secretary Almirol. Or do you have any inputs or comments?
No, I'll be not as an undersecretary, but as David Almirol.
All right.
Yeah,
As a traveler.
I can't help it but to a question and a comment at the same time, because this is really very timely. It's a beautiful discussion. And I was asking my good friend here, Yusek Berna, do we have a technical working group like an IT? Because the ICT cannot do everything, to be honest with you. And I've been looking for technologies. Honestly, it's my first time to see your beautiful platform, Ms. Dina. And I think why we need to repeat it if it's already there. Yeah? So why not just integrate it and to make it like an e-governance initiative? So I think my question is, do we have a tourism IT technical working group already that can be initiated by tourism and can be maybe technically assisted by the ICT? Do we have that already? Not yet.
My understanding is there's none at the moment, but Yusek Verna can confirm it.
Well, yes, just to at the moment, we do not have an officially formed tourism ICT group. So there are various offices handling different aspects of ICT. So as I mentioned earlier, for example, for the digital travel.philippines app, it's being handled by the Tourism Promotions Board. And digitally, we also have like a tourist assistance call center. This is also handled by an office in the Department of Tourism. So there are many different offices handling different aspects. So I think it would be a very good suggestion. It's a good suggestion on your part to maybe put it together so that even maybe from the private sector, we can also have representation.
Well, then I'll go to the comment side, okay? Well, it might be not good to say because I'm in the government now, but private are faster, than the government, Mas mabilis ang private, no? I think if we have that technical working group, the DICT can, part of our mandate, by the way, as the executive branch of the government, is not only primary policy, development and planning. Actually, our mandate is the development and promotion of any ICT national agenda. And take note that what you're showing is actually an ICT agenda. If we're not gonna promote or amplify this, sayang, di ba? Siguro maybe part the suggestion, baka exploratory, no? So we will come up with a tourism IT technical working group, and then baka magamit. Example, for the eGov app example. And we haven't actually massively launched it, and we have around almost 2 million users now. And take note, we have 55 million national ID users already. That's 55 million. And e-travel alone, just to inform you, we have around 22 million users. Imagine while you are registering sa e-travel, now you can see now, these are now the beautiful places in the Philippines. I can book immediately, I can get a package immediately, and so on and so forth. I think integration, interoperability is the way to move forward, or else pag hiwa-hiwalay ito. Ako nga, first time ko makita yun actually. So imagine, nakaupo ako sa aeroplano while I'm sitting in the airline, and then while I'm registering my children or my wife sa e-travel, now I can browse also those sites. So I think very good learning today, and that's my humble suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. David Almirol. Okay. So, Ms. Flores, would you like to respond to that comment of Mr. Almirol?
We really, Guide to the Philippines, it's a very, we work very close with the Department of Tourism. We've done a few projects with them in the past. We're more than willing to help and collaborate with government to actually just bring the technology that powers what we have and how we do it in Guide. So we're willing to share information, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, Mr. Hong Yong, because you presented that very good and comprehensive tourism big data platform of Korea. And we read that one of your goals of the Korea National Tourism Organization is to build the Korea into a digital tourism powerhouse. So what is the next program that you are going to pursue now that you have developed already this data platform?
KTO has built the platform called Korea Tourism Big Data Lab. We went through three stages and with a lot of budget, but it's not finished yet. We are upgrading the platform every year with a huge budget also. We secure various big data sources like mobile communication data, credit card data, and GPS navigation data, and so on. But we still need more big data sources like train information and the road traffic information, because domestic travelers use their vehicles. Koreans do travel with their vehicle. I think more than 70%. So we need the road traffic information. So we are looking for collecting those data, and we need also other data like the airlines and trains and so on. So we still trying to collect more diverse big data to provide more comprehensive data. So we are still working on the upgrading our platform. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hong Yun. And that actually leads us to the last V, which is viability. Oh, I think there's a question from Sir Armin. Thank you. So please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
I'm Armin Hauteya from the Department of Tourism Regional Office 12, or otherwise known as SOC Sergeant Region in Mindanao. Okay. My question, I have two questions. First for Ms. Dina. I would like to just inquire if you are open to working with stakeholders in SOC Sergeant despite the advisories issued by several countries, including Korea. And my second question is for anybody who can answer, how can we use digital platform or any digital strategies in order for us to diminish the image of Mindanao as a dangerous destination?
So, sir, we actually continue to expand, right, the product portfolio in Guide to the Philippines. What's really missing today is Mindanao. So we have a few products for Mindanao, Davao, Cagayan de Oro. The experience of Mindanao is not really there. We have started talks with Zamboanga, the local government unit of Zamboanga, from a tourism perspective. So yes, we are willing to sit down with any domestic Philippine stakeholder, and we are also willing to sit down to help. Well, you will be the ones to have to tell us, right, the travel experience that you want to actually push. But we would be very much willing to sit down. So our onboarding usually takes about 1 to 2 meetings, and then we can develop the product with you. We will just have to make sure that we align the offerings, the descriptions, the experiences with you as our stakeholder.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. So, Sir Armin, the answer is a big yes. Okay. Next, Dr. Rivera, can you kindly respond to that second question?
Well, regarding improving the image of Mindanao using digital platforms, I guess the straightforward approach there would be to flood the social media platforms. I mean, knowing the world, even the Philippines is a top social media user, is to flood social media with the good things that are happening in Mindanao. Regardless of what happened in the past, of the records, it has to be covered with the good things that's currently happening. We have to continue sharing, posting good images, good events, productions in Mindanao that are very helpful to boosting its image, because that's the only way. That's the only way to invite other people from other parts of the country, in other parts of the world, to actually visit Mindanao. And it's not only reliant on the role of influencers, but also the role of every Filipino who has actually visited Mindanao and find it to be beautiful, to be safe, and to be worth of any visit.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. So that's actually I think the message of our three speakers in relation to the third V, which is the viability, that becoming part of the network, of the value chain, and the collaboration can actually just boost not just visibility but also the viability, because you're now part of a network. So I think we can conclude our panel discussion this afternoon. And thank you so much to our speakers, Mr. Hong Yon, Dr. Rivera, and Ms. Flores. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. And now we would like to invite your attention for this audiovisual presentation.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Sustainable Tourism Development Forum on exploring innovative tourism marketing strategies. We connect, we explore, and we promote beauty of ASEAN destinations.
I'm convinced that it is mutually beneficial for Korea and the Philippines to work in partnership to foster.
Okay, we will have that video played in a little while. Now to formal. To formally close our forum this afternoon on behalf of the Philippine Department of Tourism Mimaropa region, let's all welcome Ms. Gladys Quesea.
As we wrap up today's forum, we reflect on the important discussions we've had about using digital tools and big data to boost tourism in the Philippines. The Sustainable Tourism Development Forum on exploring innovative tourism marketing strategies brought to us by the ASEAN-Korea Center and the Philippine Department of Tourism has shown us how digital marketing and data can help us understand and improve tourism sustainably. We've shared ideas and learned from Korea's experiences, looking at how we can use digital advancement to promote tourism that cares for our environment and embraces the future. It is clear that by working together, we can tackle the challenges of digitalization and find new opportunities to grow. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the ASEAN-Korea Center, particularly to His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General, His Excellency Lee Sang-hwa, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines, and Mr. Alex Makatuno, Head of the Culture and Tourism Unit. For the Philippine Department of Tourism, represented by our OIC Undersecretary Verna Buentuseso, for their pivotal roles in this forum. My heartfelt thanks also go to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Bae So Young, Associate Dean, College of Hotel and Tourism Management at Kyung Hee University, Mr. Han Sang-hoon, Head of Digital Transformation Solution Team at SK Planet, Undersecretary David Almerol, for e-Government, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Mr. Park Yong-hwa, General Manager of Online Sales Team of Korean Air, Ms. Yana Christine Golfo, International Marketing Manager at Cebu Pacific, Mr. Kim Hong-yong, Director of Tourism Consulting Team at Korea Tourism Organization. Dr. John Paulo Rivera, OIC Executive Director of Asian Institute of Management, and Ms. Dina May Flores, General Manager of the Guide to the Philippines. To our moderator, Dr. Maria Cheridin Rodolfo, and to all the participants from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao for your dedication and active engagement in this forum. It has been an instrumental in driving our quest towards more sustainable and innovative approaches in tourism marketing, shaping a better future for the sector. As we part ways, let us keep the communications open, continue the exchange of ideas, and work collaboratively towards the implementation of the strategies and insights gained from this forum. Our goal is to ensure a thriving tourism industry that respects nature and offers meaningful experiences to visitors. Let's move forward with the commitment to make a lasting impact, ensuring that the beauty and diversity of our world are preserved and celebrated for generations to come. Safe travels to all as you head home, and let's continue to make a positive impact on tourism together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gladys. And that concludes our forum this day. May we remind everybody as we flash the QR code on screen to please have accomplished the online feedback form. The one on your screen is for the Philippine Department of Tourism. And then on your tables, there is this program survey. This is for the ASEAN-Korea Center. So again, to all our delegates, you will have to accomplish 2 online survey, one for the Philippine Department of Tourism and then one for the ASEAN-Korea Center. And also around by 6 o'clock, may we invite you all to join us in our dinner reception. It will be in the rice alfresco of this same resort. So please join. We invite all of you to join us as we have our dinner reception today. And again, please do scan your feedback forms, one for the Philippine Department of Tourism and one for the ASEAN-Korea Center. Thank you very much, and may you all have a great day ahead.
According to legend, a sea dragon and a fairy gave birth to 100 children, who scattered across the land and built a kingdom. Over the next 1,000 years, countless people passed through Hanoi. Hanoi's architecture is as complex as its history. Baroque, neoclassical, Art Deco. In a century, this foreign-style building became a landmark of the city. The east and west collide and converge within a single building. And during rainstorms in the sun, this resilient architecture has stood the test of time. This composite structure is reminiscent of Hanoi's history. people with diverse cultural backgrounds have crafted Hanoi's unique culture together. The neo-Gothic cathedral in the old city center also harbors a story of its own. The toothed decoration on the tiled roof is a rare feature. Living in a densely populated city requires a flexible mindset. That's how the Nyaong was created, a unique multi-purpose building known as a tube house. Tube houses embrace different ways of life. They are long, thin, tall houses that are modified as necessary. Sometimes they have been reinterpreted to suit the times. By overlaying traditional ceramic tiles, for example. Tube houses pose a question. How do different people live together in a single city? This neighborhood's centuries-long pottery-making heritage is channeled into a pottery museum. A bamboo dome modeled after traditional roofs greets visitors. This is how Hanoi writes new history, cherishing tradition while coexisting with nature. A concrete building in the city center is a protagonist in this new history. It was designed to block out harsh sunlight and complement the natural environment. So that Hanoi can remain for the next 1,000 years with modern architecture as its gardens. The river that has birthed lakes and nurtured cities. It is the path Vietnamese people have long walked. Between the ridges that took the running stream thousands of years to shape, the ancient Vietnamese built their first capital. Centuries later, outlanders built cathedrals, stacked with local stone and wood, topped with Vietnamese-style roofs. By embracing otherness, a unique aesthetic was unveiled. Over many years, people have traveled long distances to gather in Hanoi. Those who have sustained the city for 1,000 years now envision a future together with the land. And like the river, their 1,000-year history will continue to flow for another 1,000 years.
베트남에선 길의 시선으로 건축을 보면 좋을 것 같아요. 건축은 혼자 존재하지 않거든요. 건축에는 반드시 그곳에